You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
The penultimate week of the Esports World Cup has come to an end with champions in 3 more titles crowned. And with that, we have another update to the Club Championship rankings. A champion has been found before the final week kicks off, and there are some shifts in the top 3. All that and more as we check out which teams are on track to pick up the lion's share of the $20 million prize pool here in Riyadh. In an exciting and emotional moment when MS Dasri found out that Team Falcons had won the club championship. Falcons have officially gained enough points and crossed the line into EWC history as the first club championship winners. Having led the table right from week 1, they will be taking the trophy, a $7 million prize, and the bragging rights of being the best organization at the Esports World Cup. Even if first place is now decided, the battle for the rest of the positions is still raging. Second and third position heated up yet again, with Team Liquid coming back to reclaim that second spot. This was on the back of Clem's stellar run to victory in StarCraft 2, where the Frenchman dropped just 2 maps across the entire tournament. The win netted Team Liquid 1,000 points, along with an additional 60 from a top 8 finish in EAFC, allowing the organization to establish a 945-point lead over third place. T1 were not in contention for any of the titles in Week 7, however they will have the final week to put up a last stand as they are fielding rosters in both Tekken as well as PUBG. And fortunately for them, Team Liquid are not playing in any of the 4 titles, meaning T1's fate is in their own hands. Gaming Gladiators maintained their 4th spot on the table, but were unable to pick up points in Week 7, with StarCraft 2 being their only hope. While they will be in action in both PUBG and Rocket League in the final week, the team will need a win in one and a top 3 finish in the other to climb the ranks to the 2nd spot. And rounding up the top 5 is Natus Vincia, who also find themselves in a similar situation as Gaming Gladiators. The team was not able to pick up any points in StarCraft 2, but will be in contention in Tekken and PUBG in the final week. And just like the team above them, only podium finishes across both titles is the only thing that will help the team advance in the rankings. FaZe Clan in 6th place seem to have woken up in the final stages, notching up a winning Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. This puts them in the contenders category, as well as fielding teams in PUBG and R1. The final week will see competitions across Tekken 8, PUBG, Ren Sport and Rocket League. While the top winner of our club championship is already decided, there is still a lot at stake for the teams who are vying for those remaining spots. Each placement guarantees over $1 million, and teams will have to put their best foot forward to maximize their chances of taking as much of the prize money as possible. Tune into the final week to catch all the action and see how the teams stack up.
Lewis, we have a problem.
We do. We've got a slight problem. Oh my God, there's dogs everywhere. Hello. How are you? Yeah. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to lie, George. I think I'm slightly less stressed.
I'm a little bit less stressed, it has to be said. A break from the racing is sometimes necessary. But we're saying hello to some furry little friends by here, and I think they stole Lewis's hair if you look at a few of them.
There's a few. They haven't had any bets, that's for sure. My goodness me. It is so, I feel so much better already. And you're all so cute. Look at you.
They are extremely cute. Look at the queue we've got here for food.
Do we think any of these are good at sim racing or you good at range sport? No. 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 All right, fine. Who do you think's the best in sim racing? No one. They're disinterested in us now. They love you, though.
I think we've got a few Max Benneker fans over here. Any word on Max Benneker?
My goodness me.
No, not a word, unfortunately.
I think I get the feeling we might see a couple of drivers in here over the next couple of days.
I think we will. And what a cute bunch of pooches we have here, folks. Never a better way to unwind after a huge day at the studio than with a few of our furry friends.
Hello.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
And so the first day of the Esports World Cup is done here in ESL R1, and we have our drivers champion. It was Kevin Siggy, and what a way he did it.
He did it in sensational style, Lewis McGlade. He bled for it. He then won it. But hopefully, no more headbutting today.
He does get a bit aggressive with the old equipment there. I mean, look, it was absolutely fantastic. Team Redline are looking really, really strong. But as we head into the Teams Championship, it's time to find out which 4 teams will go through and which 2 will be going home.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of ESL R1. We're here at the Esports World Cup. It is day 2. We had the Drivers' Championship all wrapped up yesterday, and it was Kevin Siggy who won the championship. He beat his teammate, his Team Redline teammate, to the crown and went home a happy guy. But he's got to race again today. We've got the Teams Championship underway very shortly. We will head over to the casters, but first let me introduce you to my team of experts. We've got Zach Sweeney and, of course, Cam Roger. How are you guys doing? You feeling good?
Very much so. Yeah, feeling great. It's going to be a good day, well, 3 days of competition, really, to find out the team's champion. Of course, we've got the group stages today. All 48 drivers are here in the building. Of course, we only had 12 yesterday, so we got the other 36 joining them. So it's going to be a full arena.
A lot of money at the line as well. $400,000 to dish out over the next 3 days. That's a lot of money. Serious dosh.
It's some serious money out there. We'll go through the entire format because it is a bit of a complicated format, but I have 2 experts here who are going to talk you through it excellently. Let's just talk about yesterday a little bit, Zach. Obviously, Kevin Siggy winning. That was, I mean, we didn't quite know coming into it, and halfway through the competition, we didn't know which way it was going to go, and then Kevin Siggy absolutely smashed it when it was really needed. The final race of the day as well.
Honestly, I did not expect that. I don't think we did as a team, to be honest, Kevin Siggy to have such a sensational sort of comeback, because Spa obviously kicking off the day with a win. And then, of course, from there, it was a slow decline before very suddenly, as soon as he got into finalist mode, he executed it with a sensational qualifying lap at Hockenheim to then beat off Beneke and Sebastian Job, who was the talk of the town. I mean, as a driver, as a whole sort of day yesterday, definitely was the class of the field, but in the clinical moment to execute and win, it was Kevin Siggy's day.
It was indeed. Well, let's see the highlights from yesterday and exactly how Kevin Siggy did it.
Well, the first day of the Esports World Cup ESL R1 action is in the books, and the Drivers' Champion has been crowned. It all started in dramatic circumstances, with Kevin Siggy winning the first race before Sebastian Joe went on a tear. 4 pole positions and 4 wins to see him propelled into finalist mode. Things started to fall backwards, though, slightly for the Redline driver after that. Max Benneker and Kevin Siggy put themselves into finalist mode going into the final race of the day, where it was winner takes all. Benneker finished behind Kevin Siggy with Sebastian Job down in 3rd, and so your new Esports World Cup ESL R1 Drivers' Champion Kevin Siggy heads into the team championship with plenty of confidence and some bruises on his head as well.
Arjuna Kankapati just explaining it for us there. Arjuna loves to explain it, and he will be back here, of course, on the desk to explain a little bit more. But Cam, for you, I mean, we talked about it a lot yesterday, but it was really quite a surprising outcome. I mean, we talked a little bit about Kevin got so frustrated at one point, he managed to hit his head on the steering wheel and ended up with a big plaster on his forehead. You could see what it really meant to him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think coming into the day, he wasn't in any of our predictions for winning. We thought he wouldn't be able to rise to the occasion, but he certainly did. And when he realized he had that opportunity, that's when the frustration kicked in. He had those couple of bad races in the middle, and then that's when, unfortunately, he had the incident hitting his head. But as you say, that just shows you the effort that he was putting in, and just how good he had to perform to be able to overcome Sebastian Job, who was really on form himself.
And for you, Zach, did you kind of feel the same way?
Definitely. I mean, Siggy, like I said just before we cut to Arjuna, I mean, it was a surprise to see Siggy, but now there is no debate. He is in with a shout of being arguably one of the best drivers in sim racing, getting to the level of Sebastian Job and Josh Rogers, who we usually put in sort of that GOAT debate in sim racing. Kevin Siggy has won on multiple platforms and now an ESL R1 championship. He has got to be in that conversation.
Well, let's have a look at the top 5 moments from yesterday, shall we? Where Kevin Siggy was crowned the champion.
He can get past McCormack at least anyway. Heading through lane con, wheel to wheel, there will go. Rogers squeezing him, as does McCormack in return. They'll head through Malmedy. We look at the rear now of Marcel Chinchik as he sees a Porsche and a Mercedes clambering through out of Malmedy down the hill through Brussels now. As we dip dive now, still wheel to wheel, they'll stay. The Mercedes trying to fend him off. The Porsche has no answer. McCormack defends well and withstands the pressure. 7th place now. 2 Kevins go side by side through the final 2 corners here. Will the Mercedes batter back against the BMW? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Wheel to wheel they go, but Kevin Siggy will win. Max Benneker around the outside, as well as Thomas Tatler. In comes Kaiki Oliveira. Bennett in trouble. Look at Benneker. He comes wheel to wheel against long-term rival Joshua Rogers. They'll go side by side through the initial parts of this circuit. Outrageous scenes. Rogers holds firm.
Sebastian Job tries to take his 2nd race victory in 2 races. Over the line they'll go. Round to the outside. Oh, look at this. Sebastian Job pushed by his teammate Kevin Siggy to the victory. Sebastian Job wins race 3 ahead of Kevin Siggy.
The Audi R8 LMS now looking to bid to retake that 2nd place that he lost to the man from Bromsgrove not too long ago. Side by side now once again into the Rogier. They're getting oh so tight. Coming through this. Enter Sebastian Job. Job heading up through the inside has taken 2nd place as they come through the Lesmo. And look at Kaiki Oliveira.
I mean, Zach, that was some incredible moments out there, wasn't there? Top 5 from yesterday. And we are going to have so many more top moments over the next 3 days because we're going to be concentrating now on the teams. Now, this is quite a complicated format, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We've had many a conversation, many a different way of explaining it. Ewan O'Leary is very confident that he knows the format. We've had a little bit more of a conversation about it, but obviously we'll explain it because, like you say, it is a little bit on the more complicated side. But once you wrap your head around it, it's fairly straightforward to dish out the money.
On the plus side, we've got a lovely graphic to show you to explain exactly how the tournament works. Do you want to take us away with this one, Cam?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have all 12 teams here with 4 drivers each. They have been split into groups, and each team will, of course, have their races in the groups. 2 drivers will race in each race, so they have 2 drivers competing, and at the end of it, all the points added together from all of those groups will be put into an order, and unfortunately, the bottom 2 teams, Team 11 and 12, will be eliminated, and the top 4 will go through to the finals on Sunday, which means tomorrow, Saturday, is the second chance groups, and then that's where, Zach, everyone can have a second chance if they're in the midfield.
Exactly that, and it's an important one at that, because from that second chance, we then split the 6 teams that we've got into 2 groups, 3 teams in each, and then from that, the top of each group, Group 1 and Group 2, get their place in the finals for Sunday to compete for $140,000 for the team's champion of ESL R1.
The money is big, so how much money can they win? Like you said, it's $140,000. It's a lot of money, even if you finish 12th. $2,000's pretty good, isn't it?
Yes, certainly is. But the guys will all be going for those top few positions. That is some big money that they can do to invest into their teams and to progress themselves in the future. And even getting in the top 5, there's 25,000, which is plenty enough for them to just improve themselves when we go racing sometime in the future.
Zach, we talked a little bit yesterday about what this money would mean to the teams, and yesterday we put it into a driver context more than maybe the team context. But for teams, this is an incredible amount of money. I mean, sim racing isn't a cheap sport to be involved in. You've got your rigs, you've got everything you have to do to be part of the team. Pedals, everything costs so much money.
Thankfully, it's a lot cheaper than real-life motorsport. Obviously, you're not paying for a full chassis or repairs or anything like that, but there are expenses. You're right with the hardware itself, but also the personnel. A lot of the higher-up teams, Team Redline, BS+, they have a huge crew of people. Some of them have sort of headquarters. Apex have their place in Corby that they run all of their sim racing from. That needs revenue to keep it maintained and upkept. So this money could well sort of stem the future of these teams.
We've got 12 teams competing. Let's take a look at which teams have made it to this point. Cam?
Yeah, absolutely. So these are the 12 teams. You've got Redline, Porsche Coanda, Apex Falcons, BS+, Vitas Pro, obviously Vitality, Williams, Mouse, G2, Guild, and FaZe. Loads of them are here in plenty of different competitions throughout the Esports World Cup, and these have been split into different groups. So what you're going to see is each team is in 2 different groups. They've been jumbled up a little bit for the second group that they are in. And I wonder, Zach, how would you feel if you are a team who has to go in back-to-back groups, such as, for instance, Williams, they're in B and C, but then we have the likes of Falcons, who are in Group 1 and 4. I think it definitely is going to be a bit of a difference for when they have their competition and the break you have in between.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, how we're going to run it is Constellation A get their first 2 races done and dusted, their 2 races of the day, and that is going to be very difficult. But you're right, when it comes to Constellation B and C, where sort of teams like Williams have to do that back-to-back run, it is going to be tough. We spoke a lot yesterday on exhaustion, running late into the day. It took a toll, and if you have to do an excessive amount of driving, all of that, not necessarily maybe physical stress, but more so that mental stress of performing on a qualifying lap and nailing those points for the team, it will tire you out.
We have got 3 days of racing then, and today we will see 8 races. So let's have a look at our schedule and how it's looking for today. So this is how we're going to see today's schedule. The first race, like we mentioned, was the group stages. So we've got Group 1 out first. We've got Race 1, Fiji, and Daytona will be Race 2. So then we're going to Jeddah, Monza, Spa, Hockenheim, Monza, and Spa again. So like we mentioned, it's the group stages that are kind of flip-flopping a little bit. It's a good way to get these teams to really see every single track, isn't it? They've all been out on it yesterday, so they've got their practice, so to speak. And we head out first in Fiji.
Interestingly enough as well, because Team Redline came into this competition leading the ESL R1 Spring Season Teams Championship, they had a say in the first 4 races of the day in terms of track order. Of course, they're in Group A, which means they're going to be competing in both races 1 and 2, which means that we are going to see them take 2 tracks that they have chosen, that they are probably notoriously strong at. Team Redline as well are our favourites for this team championship. If they do not win this championship, in my opinion, something has gone drastically wrong for them. They are strong favourites, and they want to kick this competition off strong. So Fuji and Daytona, to kickstart it, we saw 2 fantastic races there yesterday. I think we're in for 2 fantastic races here today as well.
Team Redline, an incredibly strong team, as we saw yesterday. We saw Bennett, Siggy, Job, and Reveld, obviously. 3 of them were fighting for a championship yesterday in just one team, and one of them won it. So they're really the team to beat, aren't they, Cam?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just in general, they probably have the strongest overall team, but also the fact that 3 of their drivers had that experience yesterday. They basically raced on all of these tracks. They know what they're doing, and Riyadh is a plenty good enough driver to jump in with that. So I think they're looking very, very strong. For the certain teams that had no drivers racing yesterday as well, they're going to have to get up to speed because those few hours of practice that they have is very, very limited. They've been here for 2-3 days already, and all they've done is 2 hours of driving.
So this is the drivers arriving this morning. We actually saw them leaving yesterday on their big bus. They all go together. We've got De Jong there. We've got, can't quite see who else is in the background. Pick out some names for me.
There's Lemak there because you see his blonde hair.
Oh, yes, you can.
Of course, yes, this is the Porsche Commander guys. That's Dane Warren in the middle, and Josh Rogers on the right-hand side. Plenty of them coming over from, that's where they all had lunch. So they had a nice little snack. Yep. Now they're working their way into the arena. So yeah, there's the Falcon guys, Charlie Collins in the background. You've got the BS competition guys too.
Yeah, all heading into the arena now for what will be quite a long day of racing. Yesterday we managed to get to 9 races, which took us close to midnight, I think, by the end, wasn't it? 11 o'clock or so, which actually we're probably looking quite similar today, aren't we, Zach? Because we've got 8 races and we need to put them all into one schedule, unlike yesterday where we could have maybe finished actually at 7 races if Sebastian Jobe had won it. We are going the whole way and we will have 8 races today.
We will indeed, and it's only 1 less than yesterday, and the different thing about today, of course, as well, is that the drivers are going to have to get in and out of the rigs. They're going to have to do changes. Obviously, as you can see, sim races there's a range of heights and comfort ranges as well, so it's going to take them a little bit of time to get comfy in the sim, adjust their pedals, their seating position, all of those different things. That takes time. So we have 1 less race, plus all of the other logistical stuff around it. It is going to be a long day.
Well, we've talked a lot about Kevin Siggy, who is our driver champion. Let's hear from him. He's been speaking to one of our reporters.
So I've got Kevin Siggy here, the Esports World Cup Drivers Champion. I think first question is, how's the head?
That's good. It feels worse than yesterday, but it still feels good.
Are you ready for today? Teams Championship, you've been a great squad, Team Redline, all season. You ready for it?
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've got a really good package together with all the drivers. I mean, we're really strong, and also the car looks strong, so we're hoping for the best.
Now, obviously, we've had 2 new tracks added for this Esports World Cup. We've had Jeddah, the Jeddah circuit, and of course, we had Fuji. How are you finding those 2?
Fuji, I've driven it on iRacing, and other different sims I think I've competed on this as well. So I don't mind it too much. I know some people really hate it, but I don't mind it too much. Maybe if we got rid of the turn 10, 11, and 12 section, maybe it could have been much better. But Jeddah's a really cool track. Although I'm not sure if GT3s kind of like it. I think Sector 1 is a bit too twisty for those because they're really heavy. So I think format cars are better there. But I've loved this track. It's very smooth, very technical, but also very cool.
Now, of course, the big thing is that Team Redline are coming into this Teams Championship realistically as the favourites. Who's your main target? Who are you really looking at as being the main competition for Team Redline?
Well, the main competition is really, I mean, I would say the other BMW teams. I mean, I would say Maus, definitely a big one. I mean, Benek almost won yesterday. He was absolutely insane towards the second half of the event, and also Dara in the Mercedes car. I know the Mercedes is not the best, but we feel like it is sort of up there. But maybe also Vitality. We saw that a couple of lap times at Monza and whatnot in Hockenheim. They were doing a really good job with the car, even though the car doesn't drive the best over curbs, for example. So I think those 3 teams are the ones to kind of look at. But I think in our favor, I think the amount of drivers that we have that are really good is a little bit higher than the others. No offense to others, obviously, but they're still very good. But I think we just have the edge on that.
Cheers, Kevin.
Thank you.
Lewis McGlade there speaking to Kevin Siggy, our champion in the drivers category. Impressive performance. You can see his 2 little bumps though, can't you, Zach? They're just they're sort of...
You can't miss them. They're very apparent, and hopefully he's not going to add more to the tally today.
Yeah, exactly that. Right, let's go to our predictions. One of my favourite things to do. I went quite boring and said Team Redline. You can get involved, of course. Just follow the link below, www.stcplay.gg. You can get your prediction in as well, and we'd love to hear from you. Let's go for you, Cam. What's your prediction?
I mean, realistically, it's going to be Redline, but because we got to say something different, I'm going to go Team Vitality.
Do you see how quickly I got in with Redline? I was like, by the way, I'm going for Redline. And for yourself, Zach?
I'm being boring. I'm going Team Redline. I don't care what you said. I'm going for the favourites. I've got faith in Team Redline. They are the strongest team in sim racing. They have set the benchmark, and Other teams, obviously, we saw Dara McCormack with the Mercedes, obviously taking that win late on, doing a really good job.
Zach, thank you so much. But let's go to Atik.
Yesterday was about all individual brilliance, but today it's about collective strength. They say teamwork makes the dream work. And this couldn't be more true right here in the Team Championship. So, welcome to the Esports World Cup, ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. We have the best team from all over the globe. They're gonna push the limit for the combination and unity. So, let's introduce the teams, starting with our first group. And let's introduce Porsche Coanda Esports. This team combines cutting-edge technology with top-tier driving talent, consistently leading the ranking. Coming up next, Team Redline. This team is a powerhouse in sim racing, known for its consistent top performance and strong roster, featuring elite drivers. Coming up next, FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, known for its dominant presence across various esports, bringing the same intensity and flair to sim racing. Coming up next, Apex Racing Team. This team is known for their tactical approach and adaptability, consistently delivering strong performances across the board. Coming up next, BS Boss Competition. They are known for their bold and aggressive style, making them formidable and unpredictable force on the track. And last but not least, Team Falcons. Team Falcons represents a mix of raw talent and experience, aiming to dominate the competition with calculated precision. And here we are with our sixth team who's gonna compete and play in our first race today. So please, drivers, take your seats. And you, viewers, also take your seats and wear your seatbelts, because this race is going to be fast. And let's enjoy it and go to our casters.
Thank you so much, Atik. Down in the arena, of course, witnessing the drivers, the teams themselves now making their way into the rigs for our first race here at the Teams Championship phase. We head to the Fuji Speedway, and indeed we saw an excellent race yesterday involving this very track. It would be the third successive race win for Sebastian Job that would lead to him in a bid to aim to take the driver's crown. It did not go that way. Of course, eventually Kevin Siggy, his teammate at Team Redline, taking the honours. But I think one thing they can take from that Team Redline is the fact that while one driver might fail, they've got another one to pick up the ball.
Exactly. Jeffrey Rietberg was the only one of their four who didn't make the Drivers' Championship final yesterday, but the other three were all in the top four. Kevin Siggy winning, as you say, taking that away from Sebastian Job, also ahead of Luke Bennett, who got ahead of Josh Rogers and Darren McCormack for fourth. So a very strong result for them across the board. That surely puts them in the favourites position heading into the Teams Championship.
Certainly does. And if we take a look at some of the form cards as well, some of the big players that have taken part in this championship on the run-up here to Riyadh, we've got to talk about Team Falcons. I think in terms of a team that's brand new to ESL R1, they are, of course, World Cup champions in the Club Championship. They've already taken that crown. They had new merchandise flown in with the brand new star on the, should we say, on the top left of their shirts, and they wear it with pride, and they've got every chance of doing some really some really good stuff here, I think, in the Teams Championship, given the fact that their drivers are quite accomplished. Matuszewski's been strong, Laminek, but also Thomas Tackler as well. Matti Sipia is also known to do some damage as well. So we've got, I would say, probably our underdog, but don't write them off.
Absolutely. I think there are a couple of teams like that, and Team Falcons is certainly one of those. I'm interested to see what happens for Guild Esports here as well. They're also making their debut here in Riyadh. They weren't here last year, unlike a lot of the teams we've got on the stage at the moment. So those are going to be interesting to see. Whether they're going to have enough to get into that top 4, I am doubtful for both Team Falcons and also for Guild Esports. But if they can stay in the top 10, then they've got the chance of having a second chance tomorrow.
Yeah, you never know. And of course, Porsche Coanda licking their wounds after yesterday. Joshua Rogers, remember, coming into the Drivers' Championship, 3 round wins in succession in the online phase. Coming into the Drivers' Championship, he had that 100 points. He only needed 70 more to get into finalist mode. It did not work out, however. We just saw just it all ebb away from him, from right underneath him, in fact, Ewan. And it just seemed that he was a broken man come the end of play last night. Did, of course, go Team Redline's way. There's been a furious rivalry between Redline and Coanda in the past. This is a great chance for Coanda to strike back in probably the most vital phase of the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Josh Rogers, as you say, didn't even make finalist mode at all, even despite getting to 100 points from the very start. So it was a really disappointing afternoon for him. Whether that is going to change here, there are doubts about that. People are not especially positive about the way that Porsche's been driving over the course of this week. Whether they can get something a little bit more out of it now on Friday, that they're all driving it, they all have the chance to drive 2 races here. Maybe they will be able to get something a little bit more out of that Porsche. However, people are not confident, and it was the BMW really which was the pick of the bunch yesterday. The top 4 in the Drivers' Championship, all BMWs. Mercedes, the only other manufacturer able to take a win in that Drivers' Championship final. It's going to be difficult for Mercedes, Porsche and Audi here this afternoon.
Yeah, and obviously looking ahead, the drivers now taking their seats in the rig. Redline going for a very strong opening lineup, but dare I say, every lineup they've got is particularly strong. They're going with Sebastian Job, who was a winner here in the Drivers' Championship phase, but they've also got Luke Bennett, who was the best performing Team Redline driver in the Teams Championship online phase. Went ahead even in that final round that we had at Monza. He took victory in semi-final 1, but also 2 podiums either side. Quarter-final finishing 3rd, and then in the final finishing 3rd again. He had a 100% podium record during that final round in the Teams Championship, and even prior to that taking victory in another semi-final at Orchard Road. Of course, a brand new track that was unveiled. Of course, a fantasy track that had been built on Rennsport as well. You can, of course, check that out in your own time. But at this point, obviously, we're heading to the Fuji Speedway. We've alluded to Sebastian Job's previous form. It doesn't necessarily mean, however, that it's going to be him again here, Ewan.
No, absolutely not. It could be a whole different experience here. Everybody, well, say everybody, I've not checked this yet, but a lot of them will be on different rigs. Team Redline were over on rigs, I think 2, 3 and 4 yesterday. They're right down towards our cameras at rigs 11 and 12 at the moment, and that's where they'll be all day long because of the way the drawing works, etc, etc. So that's a whole different experience. You've got to set yourself up in a new rig again. You've got to get comfortable all over again, and you've got to perform well all over again. I feel, especially for the likes of Kevin Siggy, who will have to come down from that real high yesterday of winning the Drivers' Championship, something which I don't think he was necessarily expecting to win. I think he was certainly hoping to win, and he was in the conversation, but he wasn't expecting to win, and I was one of those also not quite expecting it either. However, he managed it, but he's got to come down from that now and get into the Teams Championship, which is a whole different tournament all over again.
Yeah, and as you can see, pan pictures here from the Fuji Speedway. The drivers just getting set into practice before we then head into qualification. There is the Team Falcons car that will be marching its way around. That's the number 7, incidentally, that is making its presence felt here. Of course, there's 2 drivers from Falcons marking an appearance, as there is for all teams, I should say. Matti Sipia starting with Zemislav Laminek at Team Falcons. I saw it on the screen in the arena, could not miss his blonde hair whatsoever, and looking to cause a stir this time around. And while Falcons haven't necessarily blown us away in terms of podiums, they have taken their fair share. A victory for Thomas Tattler back at Orchard Road in the 2nd round of the Teams Championship, but we've also seen sparks of brilliance, not just from Tattler, but also from Matuszewski, who took a P3 in our very first round of the Teams Championship back at Daytona all all that time ago, back earlier this year. And then since then, we've seen some really good performances from Semislav Lamenek, who is going to be taking part in this very race. Actually finished second in Orchard Road in the quarter-final phase. So there is form with this team. One of the more consistent point scorers, which is what has really brought them to the dance this time.
You're going to have to be a consistent point scorer as well to get through to the final as well. I just want to sort of go for a little bit of thinking here as to what we're expecting in terms of making it into that top 4, because that's what it's all about today. To reiterate, the top 4 don't race tomorrow, they'll race in the final on Sunday, and you lock yourself in. You don't have to go through the peril of a second chance qualifier in Saturday's racing. So ideally, you want a P4 in every race because top 4 goes through, right? You can see my thinking where that's gone from. However, you've got 2 drivers at a time, so you can't get 4th in every race because you're not in every race. That's a bit of a problem. So basically, an average of 13 points a race you sort of be okay with. Now, that's obviously going to be complicated to work out, but I've worked that out, and you don't have to do the maths on this. It's effectively 104 points, what you need. However, my thinking does have some downfalls because I went and looked at last year's Team Championship group stage, very similar to this format. Top 6 went through that time. You would have thought top 6 every race would be enough. Actually, a top 6 every race would have got you 8th last year. So my thinking is flawed, let's put it that way. But that's a good marker as a very minimum to be at after every race. So that's what they'll all be aiming for here. At around 26 points per race they're in because they're only in 4 out of the 8. It's pretty tough, to be honest. You're going to have to have at least one of the drivers on the podium, I would expect.
Which is why we can't understate the performance from Team Falcons in their first appearance in this championship. And, you know, they'll be riding on a high with their team, managing to successfully secure the club championship in the World Cup. And massive congratulations to them for that, but have really made their presence felt and known here in ESL R1 and by extension sim racing as well. Apex Racing team back out as well. They're lining up with Jimmy Antonez as well as Jamie Fluke. Of course, 2 outstanding individuals representing the team. Of course, Jamie Fluke joining Apex Racing team as a professional sim racer and driver coach all the way back in 2020. 29-year-old from Corby in the UK as well, which is pretty much where the team's based.
Yeah, it is. I've been actually a couple of times in the last year. It's quite nice.
Yeah.
So they're not racing from there obviously now.
But
they often do, and that's the unique thing about Apex. Wonder slightly whether that will maybe help them, assist them in any way here, because they're used to driving among one another. They're used to helping one another, chatting to each other in real life after the race rather than just over the internet. That's slightly different to some of the other teams, but you know, they're not exactly the only team with camaraderie, that is for sure. Team Redline, we spoke about yesterday, drive a lot together, and their relationship with one another is actually very public as a friendship between those 4 drivers. So it's certainly not uncommon in all of these teams. We're at a stage in sim racing now where everybody, especially in teams, they're friends and they speak often, they see each other often, which didn't used to be the case a decade ago.
No, not at all. Do forgive me, I was just untangling myself, everybody. Got myself a little tied up. Hopefully the drivers won't be around the Fuji Speedway. Porsche Coanda back again. We alluded to obviously the difficulties of Joshua Rogers, but they do have a fantastic team around them. And we're going to be seeing as well at some point today Charlie Collins at work, who inherited his passion of racing from his father. Started in karts all those years ago. He's only 19 years of age from the UK. I do want to say this as well because it is a fun fact. Me and him went to the same school. Not the same year, but we both went to Monmouth Comprehensive School.
You didn't need to clarify it wasn't the same year.
No, it wasn't the same year. I'm a little bit older than 19, unfortunately. But credit to Charlie Collins. He's really made his presence felt as well. Another driver we should be looking at because he, of course, has oodles of talent. He replaced the great Big Mac, as I like to call him, Mac Backham, who unfortunately is no longer racing with Porsche Coanda, but working behind the scenes as a coach and has done a tremendous job with that team alike. But Charlie Collins coming in here after replacing Mac Backham, every chance he's going to cause a stir. It's been successful in Porsche Carrera Cup as well, Ewan.
Yeah, and I've been really impressed with him in ESL R1 so far, I've got to say. You don't often, as I was speaking about yesterday, don't often see drivers hitting the ground running. Don't take Sebastian Job as a model for this. He was very good hitting the ground running, and that's quite unusual for any sim, actually, but especially a new one like Rensport. So full credit to Charlie Collins, who's going to be a very key part of Porsche Commander Esports, who, don't forget, were the winners of the Teams Championship in 2023. With no disrespect to McBackham, I would argue that Charlie Collins does strengthen their side, and mainly not because of McBackham's talent or anything, or certainly not his experience. He's done sim racing for ages. However, it is a case of maybe a little bit more motivation for Charlie Collins, I feel. A little bit younger, as you say, than Macbackham, who I just felt, especially towards the end of last season, motivation was waning slightly, and to get a fresh face in, like Charlie Collins, is going to be very useful for them indeed.
Yeah, well, Charlie Collins won't be featuring in this one, but his teammates will. We've got Josh Rogers and Dane Warren featuring this time around, and this time riding on board with Joshua Rogers, cascading down through towards turn 1, heavy on the brakes, as he now takes this 90-degree right-hander. He's then got another trip through turn 2, and then alleviating his way up through towards turn 3 as well. That'll then lead him in towards sector 2 alike. And then he'll meet the 100R at turn 4. Just look at that full commitment over the curves. We're hoping for a distinctly better day than he did experience yesterday. Turn 5 coming up next. Once more, a double right-hander. This particular curve is basically one giant in-swinger into the hairpin. Now coming around this next left, and then teeing up a run through turn 7, and 8 and 9 will soon come as well, as he now traipses his way down through towards sector 3. He'll meet the treacherous turn 10 at Dunlop Curve. You need to be very handy on the brakes at this point, and then you start going uphill, Ewan.
Yeah, into this final sector, which nobody can seem to get right. It's one of the most difficult final sectors in all of motorsport, even with the rises and falls and the late apexes you have to take. This is turn 13, a little bit of a slide for Rogers, just getting a little bit wide onto those curves on the outside, then into 15, but you really have to open out over the curves again on the exit here, and then you're opening up turn 16 here. Get the best exit you possibly can. It's a humongous start finishing straight here. This final corner is oh so important.
It certainly is. 26-1 in the first sector is around a tenth off where you would like to be. 35-5 in the middle sector. Probably, again, would have wanted maybe 2 tenths better. Coming up towards the line, let's see where Rogers goes as he now crosses it. A 34-4 in sector 3 grants him a 136-197. So, yeah, still a lot more to find. But next up, we call him Lemon M. The question is, can he draw himself to the top? Przemysław Lamenek up next.
Lemon M, have you just made that up? Or have you been
no, that's been ongoing for a while.
Oh, right, okay, that's very good. Lemon M making his way up towards the line now then. His first sector a little bit away, second sector a little bit better. Would expect this to be in the low 36s as well. Round about Rogers' time, he goes with a 36-2 to start off this session. Now time for Luke Bennett.
Yeah, Luke Bennett, as I said, the most successful driver during the teams phase during the first 3 rounds of the teams championship. 26-120 is definitely in the right ballpark, but maybe a tenth more would have been better. 35-522 in sector 2 isn't too far away either. Could yet topple Rogers with this lap. Luke Bennett, all the way from Bromsgrove, the 19-year-old. Can he go to the top? He certainly can. A brilliant 135.902. The first 135 of the session here, Ewan.
Absolutely. I don't think it will be the last, but you never know. Here is Ferris Stanley through the final couple of corners at the moment. His time looking like it might match up with Josh Rogers or Przemysław Lamenek. I think as things stand, Ferris joined BS Competition at nearly 2 years ago now in the late part of 2022, at a very similar time actually to Ibrahim Khan, who interestingly is also in this session. Over the line for the Indonesian then, what is the time going to be? Don't think he's delighted. It's a 36-3.
Yeah, frustration on show for Ferris Stanley. Next up, Matti Sipia makes up the second half of this Falcons 1-2 lineup. Of course, Lamenek currently holding on to third. Can Sipia find a little more? 26-276 is quite distinctly out where he would like to be. 37-5 in that middle sector is definitely far beyond. A slowdown, no doubt, playing its part in this. And Matti Sipia, obviously not too concerned with what happens in the third sector. Obviously he needs to maximise where he can to, I suppose, avoid any further drop-offs, but will be at the very tail end of the field. 5th fastest for now, 138.696.
Yeah, he's going to stay there, I would imagine, after Dane Warren's time as well. The 24-year-old making his way out of the final corner now. A 2-time Supercars Pro Series winner a couple of years ago. Middle sector, I think, which is going to just hold him back in a very similar way to Rogers. I think it could be third here for Warren, but I'd be surprised if it's more than that. No, actually, it's 5th place, a 36.4. Bennett's time stacking up very well here.
It is at the moment. Dane Warren, who is usually such a strong qualifier, unfortunately not showing his very best. That's a very mid 136 and a long ways off a 135.9 that Luke Bennett set earlier on, and far beyond where Josh Rogers even is. Mikhail Baikov coming up next has not managed to qualify out of the quarterfinals at all in the opening online rounds leading to the Esports World Cup. 26.3 is a little bit off in the first sector, 36.2 definitely off, and unfortunately just goes ahead of, just ahead of his teammate Matti Sipia, 137.710.
And this is Jamie Fluke now into the final quarter. First sector, pretty good. Second sector, pretty good as well. This could finally challenge the likes of Luke Bennett, although I'd be surprised if it takes pole. He will certainly be in that conversation. He looks up towards the time. He's not had any reaction to it, which suggests to me that it might be a positive one. Finally gets to the line, and it is positive. Jamie Fluke goes to the front row.
That's a stunning lap from Jamie Fluke, a 136.127, not quite the 35 that we've seen from Luke Bennett, but nonetheless the best of the 36s that we've seen. Just to correct myself earlier on, Baikov, of course, a member of Virtus Pro. That's that logo on the left-hand side just catching me out, of course, showing the Falcons one. Antonez, who is now about to cross the line, 26.150 in Sector 1, isn't bad. Second sector, a 35.687, a couple of tenths off where he would like to be. This might be a little short of his own teammate, and it is indeed a 5th fastest lap time, 136.368.
Not bad at all for such a new driver, I would say. And speaking of relatively new drivers into the world of sim racing, here's Oleg Zolobov out of the final corner. I say new to sim racing, that's a bit of a over-exaggeration maybe, but turned 18 just 2 weeks ago. Certainly doesn't have the experience of some of his teammates, although it is a fairly young team, Virtus Pro. Not particularly pleased with his lap here, and the middle sector is what's holding him back here just that little bit. He's right in with everybody else. He is 4th. That's quite a good time.
That's a fantastic lap for the second Virtus Pro driver, managing to go 4th fastest with that 136.250. But here comes Sebastian Job, race winner at this track yesterday. Of course, went on a 4-race win streak. This was number 3 on the card leading up to that number 4. 26.032 is very good in the first sector. 35.4 is also exceptional. He could yet blast past Luke Bennett, and he does! A 135.742, and that is over 1.5 tenths quicker than his very own teammate in second place.
That's going to be the pole time here, and the Team Redline drivers are more than 2 tenths clear of the field. There is only one team on top here, and it's Team Redline. Ibrahim Khan shakes his head out of the final corner as BS Competition try and get themselves further towards the front. Khan and Stanley with similar lengths of time, as I say, in the BS Competition fold. They are now going to be together in the session as well. Almost. It's 10th place for Ibrahim Khan.
Well, he could not stop the pain, certainly, of his own teammate taking the driver's crown. Sebastian Job, though, answering back in brilliant fashion, and with Redline taking a 1-2 off the back of our first qualifying session of the Teams Championship phase. Absolutely sensational. It does not get much better than that, Ewan.
No, absolutely not. There's a maximum 180 points you can pick up over the course of today, and I wonder whether they'll be taking a maximum at the end of this race. 25 for a win, 20 for second. Excuse me, 35 for a win and 20 for second.
Yes.
I got that wrong. It's changed today compared to the other days. So it's actually more than that. I'll have to go back and work out what the actual total is. But anyway, they could be getting a maximum at the end of this. It's the gap, really, that has blown me away from that. 2 tenths clear on the entire field is unusual, to put it lightly.
Incredible. I mean, he was 1.5 tenths quicker than his very own teammate. And obviously more to come from Team Redline as far as they're concerned. And I tell you what, you would never, ever want to count them off. But I think what we've got to look at is, of course, the sensational efforts from the likes of Jamie Fluke. I mean, 3rd fastest. That's not bad at all.
And for Apex as well, I'm impressed with Jamie Fluke, of course, but we have seen that from him before. Jimmy Antunes hasn't been here very long in ESL R1 at all.
He's true.
Not one of those from the very start. So more impressed with him, actually, that he was able to nearly match Jamie Fluke throughout that session. And that's what they're going to need here. Crevinez Jr. has delivered time and time again for Apex Racing Team. He's been in the Drivers' Championship final here 2 years in a row now in Riyadh. He's often in the major. He was at both majors last year. It's the others now who have got to step up. It's the others who've got to catch him up. If they want to avoid a finish like they had last time, getting knocked out in the group stages, finishing 9th and getting nowhere near qualifying, those are the three that have to step up.
Yeah, and it's all about that top four, isn't it, Ewan, when we think about it? I mean, you know, if Apex Racing Team can pull off an unbelievable top four, that would be sensational. A Porsche Coanda actually diving off in the background as we see free practice in full swing before we get into racing action. Of course, at the head of the field, we have got Team Redline, as they are right now out on circuit. Sebastian Job delivering a clinic. And Luke Bennett, the 19-year-old, as I said, all the way from Bromsgrove in the United Kingdom, representing Max Verstappen's very own Team Redline as well. And we obviously know that the full squad are watching behind the scenes, no doubt. Obviously a huge, huge battle this is going to be, but opportunities for those drivers further back too. Joshua Rogers not out of the picture here, Ewan. He needs to battle against those demons from yesterday, though.
He does, and the real concern they've got is about the straight line speed in that Porsche. So, in terms of overtaking, that always makes it very difficult, especially here at Fuji, where there isn't very many chances. Turn 1 is your best chance. It comes after a humongous straight. I think it's probably one of the longest. Probably the run from the bus stop to Turn 1 at Daytona might be longer, but other than that, there's...
You could take off in an aeroplane on that straight.
You pretty much could, absolutely. So it's really going to hold the Porsche back, I fear, slightly. But we know how quick Josh Rogers is, and if he can perform well here, it generally lifts the entire team, and maybe they can spring what would be a bit of a surprise in defending their title.
You never know. You simply never know. Front row, though, it's a Redline lockout. Joshua Rogers sat further back, obviously, is not going to be too much of a concern for Redline just yet, but you never know after Turn 1. Things get pretty tricky down into the braking zone, and don't forget, some might even chance a late break. Rogers might be one of them. He has got, though, Jamie Fluke to contend with. Semislav Lamanek with a stunning qualifying effort. Falcons have a chance, as do BS Plus competition. Don't forget ART, as now the safety car peels off into the pits. It's the front two BMW M4 GT3s that will now cross the line, and they will, without a doubt, put pedal to the metal, and it will be go, 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 and it's Job who leads with Bennett alongside. Great start for Joshua Rogers, who's looking to escalate his Porsche to the front end of the field. Look out for Jamie Fluke. Surely this will be no fluke. Rogers going for a sensational double. He's going to try and take them both. Fluke is round. Fluke is round. Jamie Fluke has lost it. Coming out of Turn 1, it's Rogers who leads out of Turn 2. Sensational moment.
It's a disaster for the Apex Racing team. Not only has Jamie Fluke gone around, but Antonius drops back too. Josh Rogers just made a mistake in towards the next corner, though, and immediately Luke Bennett goes straight back through again. Now the side-by-side battle with Kevin Siggy on the way to the hairpin. Josh Rogers has gone from third to first to third again.
Yeah, and also look at this, Ferris Stanley.
Wow.
Where has he come from? Outside, he's taken them both. This is unreal. What a start here at Fuji. Ferris Stanley for BS Plus competition, now up to second place. It's BMW 1, 2 and 3. Rogers and Matty Sipia. I said watch out for Team Falcons. They're spreading their wings. They're letting fly. They're letting loose Matty Sipia here on Rogers, but Rogers doing enough to defend the place.
Just about. What a lively start here at Fuji. Wasn't expecting too much from the top two because they're teammates and they were more than 2 tenths faster than everybody else in qualifying, but it's been on here on the opening lap of 10. Luke Bennett still leads, but Ferris Stanley's in second place somehow. Sebastian Job is hanging on from Josh Rogers in third.
Could you imagine Ferris Stanley with every chance to turn the screw here on a fellow BMW team like Team Redline? This would be unbelievable. No doubt team boss Florian Haspar is watching from behind the desk, urging his team on as we run on board with Joshua Rogers down towards Turn 1. They're going to go side by side once more. Obviously a different set of affairs. This is for third place as opposed to what we saw at the very start. And Rogers this time managed to get past Job. Job with the switchback, however, coming out of Turn 2. The Redline car is going to try and squeeze back against the Porsche Coanda, but watch out for Matty Sipia as we ride on board. He's going to go for a tighter line on the run, coming through that very quick left, but Job equal to everything thrown at him right now. Rogers reneges back to 4.
Watch out for this, though. He's going to have a dive at Turn 6, is he? No. He just had a look there. He tried to keep a tighter line to really arc the exit and have a fire down the inside at turn 6, but that didn't happen. Sebastian Job is going to be under pressure for as long as he defends now from Josh Rogers. These two will know each other well, especially from their time on iRacing, and here goes Josh Rogers again, down the inside at turn 10. Oh, he's so good on the brakes, but that was too late, and through goes Matti Siipula into 3rd place.
And his teammate Zamislav Lamanek is also looking for a move as well. He's having a look at the inside of Sebastian Job. Virtus Pro Oleg Zholobov also coming into this. All those outsiders proving that they are here to fight. Wheel to wheel again with Zholobov and Lamanek. And this time, Zholobov's got his number.
Wow, this is incredible. Oleg Zholobov goes to the outside line now of Siipula, and through goes Lamanek again on the inside line. It's side by side between the two of them. Oh, they just about get onto the circuit together again. Josh Rogers will have the double slipstream here. It's going to be 3 wide on the front straight as Sebastian Job and Matti Siipula are nose to tail as well. Here goes Josh Rogers. Here comes Ibrahim Khan as well. He's getting the triple slipstream.
This is unreal. 3 wide down in towards turn 1. Zholobov, Rogers, Lamanek, they're all part of it. Just look at it though from Joshua Rogers, who in the face of danger still reigns defiant. In further up as well, Matti Siipula up to 3rd place. He's ahead of Sebastian Job. He's withstood the pressure. That is no mean feat, by the way, but Bennett careering away.
Whoa.
You can see at the top, Ferris Stanley 1.1 in 2nd place.
Lemanek and Antunes just made contact as well. They've dropped off from these 3 now as a result of that. It was contact in towards turn 3 that saw them in the grass for a moment and going straight on. So Siipula now 3rd, Sebastian Job 4th, but how long's that going to last? Siipula just went very wide, and Sebastian Job will surely have a go at the corner. He was overtaken just 1 lap ago.
What a topsy-turvy standing we have. Wheel to wheel again this time. Job looking to fight back. This time the Falcons driver might be under pressure, but defends well. Great effort from Matti Siipula to withstand that pressure again. Job asking the major questions. A winner at this track yesterday and is currently having to settle for 4th. Doesn't want to. Needs to try and break past Siipula for 3rd. A late break again through this next left-hander. A tight hairpin of sorts. The road starts to tighten as well. Joshua Rogers coming in to join the fray. But again, Siipula defying him at every turn. This is brilliant driving for the Falcons team.
He didn't pocket on the apex there, though, at the final corner. He's going to get rolled here by both Sebastian Job and Josh Rogers. He doesn't stand a chance. He hasn't got the exit, and so Josh Rogers is going to come through on both of them very possibly. 3 wide, it's a drag race. Siipula's going to get back into the slipstream. Can he maybe come back past them on this monstrous front straight? He might be able to here. Inside line in towards the first corner. Seb Job goes really late on the brakes, and there's still 3 wide on the exit.
It was musical chairs down the long straight. Siipula could not decide which angle to attack. He's lost out, though, in this one because Rogers and Job are now side by side. Coming into the left-hander. Now they squeeze through this first sector. Still Rogers holding 3rd by a nose here in his Porsche. But this time, he reigns supreme in this battle between this trio. It is now Job down in 4th. Siipula, though, coming back, has another look in his Audi R8 LMS, but this time not successful.
And Rogers went wide there. Sebastian Job's coming back again. This is quite unbelievable. I don't think I've seen a battle ever last this long. We're on lap 4, and this has come pretty much from the start of the race. Josh Rogers on the defence again. Sebastian Job is the one to go late on the brakes this time. The 2 long-time rivals side by side in the chicane. They make it out the other side, still side by side. But Josh Rogers with the inside at turn 13 will get back through again.
They have battled lap on lap consistently. These 3 giving us everything here. It just goes to show what this $400,000 prize pool really means to these drivers, of course, divided between victors, 2nd places, all the way down to 12th place, remember. But this time, they all want the big prize. Ferris Stanley doing a tremendous job. Just look at the gap. PS Plus competition are in dreamland right now. 2nd place with Ferris Stanley with a 6.5 second gap between he and Josh Rogers in 3rd. So this leaves Rogers exposed to Sebastian Job in behind. No slipstream for the Porsche, and here comes Matti Siipula. He's going to try around the outside, covered off by Rogers, but surely can he break away from Sebastian Job? I don't think he can. Job forcing the issue around the outside.
I don't see how Rogers ever breaks away from Sebastian Job because of the long straight at the start of the lap. Now he has to tuck in, so he doesn't go side by side this time because I reckon he would be fearful of Matti Siipula going straight through on him as well. What a great start to the race from Matti Siipula, though. Team Falcons 5th and 6th is absolutely okay with what they're trying to achieve here this afternoon. What a battle. Finally now, maybe it will calm down. 4.5 laps into this race.
Matty Scipia has only come out to the quarter-final stage once in his history in ESL R1, leading up to this very championship phase in the Esports World Cup. His best finishing position was 4th place. He sits in 5th right now on this standing and is just on the cusp of potentially matching or maybe even bettering, maybe even claiming a first podium.
And after the recent Porsche Esports Tech Heuer Super Cup, we just, I've got that wrong, but you get the series on iRacing, he said it was one of the most miserable seasons he's ever had.
Yeah.
It's 2024. He's not been very enjoying himself very much, I've got to say. And 5th place here will surely revitalise him a little bit. He's certainly not driving like someone who's had a miserable 2024. As we get a look at the leader for pretty much the first time this race, Luke Bennett is out in front and having a bit of alone time, let's say, at the front.
You can say that again. Fastest lap as well against his name. He is very much in the clean air and is not being hunted down by Ferris Stanley. But I think as far as Ferris Stanley's concerned, he's managing the gap between he and the sister Redline driver that sat behind Sebastian Job, who's very imposing. I mean, if you're Ferris Stanley, you're in dreamland right now, Ewan.
Absolutely, and for BS competition as well, they do need Ibrahim Khan to gain a couple of places. I talked about the 26 points thing earlier. I don't think they'll be really hanging their hopes on getting to the top 4, but they'll absolutely want the top 10. And so Ferris Stanley getting off to a great start here in 2nd place, but I have noticed him starting to do better and better and better as he's getting more experience in ESL R1. And now he's, starting this season, getting into a few semi-finals, getting into a final he did as well. And now look at him, 2nd place in one of these races. Vital, vital points to BS Competition, who last year, by the way, were only able to score 37 all events. He's about to score 20 of them right now.
It certainly is. You look at Team Falcons as well. We talk about them being underdogs. They're less than that. Well, they're not underdogs. They're more than that this time. They are contenders. Currently sat 5th and 6th. Big points going their way. Should they bring it home like this? And I would argue that Scipia is no way out of the question for 4th right now. We all know the challenges that the Porsche team have had based on what we saw yesterday. Joshua Rogers was right in the centre of it all and still pursuing after Sebastian Job over 3rd right now. Scipia could yet be brought into this fight again, and he's towing along Laminek, Jolobov and Jimmy Antonez at the same time as well. So there's still many open doors. In fact, there's 2 ARTs in the back of that because Jamie Fluke also part of this, but here comes Rogers.
Interesting call coming up here from Rogers, and he decides to bump draft Sebastian Job. So what they're trying to do is get away from the rest of the field and fight for 3rd later. What Rogers will probably do is try and go down the inside on the final lap of the race and take 3rd place away from Sebastian Job, but he knows if he fights now, A, he'll get drafted back past again on the very next lap, and B, he'll allow everybody else to catch up, and the craziness of those first 4 laps will return again.
It certainly will. It won't be long before the craziness returns, if indeed they do go side by side, because it will invite Laminek and Scipia. In fact, it's interesting to see Falcons have decided to switch. They've allowed Laminek to go through. Now, I wonder whether that's team interplay or whether they're just slipstreaming their way to the front, obviously trying to make the most of that straight line speed down the long straight here at the Fuji Speedway out of turn 16 into turn 1. Job still in control, but I think Rogers, playing a careful game here, I think knows that his best chance is likely to come in that 3rd sector where the Porsche is really good in the corners.
And even if he doesn't get 3rd place in the end, if he bump drafts Sebastian Job for the next 2 laps or so, he knows he's guaranteed himself at least 4th, and that is okay as far as Porsche Commander Esports are concerned at the moment. I think the fact that Dane Warren's down in 11th will concern them a little bit. That's not all on speed, I wouldn't suggest. However, it is concerning to only have him pick up 1 point in this first race. Don't forget, each team only gets 4 they're able to compete in over the course of the day, and that means you've really got to make use of the time you spend on the circuit and then hope at the end of the day the other teams don't overtake you and push you down the standings. Luckily for Porsche Commander Esports, they will be in races 7 and 8. They will be the ones to sort of dictate how many points they need.
Well, as far as Zemislav, or Lemon M as we like to call him, the points are not slim, and he's not in the shade. He's in the open, he's in 5th, and is now still hunting down on that delta gap between he and Josh Rogers. He'll be hoping that Sebastian Job can make the job easier for him. The gap between those two is now minute. 2 tenths between Job and Rogers right now. A door could yet be opened here for the Porsche, but I get the feeling that this is Rogers playing a very patient game, maybe waiting for a last chance assault here on the final lap.
1 second penalty pending to be served. That looks like Josh Rogers to me, and so that is going to have to be served before the end of the race. I reckon now this makes it even clearer. Push Sebastian Job as hard as he can, then serve that penalty, guarantee yourself 4th place. He's currently got 2 seconds over Leminek.
Yeah, certainly does.
Oh,
and as we now see a little bit of a dogfight happening, Jimmy Antonez has found his way past Mati Sipia, but for how much longer? Sipia is going to go around the outside. Jolobov and Jamie Fluke also running wheel to wheel through the very technical middle sector. This is absolutely tremendous stuff here from Mati Sipia, who has managed to get the nose of the Audi R8 in front. This corner has not favoured him, however, coming through the final couple of bends. Antonez has taken has taken the plethora of that corner, has taken that advantage away from him. And look at his teammate Jamie Fluke tussling with Jolobov from Virtus Pro, wheel to wheel. And look at this, they're going to go 3 wide. Where did that come from Jolobov? Making contact there with Antonez. Antonez somehow stayed on, and Sipia now attacking Jolobov.
And now, what does Jimmy Antonez do? He's going to give his teammate the slipstream, who must be on our right-hand side. There he goes! Jamie Fluke powers past the two of them, and Apex Racing team are recovering a disastrous start to what's actually turning out to be quite a good finish for them here. Down into turn 1 they go. Can they protect these 2 positions? They can! Amazing teamwork from the 2 of them. That is the team's championship in full effect. That is what you have to do. Help your teammates score as many points as possible for the team, and the Apex Racing team have maximised their race from a terrible, terrible start.
Yeah, it was Jamie Fluke who got spun right at the very beginning through turn 1. He was round. Jimmy Antonez nearly got caught as well through the final corner. We saw it not so long ago, where, of course, Oleg Jolobov was very late on the brakes coming through turn 16, but this time the tables have turned. Antonez and Fluke now 6th and 7th, big points going their way. Falcons will be seething a little bit. They had a chance of taking a 5th and 6th in this fight, but Sipia has lost the place, but he has not lost the fight, because he is trying again, as is though Oleg Jolobov is going to look to drop him down a peg, coming through the 3rd sector once more as they climb up out of turn 13, 14 out of nets into turn 15, and soon enough 16 as well. Antonez has managed to develop a gap. Fluke now in jeopardy here, because the sister Mercedes of Virtus Pro and Oleg Jolobov is now licking that rear spoiler.
It certainly is, but Fluke is going to have the assistance of Jimmy Antunes slipstream the entire way home here as we are about to start the final lap. Luke Bennett is surely going to win this race ahead of Ferris Stanley. Who's going to finish 3rd? We think we know the answer to that one, because we believe Josh Rogers hasn't served his penalty yet. Well, maybe he has. He's going down the inside. He's going for 3rd.
Certainly is. Rogers, a very brave move up the inside. He saved it for the last lap. We thought he might, and has done. 3rd place for Porsche Coanda, and that'll be one that they will cherish. A podium would be sensational to blast past the demons of yesterday, where Rogers, coming into the Drivers' Championship, looked like a dead cert. 3 rounds on the spin. He took round victories. It all started back at Hockenheim in the Drivers' Championship phase. He took victory at Road Atlanta and then at Spa-Francorchamps, but the championship eluded him late in the day, come yesterday, where Sebastian Job would also lose out. Instead, it went the way of Kevin Siggy, and now Sebastian Job looking to try and reclaim at least something in this phase to try and bring himself back onto the podium for a 2nd time here at Fuji.
Further back, by the way, Oleg Jolobov has got past Jamie Fluke, so that has been sorted out between those, although it is still going on for 7th place at the moment. Jimmy Antunes has gotten away in 6th position and looks pretty certain for that position, but there is Luke Bennett through these final couple of corners. The teenager looking like he's on good form here. He was in the Drivers' Championship yesterday, ended up finishing 4th. He's on his way to helping Team Redline early on in the team's championship.
He definitely is. Started sim racing at the age of 16. A fist bump says it all. The illustration of success once more for Team Redline, as they will take victory here at Mount Fuji. It's going to Team Redline. It goes to Luke Bennett, your victor. He started all the way back in Bromsgrove. He's a successor here at Riyadh.
And look at the smile on Ferris Stanley's face as well. A great result for BS Competition as they try and make their way into the top 4. There's Josh Rogers, maybe not so pleased with how that one ended up. Think he was 3rd or 4th at the end. We'll have to check.
Yeah, managing to obviously, trying to fight for that podium. Earlier on, it was a great effort in the fight with Sebastian Job, but a great effort from this man, Luke Bennett, and we'll analyse it all after the break. Who won the very first round of ESL R1?
Beneke. Beneke, yeah.
Correct.
Beneke.
Correct, Seb. Well done.
Beneke.
Spot on. Absolutely correct. First point goes to Isaac.
Max. Beneke. Yep. Yeah, Max. Yep. Poland. Yep.
Correct. Who won the Season 1 Spring Major?
Marcel Cinczyk.
Yes. Marcel Cinczyk.
Correct.
Yeah,
Cinczyk.
Correct.
Cinczyk.
Marcel.
Yeah, spot on. Tell you what, they're good.
Marcel. Cinczyk.
I think so.
Yeah.
You weren't even in there.
I just spectator. It was Marcel, yeah.
Who goes by the name Mustachio?
Kevin Siggy.
Correct. Zemislav coming in there at the very last minute there with a fantastic answer. It was indeed Kevin Siggy.
Kevin Siggy.
Siggy. Correct, Seb Hawkins. Tell you what, team manager, he's done you the world good here.
George thinks my voice is Bono's voice, and that's going to be confusing.
Just Kevin Siggy, no?
That's correct. Well done, Cooper.
Had no idea on that one.
He adopted that just due to the.
Had to dig deep for that one.
The twitch of the twitch of moustache. Brilliant.
Try to take a wild guess, probably Siggy, man. Oh yeah. Is it Kevin? Yeah.
It's Kevin Siggy.
Yeah.
Correct. Well done, guys.
Hello and welcome back, and what a start to this competition. I mean, we are all catching our breath. I'm sure the casters are catching their breath at the moment. We've got Ajuna alongside me as well as Cameron. Welcome, Ajuna. You weren't here with us at the beginning. We did have Zach. Wow. I mean, where do we even start with that one?
Well, I haven't been here because I've been enjoying the atmosphere, both in the Aramco arena, but also watching some of the Rocket League and other things going on as well.
Oh, you've been out and about, have you?
I've been exploring the boulevard for sure, but it's just sitting in that arena. That was, let's be honest, yesterday was a bit of a slow day of racing, right? We never really got the anticipation of excitement that we had. That first race has set the tempo, and I think something that we were kind of expecting, because all 48 drivers are going to be out in action. We know there's a big skill difference in some ways between the top of the grid and maybe some of those in the mid-pack, and so this aggression that we saw in the early stages, led by Josh Rogers at the end of the day as well, really, I think what we were hoping to see.
Yeah, making it 3 wide. We then had, I think it was Jolabov there, diving down the inside, collecting Jamie Fluke as well. Big shame from him, but then we had this battle with Sebastian Job, obviously pushing Rogers wide a little bit. Ferris Stanley from 8th position on the grid, up to 2nd already by halfway in that first lap. Here's another replay of Fluke. I mean, just nothing that he could have done there, unfortunately, but that is how aggressive you need to be when you're trying to pull your team up. Then, of course, Rogers way too late on the brakes there. It seems like they have stepped it up a notch from yesterday.
Just a little bit at the end of the day. We think that's where Rogers got his 1 second penalty, depriving Job of the opportunity to turn the car in, and you saw the pair of Falcons entries as well, both Matti Siepela and Lemonem being very, very strong across of the day. But all of this fighting in the mid-pack and the back of the field allowed those leaders to break away. Ferris Stanley, like you say, taking a very well-earned 2nd place. Very valuable points for BS competition. Bennett taking the win, of course. But all of these drivers, I think we expect now it only to get more intense from here. And you see the elation for someone like Ferris Stanley, one of his best results in ESL R1, and he still wanted a little bit more.
Well, the race results have slightly changed, of course, thanks to Josh Rogers getting that 1 second penalty. But let's see where we're at with the results. So at the moment, it's still showing Rogers in 3rd place, but we believe that it may be because of that penalty he's going to drop down to 4th, and it will mean that everyone will move up 1. Well, actually just 1. Sebastian Job will move up 1. But it was Luke Bennett who leads the way for Redline Racing, and that, I mean, we sort of expected it as we were coming in, that Redline Racing were going to be so strong. But I'd like to look at a little bit about Ferris Stanley, because I think he was a real standout in that race, wasn't he?
Absolutely, and for a team like BS Competition, who are probably on that limit, or whether they get into the top 4 of automatically qualifying for Sunday, a big standout result like that, that's a lot of points. That could be very helpful. Unfortunately, his teammate Khan down in 10th place, but so that's certainly something to look out for those drivers. Potential on a bubble is a big result.
It really is. And I think, Ajuna, we should mention just Josh Rogers. which we think, like we say, the 1 second penalty was for the collision at the beginning. It was a little bit of a rookie mistake, wasn't it? And he did ruin Fluke's race completely.
Now, of course, there were so many different things going on there, but Rogers, that initial aggression then opens the door for everyone behind at the end of the day, right, as well, because Fluke's got that wide arc that he's taking into the corner. Everyone tries to follow Rogers in, and that's where I think some of the chaos was instigated. But again, it comes down to mentality from yesterday as well, right? Rogers frustrated with, I think, how the day went, knowing that he led coming into the Drivers' Championship and didn't even get into finalist mode.
Yeah, that is always, it's always an issue, isn't it? Not to bring your bad laundry into the next day. So this is the look of where we're going to next. We were in Fuji, and now we are heading to
the World Center of Racing,
Daytona, of course. Sorry, I was very quickly trying to work out where we were there. Daytona, of course. Raced in Daytona. We've already done this yesterday. It's a very different track, isn't it, Cam? It leads to very different racing in sim racing.
Oh, absolutely. So you're basically on most of the oval. So there's so much slipstream. We already saw that being a big factor at Fuji just a few minutes ago. And of course, we saw the double overtake to the line. McCormack going from first to third. Yeah. The 2 red lines being pushed up there. So I think that's going to be a big factor here. We also saw Apex do it, actually, where we had Antunes move over, use their slipstream to get Jamie Fluke up. So I think the team play is going to be very crucial at this venue to make sure that you're maximizing your team points.
And it's the first time, right, that every driver some of the drivers that competed yesterday, Rogers, for example, by himself, that last race he had Dane Warren as a teammate, so finally you have that opportunity to work together, which is where the teamwork, the coordination comes into play. And when we take a look at the stage, you'll notice that the team managers are sat directly behind the drivers with the ability to key in on the radio, talk if they need to. Let's be real, 15-minute races, there's not much conversation that's going on, but maybe they say, your teammate's behind you, give him some draft, help him out.
Azuna, what is the atmosphere like in the arena? You've been in there, you popped in and out a couple of times. Is it tense? Is it, yeah?
I think tense is the right word, right? Because at the end of the day, 2 teams, we're crushing some tokens today, and I am looking forward to that, seeing how it goes, what the reactions, the emotions are from the drivers. And there's 2 teams that will now be watching on for the next 2 days of competition and wishing they could have been part of all of it, right? So you don't want to be the one looking out so early on, and tomorrow's a lot of jeopardy. You don't even need to be thinking about getting to Sunday. One thing to think about, do you want tomorrow as a practice day?
Yeah, we get to tomorrow. That's the main thing. Cam, I was just thinking from that first race, we saw a lot more action than maybe we saw yesterday. Why is it that the drivers are kind of putting a lot more on the line now that it's a team effort? How does that kind of work mentally?
I think, well, the fact of being a team and is that you have the responsibility for the team as such. So we'll have to see how that one works. I think it's also because yesterday we had the top 9 drivers, or top 12 drivers, I should say. So they are so close. Yeah. Whereas in the teams today, you're going to see a bit more of a range. You're going to see a bit more mistakes coming out. The top drivers, they don't make mistakes. So that's why it's hard to get the run, get an overtake. Whereas today, you're going to see someone missing a braking zone, braking a bit too late, missing an apex, and in general, probably some more liberties being taken as well. So therefore, the opportunities will open up compared to a bit more of a stalemate yesterday.
But Azuna, it hasn't been Redline Racing's day yet, has it? I mean, we kind of expected them to come in and kind of smash the competition. But yes, Luke Bennett won. But Sebastian Job was still kind of, you know, struggling a little bit to kind of find the pace. And obviously yesterday, we have to remember that he really did struggle to the end of the day, and he could have won the Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Cam and Zach have touched on it, but the one thing that I got talking to Seb and a lot of the drivers yesterday that competed in the Drivers' Championship was fatigue, right? Some of them hadn't left the arena the night before until 2 or 3 in the morning, apparently. And then you have to get here 9 back-to-back races as well. It was a grueling day, and something that, let's be honest, not many of these drivers, even experienced sim racers who've been to many a LAN event, will have done before. And so I think get the rhythm back. You got to get the energy underneath you as well. And you're only doing 2 races today. It's a lot more simple. So I think for Redline, they won't be too worried.
I was going to say, Cam, we have 8 races, but the drivers have a lot less, only 2. So it is a chance to really shine, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can put a lot more focus on that. You can okay, fair enough, they can't really practice so much because of how the rig setup is, but you still can mentally focus on those 2 tracks that you're going to be racing. The track order was already known before we arrived here this morning, so you can already plan that, work out what you're going to do. The teams that have worked out their drivers, actually, they would have put them in the certain race for what track probably suited them a little bit better. Maybe they physically just practiced it more before we even got here to Riyadh. So things like that have obviously been taken into consideration.
As you know, we're heading to Daytona, obviously, next. Cars are out for practice already, as you can see on the screen. We will head to our casters as soon as qualifying gets underway. But are we expecting more fireworks here?
One word, yes. Daytona's known, right, for the 24-hour race, 24 hours of Daytona every January. Halfway through the race, 12 hours in, night lights and fireworks, and it's such a great atmosphere. We're expecting the same here today, knowing as well, right, Redline with that double toe to the line to take the victory away from Dara McCormack. You've got to make sure you're with your teammate to the end of the race, right, and that's important. Qualify together, make sure you deliver, because if you're at the back, your teammate's up front, that's not going to be so easy.
Yeah, exactly. Another driver I want to touch on is from Team Falcons, who was Ciplia, who had a really strong middle part of the race and kind of dropped back just a little bit at the end. However, Cam, some really good defending from him.
Oh, absolutely. And for him and his teammate Lemonek as well, being in that midfield, they're probably going to be in that sort of the 6 cars or 6 teams that we're going to have tomorrow. But if they can try and just work together and get something a little bit higher and sneak themselves up there, I think that'll put them in a good place for tomorrow, both considering just the point situation, but also the fact they didn't drive yesterday.
Yeah.
So they've got to warm up today. Each driver only has 2 races today to get into it. And realistically, they're probably going to be here tomorrow as well. So they just need to get into the flow of things.
That's such a good point. There is a load of drivers out there that haven't driven yesterday and had to sit and watch other drivers. I mean, both of you have driven. What's it like to sit, Juno, and watch other people competing when you want to be out there practicing?
I think the big thing for here isn't the practice time.
Okay.
It's getting adjusted to the rigs, right, and getting dialed in. Matty Siepeler, for example, the one thing that he was saying is he likes his wheel to be quite low, and so he'll sit like this. And then if you've got a Yuri Kastorp who's like this in the wheel, it's a very different situation, right?
Yeah.
So that's one thing that the drivers will be very much aware of. I think the other thing, and I did mention it, right, I don't think there are some teams that don't want to get into the top 4 and go straight to Sunday.
Yeah.
There are many teams that want to use tomorrow as an opportunity to continue getting more comfortable with these rigs.
Yeah.
Because you only get, 30 minutes of practice every day before we go racing, so there's a lot to focus on.
Yeah, and they will get this brief time to go out there and do a bit of practice. Cam, does that really get you ready? And I mean, it's quite a short practice session, isn't it?
Yeah, it's short. Remember, they basically just have to jump in and get up to speed straight away. So you're only really going to get probably 3 laps there in that practice session. So it's a lot to take in.
It is a lot to take in. Well, practice is over very shortly and we'll be heading to qualifying. So I think it's time to join our casters. We've got George Morgan and Lewis McGlade. They're standing by to bring you all of the action from Daytona.
Thank you very much. And yes, indeed, we are indeed ready to go racing for the for my first one of the day, obviously for the second one for them, for the first for various drivers out there as well. I did see that Kevin Siggy, top practice coming into this one. Should be a lot of fun. That's the Drivers' Champion now. He's got a little bit of weight on his shoulders.
He certainly does he not? I mean, we've just witnessed an incredible race at Fuji. I mean, really intrigued to see how they, I suppose, maybe better it, I think, off the back of that. The Daytona track has obviously paid dividends for the likes of Team Redline in the past. We saw that double overtake in the last gasp minute that, of course, Cam Roger alluded to with the overtake on Dara McCormack. Truly amazing scenes. It's twice that's happened to Dara at Daytona as well through the course of this series leading through towards the Esports World Cup. You'd be hoping that the same doesn't happen again in the near future, but Redline in full control. Luke Bennett won it easily. This time, though, as you so rightly say, it's Rietveld and Siggy this time, Lewis.
And of course, it was Luke Bennett's 100th race in ESL R1, so that's always a good sign. Always taking a victory in those important races. I will say, it doesn't really matter at the moment because we've not seen all of the teams go out there. It does mean that Team Redline
Redline obviously lead the team's championship. At the moment, second place is BS Competition, but obviously they've all switched round drivers now, and it will be Robbie Stapleford and Kaki Oliveira taking over the BS Competition. Robbie Stapleford's got an interesting opinion, hasn't he? He thinks that Birmingham's not in the Midlands.
Yeah, very interesting take, it has to be said. Wouldn't expect anything less off one Robbie Stapleford, but he's back here nonetheless. We are going to be bringing you qualifying as well, folks. Daytona, always one of the spicy circuits, and I think one team that will take some solace off previous results are Team Falcons. They've got this time, though, Jakub Matuszewski in the wheel, Thomas Tatler, ever so experienced, and then also Virtus Pro. I must say, actually impressed me in that last race, has to be said. While obviously they're not the favourites by any means of moving forward in this competition, they don't mind sticking their oar in and at least trying, Lewis.
Indeed. Well, we ride on board with Matuszewski, as you say, as we depart the central section of the circuit, the infield section. We head out towards NASCAR 1, which we're in now, and at some point, you just kind of have to feel it around. It turns into NASCAR 2 because American corner numbers, it's fine. Now down into the Le Mans chicane, obviously previously known as the bus stop chicane. You hold that tight line, bring it out to the wall, get onto the brakes, and hold your breath, because it's big commitment through here, isn't it, George?
A very big commitment. Over the curb straight away. Does not phase, though, Jakub Matuszewski. You see the wheel play, trying to find the grip on the outset of bus stop at turn 11, turn 12, and 13 to come as well. And then a trip down through towards the start-finish line. 43.4 in the first sector is a couple of tenths off, really, where he would like to be. 38.4 in that middle sector. Again, another 2 tenths off where he probably would have liked to be as well. But Matuszewski to set the tone and the bar for the rest of the drivers further down the order as he swings around the bank corners and across the line very shortly. That's a 21.4 in that final sector. 143.377 to kick us off, Lewis.
Yeah, we're really looking for something to break into the 42s, to be perfectly honest. Here comes the stapler himself, and the first sector is really mid. 43.6. That is about 4 tenths off, really where we should expect. And then in the middle sector is a couple of tenths off as well. So Robbie Stapleford struggling to get to speed. You see, he doesn't look particularly happy behind the wheel as he comes up towards the line. I don't think it's even going to beat the 43.3 that Matuszewski just set. 43.5 for Stapleford. He knows that's not great.
Well, if you consider...
slow down.
If you consider that Matuszewski lost 4 tenths in 2 sectors, Stapleford lost it in 1 in the opening sector, so that definitely went against him. Daniel Tillich, unfortunately, having a slowdown penalty, that 40.7, obviously requisite of that slowdown. You want to generally be around the 38.2s, and unfortunately for Tillich, he's going to be nowhere near that, and letting out a breath of exasperation. Obviously not happy with that lap whatsoever, for good reason, but will cross the line nonetheless. Needed to put at least a good, decent sticks. You never know who else is going to come through, and has managed to register at least a 146.
I think there's been a slowdown. Oh, no, there's not. I just thought that looked really slow for Kevin Siggy then. My jaw hit the ground. I'm looking at the second times being like, oh, no, it's fine. Obviously, Kevin Siggy, head battered and bruised. Alas, the rig for him has been passed over to Charlie Collins, who's behind the wheel of the rig that's got a bit of Kevin Siggy's head in it. Siggy will cross the line to go to the top of the session with a 43.2. It's not great, though, from Siggy, realistically.
Well, Mitchell de Jong up next for Porsche Coanda. They suffered with Dane Warren in our previous race. This time 38.3 in that middle sector is around a tenth off where he would like to be. The 43.4 incidentally in the first sector is a couple of tenths off as well. But you never know. In sector 3 could be a real... Wow, he's gonna have to dig deep for this one. Coming up towards the line now, Mitchell de Jong. Can he at least get himself higher than Matuszewski? That's got to be the challenge. Yes, goes second fastest, but still a little ways off from Kevin Siggy.
Oh, there's someone who's not happy. Jeff Rietveld has got a slowdown penalty then coming out of the Le Mans chicane, out of the bus stop. So here's another lap time that's not going to look good. And the points leaders coming into this, obviously, again, it doesn't really matter too much at the moment. They're trying to get into the top 4 of the champs, move through, obviously, onto Sunday. We'll discuss that a little bit more as the day progresses. But Rietveld, a bit frustrated, having a little conversation there with Kevin Siggy. Pops the earpiece off, puts it back on, crosses the line. It's going to be ahead of Tillich, I believe, but still behind Stapleford comfortably. Next one up is Shereppenin.
Yeah, all fell apart in that middle sector for Jeffrey Rietveld. Was unfortunately out of the second chance race in yesterday's Drivers' Championship fight, so could not ascend for Team Redline. Shereppenin up next for Virtus Pro. 43.6 is by no means anywhere where you'd like it to be. 4 tenths off from that 43.2. 38.5 in sector 2 is 3 tenths away from where he would want to be as well. Shereppenin across the line will go higher than Rietveld with a 43.59 line 8.
Kevin Ellis Jr. next one to come round before we'll get Kaiki Oliveira, Charlie Collins, Johan Hart, and of course Thomas Tatler to end the session here. The Le Mans chicane, the bus stop, does typically catch out quite a few people, so I'm not necessarily shocked we've seen 2 casualties of that. I am surprised that Jeff Rietveld is one of those. That's it, he'll be up for the MVP award for most positions gained through a race. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the day as well. As Kevin Ellis Jr. will come across the line. Ellis Jr. up to first. There we go. 43.1.
Fantastic lap from Kevin Ellis Jr. Sensational from the Scot. As now Kaiki Oliveira sat in the first sector with a 43.482. That is around 2 tenths just outside of the realm. 38.4 in that middle sector. Another 2 tenths lost, but BS Plus competition watched Oliveira priming himself really nicely in the Drivers' Championship. And Florian Haspar was very happy with how the team performed yesterday with Kaiki Oliveira at the wheel. But Oliveira here in the Teams Championship will go forth fastest, second row as we take the rolling start later.
They say the coolest people in sim racing have received a BS competition scarf. I am one of them. Kaiki Oliveira up to 4th. That's why I'm a fan of his, you see. Here comes Charlie Collins then in the rig that won the championship yesterday. Of course, Kevin Siggy was behind the wheel of rig 2, which is this one here, which Charlie Collins is piloting at the moment. Comes down towards the line then, 43.5 in the first sector, a few tenths off what we'd want. Second sector's looking pretty decent. Let's see what Charlie Collins can do across the line. He hits the stripe. Where does he go? Up to 3rd position, just ahead of Mitchell de Jong.
Yeah, displacing his teammate. Great effort there from Charlie Collins. Johan Hart up next and still making his way through the initial sector, I believe. 48.7 in that first sector is way beyond where he would want to be. So no doubt a slowdown probably playing its part. 43.2 is around the realm of where we would like to see the drivers. 48.7 though for Johan Hart is certainly not going to help him. And whatever he does in the remaining sectors are going to go against him.
Yeah, that's there must have been. To be fair, that doesn't even seem like a slowdown. It seems like it's even more than a slowdown.
Maybe a crash.
It does feel like a bit of a slider spin. He doesn't seem particularly bothered by it because he knows he's going to be able to gain a load of positions in this one. Also, no, hang on a sec. I was going to say one thing. He has a back of the grid penalty in this. I didn't mean to mention that. I completely forgot about that from Johan. He does have a back of the grid drop as well in this race. He has to start from last position, courtesy of accruing too many. I think it's too many penalty points.
But he can go for the most overtakes.
But he can indeed. So the steward's helping him out on that one.
Yeah.
That's fine. So we'll start at the back of the field. That's the important bit. I completely forgot.
Sensational. 48.7, obviously, going against him in the first sector. 40.062. He gives a clap.
Great lap.
Yeah, 2 seconds off in sector 2. 21 in that final sector. Thomas Tatler, though, not setting a lap, but all smiles on the face of Kevin Ellis Jr. for Apex Racing Team. He's on top here, Lewis.
Yeah, I wonder if Thomas Tatler had also been given some form of penalty from race control. I know that Johan Hart had, only because I had a conversation with him. But alas, his teammate will be starting, as you say, at the front of the field. Very impressive there. But we'll have to wait and see how the race is going to unfold. Let's be honest, racing at Daytona, we had a great race at Fuji. I am expecting very much the same thing here at the World Centre of Racing.
Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, we witnessed some great efforts from Virtus Pro, the outsiders, essentially, Team Falcons, who many would say are the underdogs, and I would be inclined to agree. Coming into this, though, however, with every chance with a great result. Of course, the drivers now making their way out for practice. We will, of course, catch up with the racing action very shortly, folks, but you can no doubt see the potential that lies in wait with Team Falcons. There's definitely more to come, I think, Lewis.
Oh yeah, certainly so. Look, I think these a lot of these teams have that maybe not have started out so great. They are going to be finding an extra gear as the day rolls on. There is 8 races for them to deal with, but as we've always said, as much as there's 8 races, each team has 4 drivers, which means you only get 2 races. You only get 2 chances to prove yourself as a driver. Now, for the drivers like Ferris Stanley, who had an unbelievable performance in the previous race, congratulations.
Yeah. Incredible.
In that sense, there's almost like the pressure's off a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, no doubt, after Kaiki Oliveira's brilliance yesterday, following that up with a straight P2 from someone like Ferris Stanley, it's unbelievable. VS Plus competition. Florian Haspar must be thrilled with that. Again, following suit from promising results yesterday. Of course, though, there are other teams to be wary of. Apex Racing Team also considered an underdog. They don't generally consider themselves to be up there with the likes of Porsche Carrano, who do have manufacturing manufacturer's support. They are factory drivers. If you look at the likes of Josh Rogers, Charlie Collins, Mitchell de Jong, of course, Mac Backham in the past, Dane Warren, of course, too, and Team Redline, who strongly associate themselves with BMW alike, have their roots born from the likes of Max Verstappen in Formula One, and having drivers such as Jeffrey Rietveld behind the wheel, who is going to be facing quite the challenge this time around. Obviously, he's going to have his own challenge in front of him. Kevin Siggy, however, champion in the driver's phase. He's not on pole this time, but you can never write off Kevin Siggy.
No, never, ever, ever. I mean, look, me and Siggy, we were reminiscing this morning about our history in the world of sim racing. Yeah, I've been commentating on him and racing against him since 2013. We've got a lot of history in there, and in that he's had a lot of ups and downs. And I think yesterday was probably one of the highest highs. Probably the lowest low was smashing his head into the steering wheel. We're not going to talk about that too much. It was pretty funny though.
Would have been lower if he passed out.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Someone was telling me like, I'm not going to say who, just in case. But when he obviously headbutted the wheel, obviously everyone had to come over and like give him a little bit of medical support. Sebastian Job's in the middle of a really good lap, so he's like trying to drive whilst all these medics are over at like Siggy being like, what's actually happening here? Either way, we'll get on to the rolling start in just a second. Who's winning this race?
Well, it's hard to tell. Siggy, though, up on the front row. Kevin Ellis Jr. alongside him. I'd say you've got to give Kev a chance. Well, one of the
Which one?
Well, I was going to say there's two Kevins on the front row. Remember they went wheel to wheel at Spa?
I think we're going to see some fun. That's the important bit. The pace car will peel off to the left-hand side and bring it down pit road, and it will be Kevin Ellis Jr. with the control, of course, courtesy of pole position. It's all Porsche Coanda there on row 2, as Siggy will start alongside the driver's champion. And Kevin Ellis Jr., I think, is about to get this race underway. We cross the stripe, and we are now moving down to the first corner. Good start, though, coming in from Kevin Siggy, who gets to the outside. A little bit of a bump draft coming in, of course, from the Porsche Coanda of Mitchell de Jong, trying to get around the outside of his teammate. A little bit of contact between the Porsche Coandas. And what's happened to Kevin Ellis Jr.? He has gone straight on a turn 1. I didn't even see that. It was out of shot. He must have missed his braking mark.
Hardship there for Big Kev, and it's Kevin Siggy now who takes over the lead. Kaiki Oliveira, though, still fighting it out for BS Plus competition in a bid to maybe bring successive P2s for the Stampede. And now sits in second, contact with Charlie Collins, and the sister Porsche Coanda now moves alongside Mitchell de Jong up into third. Collins felt every bit of that, and further back, Robbie Stapleford also fighting hard in the midfield against Daniel Tillich and Rietveld and Matuszewski.
Yeah, it was Matuszewski. He sent a big one down the inside, and now he's got to get to the outside of Rietveld, and the Staple is desperately trying to hang on. A couple of swaps of oversteer as we ride on board with Charlie Collins. Robbie Stapleford's now dropped back to 7th position and all that, so Rietveld's up to 6th. It is, though, Kevin Siggy leading from Oliveira, then de Jong Collins, which basically is the same position they started in. It's just Oliveira that's made such a good start. Incredible stuff. BS Competition have got this car hooked up when it comes to the early stages of the race.
Yeah, they certainly do. Kaiki Oliveira, in fact, is more of a threat now. He's on the tail of Kevin Siggy. He was within a 10th coming through the bus stop chicane. Unbelievable starts here from the Brazilian, all the way from Sao Paulo, and is representing this BS Plus competition after taking part in ESL R1 last year for Furia Team, his home nation's team as well. But took his first victory in ESL R1 at Spa in the Drivers' Championship in round 3 earlier on in this very competition. Here comes Stapleford around the outside here with Jeffrey Rietveld on his inside. Here coming through the bank corners here, Lewis.
Silly stuff, this. If you're going to fight, what's the point? I mean, look at the gap between 5th position and the top group. 1.7 seconds. Do you really want to fight for 5th? Maybe even sitting behind and letting everyone get some good laps and trying to close up to the back of Charlie Collins so you can maybe battle for race victory? Is that not the better option? Alas, these not being too patient as Daniel Tillich looks to the inside there and clears his way past Robbie Stapleford. Stapleford dropping back a little bit. That BS competition does get a little bit lost around the Virtus Pro cars, doesn't it? Only because that one is white, orange and black. And guess what colour the Virtus Pro cars are? Oh yeah, white, orange and black. Yeah. I know one's American, one's a BMW.
Slightly different manufacturer.
But I'm an idiot.
But you could say and argue that this is territorial work here from Matuszewski. Obviously, Team Falcons could take home some decent points in 5th. They're looking to try and fight to maybe at the very least, get into the top half for the second chance fight that is going to be brewing tomorrow with those that don't go through into the top 4. Remember, 2 teams get eliminated come the very end of the day today, and Falcons, at the very least, don't want to be part of it. Here's the replay, Lewis.
He just overdoes it. I thought... I know it was a little bit out of shot, but I had that gut feeling there's no way that's going to be... I said no way. It just didn't feel like there was contact because Siggy was still on the road. I think he just got on the brakes. He's hit a bump going down to T1. There are quite a few there. I've always found T1 and T2 really, really tricky around here. And has just overcooked it. And now the Apex Racing team running 11th and 12th. Absolute disaster. And I can imagine they're not particularly happy back there.
No, not at all. I mean, there's several ways this can go right now. Oliveira could stay behind Siggy for the duration. Of course, Siggy, part of Team Redline, two of their drivers would make the move on Dara McCormack coming through across the start-finish line not too long ago. Of course, that being yesterday. Siggy leaving the door wide open as they now beckon their way through turns 1 and 2. Kike Oliveira could yet take victory here. He is in prime position, but you've got to be wary of the two Porsche Commanders that sit in wait. 3rd and 4th, they could easily work together here to potentially advance their very own cause in this race.
Yeah, Porsche Commander with 11th place and 4th place in the previous race, obviously at Fuji. Realistically, could look with hoovering up quite a couple of decent points. 3rd and 4th would be very good with Mitch de Jong and Charlie Collins here. A little bit of a look to the outside there. You would say, this is going to sound really harsh, I would say Charlie Collins is the newer one in the team for between the four of them, and Mitchell de Jong, arguably between the four, maybe isn't the fastest. You'd know that Dane Warren is really, really quick, and Josh Rogers is really, 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 really quick.
Yeah.
Right? So you'd say those two, realistically, are the two more likely to pick up the most points. Right? And the thing is at the moment, it's looking like, well, it might be Mitchell de Jong and Charlie Collins to pick up the most points right now, and they might need to do the team's work. They're aiming to get the team into the top 4 of the points. They move straight through into Sunday. That's the important bit.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dane Warren, where his kryptonite isn't necessarily qualifying, it was in our last race. Obviously, if Warren qualifies better, then maybe there is a better chance for Porsche Comander's other two. But it definitely looks like Mitchell de Jong and Charlie Collins are holding all the cards for Porsche Commander in 3rd and 4th, and still with a chance to perhaps even take double podiums in this race. But it's still Kevin Siggy out in front. Kike Oliveira has done well to remain within 3 to 4 tenths. He's now broken to within 3 tenths now, with Mitchell de Jong ahead of his teammate who now has the fastest lap. Of course, Charlie Collins taking that some time ago. Jeffrey Rietveld has managed to move up to 5th ahead of Matuszewski and breaks clear of that Team Falcons driver by 3 tenths, as now we see them come together further back as well. This is up at the front, I should say, but in the distance, Matuszewski coming straight back at Rietveld too.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of patience happening out there as we're approaching the halfway point of the race. It's not quite the thriller that we had at Fuji, that you and the out-and-out best commentator in sim racing apparently was able to view and watch. I had a good time watching it, don't worry, it's fine. I'm not salty. As we'll see, that's not my words. Charlie Collins and Mitchell de Jong, those switching positions, so Collins 3rd now, but yeah, look, the last race is very, very exciting. This one's a lot calmer.
Yeah, it's a little bit steadier, but naturally, I think at this stage, obviously the driver's just being a little cautious. Kike Oliveira doesn't want to show his hand too early, I would say, because he knows exactly what could yet happen. We saw what happened to Dara McCormack yesterday. We allude to it because it is an ongoing factor that the slipstream is obviously going to be very powerful here at Daytona. The two Porsches now sitting in 3rd and 4th still. You can see the gap between Rietveld and Mitchell de Jong hasn't allayed that much. It's around a second now at this stage. It's just drafted out to 1.1 to 1.2. The gap's there. Currently gap to leader on show. I think Rietveld has put in a little bit of donkey work, because that gap, I would argue, is actually a little bit smaller than what it was before.
It's 1.4 seconds. The problem is, obviously, he's not getting any slipstream. He needs to really commit coming through the Le Mans chicane, which you can kind of see he has done, because the gap's come down to just under 1 second, actually. So he is going to be getting a little bit of the slipstream. If there's any lifting or side-by-side to this grouping, he will close up. I think you're absolutely right. I think Jeff Rietveld is actually closing up to this group, right? I think he might have a chance of doing it, but you need to see some of the absolute best lapping known to mankind. Because look at it, it's gone out to 1.3, 1.4 by the time we get down to T1. Now is when Rietveld needs the perfect first corner, and he needs to close that gap down really. It needs to be within a second as they come out into NASCAR 1 and depart the infield section.
Yeah, first sector and the second sector are going to be absolutely key for Rietveld in order to try and close this gap right up. He's going to be towing along Matuszewski into this scrap too. The Team Falcons Audi R8 LMS certainly not out of the question. Robbie Stapleford as well in this fight. Still points on offer for those further back. Again, BS Plus competition performing brilliantly. There's Kike Oliveira now on the right-hand side of your screen. As you can see, the 29-year-old from Sao Paulo in Brazil, still digging deep, chasing after Siggy, who yeah, absolutely stunning, isn't it? Very stripy.
Yeah, indeed. Can I have one of those? I've been wearing a few caps this weekend. I wouldn't mind taking one. Florian Hasper, I know I've taken a scarf off your hands, but Let's be honest, what's a cat between mates?
Maybe so. Keeps you out of the sun as well. It is very warm here in Jeddah, Riyadh this weekend, I should say. As we now watch the drivers now make their way down this back stretch and a trip through towards the bus stop once more. Kevin Siggy now being closed upon again by Kaiki Oliveira. Once again, will not do anything about it, just trying to retain that second place because he knows he'll need it on the final lap, when of course he'll try and rain down the assault on Siggy up at the front. But it's your driver's champion who sits out in front. There's Charlie Collins as we take a shoulder view at the side of his rig as he looks to control the car, just lifting that right hand off the steering wheel and just prodding it as support on the rear right. Obviously just trying to ease it around. Very easy to lose the car on these bank corners, as now Oliveira once again right in that rear spoiler of that Team Redline BMW M4.
Yeah, I mean, look, the real thing here is that, do you remember yesterday, and sorry for reminding me, I know you can hear me at the moment, Dara McCormack, obviously yesterday, was leading around here in the Drivers' Championship before he got absolutely freight trained by, was it Sebastian Joe and Kevin Siggy? I think it was.
I believe so, yeah, the two Redline
It was definitely two Redlines. It was the Redline Express that pooped it ways past, and obviously that dropped McCormack down into third position. Now, I do wonder if the same kind of thing could happen here with the two Porsche Commanders. The difference is the Porsche's not as quick as in a straight line realistically. It's no slouch, we saw that at Fuji, but it's not as quick in a straight line comparatively. And also, he's got to overtake two cars, not just the one. So if Kaiki Oliveira sits in the back of Kevin Siggy and maybe gives him a little bit of the bump draft, then there's definitely no chance of that happening. But realistically here, I think that might be what Porsche Commander are trying to aim to do. Wait until the last lap and try and freight train your way past.
Yeah, you can see in the background as well, just a brush on the forehead for Kevin Ellis Jr. He's currently fighting it out with Daniel Tillich at the moment as well. Those two swap places. In fact, Kevin Ellis Jr. has lost out to Robbie Stapleford as well. So that's 2 places lost for the ART Mercedes. Does have the fastest lap of the race so far, however, as they now carry the speed through the bus stop chicane, coming out of turn 11 now, and then they'll traipse around turn 12 and 13. Still at the front, Siggy controlling the pace. Once again, we take a look at the stern view from Kaiki Oliveira, the Brazilian now right on the tail. Of course, Kaiki has had his fair share of decent results. Like I said, a Victor Pryor at Spa-Francorchamps, but will definitely fancy something a little more this time around. Has led his team valiantly for quite some time. That victory, of course, coming in quarter-final phase action during the Drivers' Championship in round 3. Another look down the outside, this time of Kevin Siggy, not necessarily wanting to make the move, but just firing those warning shots, letting Siggy know that he's still there.
Yeah, indeed. Look at how close the top four are, separated by half a second as we depart the International Horseshoe, heading down to the Dogleg, then to West Horseshoe, of course. And Riefeld's chances of closing in this group, it's not necessarily done. The important gap there, realistically, isn't necessarily the one between Rietveld and de Jong. It's more the gap between Rietveld and Siggy, and that gap is almost not changed. It's gone up by 0.2, but the thing is, it's gone the wrong direction by 0.2, and so I think Riefeld's chances of maybe winning this race have gone. 5th place would be still pretty decent for Team Redline, still scoring some decent points, as is 3rd and 4th really for Porsche Commander.
Yeah, it's a decent result for Porsche Commander, incidentally. 2 really strong points finishes, as opposed to, obviously, the situation they had with Joshua Rogers. Of course, we saw the preliminary results where he showed up as 3rd. Remember, he did take a 1-second penalty in that last race, but still figured up at the front, and the fact that they've got both Charlie Collins and Mitchell de Jong doing this time is obviously going to put a big smile on all the faces at Porsche Commander, including, of course, Nina Brack, who has offered her own analysis here on ESL R1 broadcasts in the past, and ever a prominent figure at the Porsche Commander team. As such a strong personality for them, and looks after the drivers in their ever-going pursuit for further competition success, and with a future like Charlie Collins will have, I'm sure that will not be not too far in the distant future. Once again, we see the cars bursting around on lap 8 of 10. Still Siggy up at the front as they venture through turn 1. Porsche Commander getting very close now, though, Lewis, because Collins right on the tail now of this BS Plus BMW.
And do you know what will be a fun fact for you?
Hit us with it, Lewis.
Is if Charlie Collins or Mitch de Jong is able to pick up a podium in this race, it would only be the 2nd podium of Porsche Commander here at Riyadh.
Unbelievable, really, when you think about it.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Josh Rogers only picked up 1 podium yesterday, at least as far as my stats run, which is pretty wild. That was at Fuji, of course. Here at Daytona, he only finished in 12th position and scored an absolute goose egg. So yeah, for Porsche Commander, I mean, it's a good sign. I know obviously the strength of field you could argue is a lot weaker in this race, so yeah, there is that because it's not the Drivers' Champs finale. Fair enough, but it does mean that Charlie Collins and Mitchell de Jong are driving very well. We're on the penultimate lap of the race though, and still Siggy, Oliveira, Collins, and de Jong are the four that are going to do battle for victory. This is going to come down to slipstream and timing. This is a strategic race now between the four of them.
It definitely is that. Kevin Siggy still out in front and in charge. The two Porsche Commanders, though, starting to turn the screw and apply the pressure. And Kaiki Oliveira is going to have some decisions to make, I am sure, very shortly. Of course, we're now about to move on to the final lap of the race. Only 2 corners remain here as they take the bank curbs. There you can see up at the front the very familiar navy blue and red colouring. That is the Team Redline BMW M4 GT3, now being coerced upon by the sister BMW of the yellow and blue and white, familiar colours of the BS Plus competition outfit. Of course, this one being driven by the dynamic Brazilian, that being Kaiki Oliveira. Now hunting down after Siggy in towards turn 1, late on the brakes here. No doubt Porsche Commander are going to start thinking about upsetting the front 2 very soon, I'm sure, because they need to get both cars into the podium fray.
This is going to come for the run out of the bus stop, of course. We'll take a look at the replay here with Robbie Stapleford. Oh, a little bit of contact there, one of the Virtus Pro cars, sending him straight out into the barrier. Let's have a look. So there was a rub coming into them. And that's actually a horrible, because the thing is, that because of the contact earlier on, they're unbalanced. And that's what sends Sheriff Pennon out.
And then you add on top of that the run over the curb, which only unsettles the car even more. So you only exacerbate the issue, I think, in that instance. But it's Kevin Siggy still. These top 4 have now stretched to nearly 2.5 seconds clear if we look at the gap between Rietveld and Siggy. Because both of them teammates, Rietveld having his own hardships yesterday. Looks like he's on hand for furthermore today, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Well, here we go then. The final run out onto the banking. About 2.5 miles until we end the race. Slightly under that, probably about 2 from where we are. As we'll see Kaiki Oliveira once again closing in on the slipstream. Up to the rear end of Kevin Siggy. The real final corner here, though, yet to come as they get onto the brakes and head into the Le Mans chicane. Kevin Siggy continues to lead, looking for yet another victory here. He took one very important one yesterday, and that was obviously to take the Drivers' Championship. At the moment, the drag race, though, is about to begin, and Kevin Siggy will bring his way around the final corner. Can he close his way up to potentially take his 3rd victory here in the Esports World Cup as we bring our way onto the banking, now out onto the start-finish straight as we head down towards the start-finish into the dogleg. Kaiki Oliveira goes to the high side looking for his 2nd victory in ESL R1, and it will indeed be Kaiki Oliveira. Charlie Collins into 2nd place and Kevin Siggy to 3rd. What a victory for Oliveira.
Absolutely masterful from Kaiki Oliveira. It's a big S, a win, a superstar performance from the man from Sao Paulo. Incredible from Kaiki. Back again on top for the 2nd time in ESL R1. No doubt Florian Haspar absolutely elated with that. Charlie Collins as well. A big fist bump with the Porsche Commander team members. And Kevin Siggy, it's generally a formality. He knows what it's like to lose like that. He's put it on others. He put it on Darren McCormack, but this time he was the victim.
You said he's a loser. All right, fair enough. Each their own. Obviously, all of the BS competition team over there to shake hands with Kaiki Oliveira, and rightfully so after what has been a very impressive drive. There's Felix van Delft, of course, the engineer for the team. You got Florian Hasper there in the blue shirt over on the right-hand side. That's team manager. Says a lot of chatting, a lot of positivity, and a lot of fantastic driving indeed. We'll head down though into the arena to go to Morgan.
This is Morgan again, and we're right here with day 2, but it's going to be day 1 for the team championships, and I'm very happy here because last year you're one of my favorite people to interview. Nina, how's it going?
Really good. Thank you for having me.
Good to see you again, and of course here we have Nina, the manager of esports at Porsche Esports. Now, yesterday we were lucky enough to have Sebastian Job as one of the people we interviewed. He said that one of the biggest threats, especially to Team Redline, especially that you guys won it last year, would be Coanda Esports. Would you say the same?
I would definitely say the same. I mean, we saw the really strong performance of all the Redline drivers yesterday, so happy to compete against them again today.
They were very strong yesterday indeed, and especially that, following up on his point that you guys were the champions for it last year and you're coming here to defend the title this year, was there anything you decided to, let's say, change in the practice? Did you prepare anything in particular different in this year to defend the title?
I think it's like our general structure that has changed a little bit. I think we did a lot of focus on like doing so many races in a row. I think they're super intense races, so it's basically just sticking to our training routine.
just a regular training routine. Now, would you love to say any message to anyone cheering out there for Kawanda Esports to end it with a twist?
Yeah, just enjoy the racing, cheer for us, and have all fingers crossed.
Thank you again, Nina. Always one of my favorite people to interview. And now, keep cheering for Kawanda Esports, and we're going to be going off to a very short break before we continue with today's matches.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hello and welcome back. Of course, we are here for ESL R1 and we're at the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia. Alongside me, Zach Sweeney and Arjuna Kankapati. Welcome again. Thank you for joining us. Not as much fireworks as I expected in that Daytona race, I'm not going to lie. However, Kaiki Oliveira getting his first win, his second win rather ever. Arjuna, that's pretty good going.
I can't be more happy for Kaikarinia as well. I'm sure he'll be celebrating plenty when he makes his way back home, the 29-year-old. But you talk about the lack of chaos. It all happened at turn one, if we're being honest, with Kevin Ellis Jr. going straight and then really setting up things from there. So rather fascinating race. Of course, Apex, two different results. The recovery drive we talked about in the first race, not being able to do that in race two. Zach, I think we're poised very interestingly right now.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Apex really have been quite surprising with their sort of lack of momentum coming into this. I mean, they've had the opportunity to do so. Jamie Fluke starting really high up at Fuji. This incident right here with Kevin Ellis Jr., we suspect it could well be being in the wrong ABS setting. So for those that watched Formula 1 back in 2021 with Lewis Hamilton at Baku, similar sort of issue, just being in the wrong setting and going straight on. And then, of course, it spiraled on from there.
And the reason why that's important, by the way, is you sometimes use that ABS to warm up the tires on that formation lap. And so if you're in the wrong setting as you head off down to the opening corner, that's definitely something to keep in mind. And so you just watch some of these angles. It's not like he necessarily goes that deep in terms of the first braking application. The car just doesn't slow down. And then Porsche Coanda take advantage. And yeah, what an interesting sequence that was.
Yeah, and then obviously continuing on, because of the sort of the bunched up pack that we had, Kaiki Oliveira was very quick to try and make some progress through. It all happens as well into the Western Horseshoe. You see there the Apex car getting caught up on the back of the Mercedes. Thank you very much, says the BS Plus BMW. Through he goes. Momentum is so important at Daytona.
Absolutely, and I think that's kind of why when we saw this battle between the Stapler and Cherepin down to the Le Mans chicane, no quarter being given. Not the first time that Virtus Pro Mercedes was involved in some tussles, race control, giving just a warning for this one. Cherepin did get a 1-second penalty for a previous incident at the bus stop as well. But yeah, then this is what we kind of saw yesterday, right, with the Redline Express powering around Dara McCormack. This time, it was Kaiki Oliveira being pushed by Charlie Collins to the victory. And yeah, race control, only a couple of things to really look at. And the reaction from some of the drivers, some frustration on some sides, but elation for Kaiki Oliveira.
It's funny because I said there wasn't a lot of drama, and then watching the highlights, actually, I feel like there was quite a lot of drama. But it was one of those ones where we had a bit of a lull, didn't we, mid-race, Zach? And it sort of felt like we were waiting for that last moment, that last push, and it was Oliveira in the end who managed to do it. Let's have a look at the race results then. As we were mentioning, Oliveira takes the win here in the second race of the first group, and Collins in second. I mean, that's really good performance, isn't it?
Yeah, really much so. Considering Daytona is such a strong straight-line speed circuit, and the talk of the week has been Porsche slightly lacking in terms of straight-line speed, but the important thing that Porsche have done is made sure they are in the right place at the right time. They held back. Like you say, there was a lack of action, but for the right reasons. They were waiting as long as possible to really strike on that last lap.
Let's have a look at the highlights, though, from the top teams so far, because this is for the Driver Championship, of course.
And this is maybe one of the battles that already is going to be inserted into the thinking for Kidia Play of the Day. Josh Rogers really taking the fight to Team Redline at the start of the Team Championship running, but pushed out slightly wide. There went the BS Plus car to take advantage. And then, yeah, similarly, of course, re-looking at some of those highlights from the second race that we just had at Daytona, where, you know, Redline able to keep out of trouble and make their way on forward. And they've set themselves up very nicely. And let's not forget that, Zach, we've had Group A now finished, Constellation A. We're getting ready for a second round of walkouts and our second group of drivers to head into the rigs.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting indeed. We're going to see some drivers we've not yet seen in this competition, some teams that we've not yet seen in this competition as well, and continue that step towards getting their place in the final. Of course, how it works is the overall of all four groups gets added up for the overall sort of, I suppose, Friday championship. The top four then progress, 5 to 10, then have to fight it out tomorrow. P11 and P12, that is their week done and dusted. So it really is important to kick the ground running for the first race of Group B.
Of course, and I did say Driver Championship just then, and I did actually mean, of course, as we know, Team Championship. Yesterday, the Drivers' Championship did happen, and it was Kevin Ziggy who won for Team Redline, who, again, are looking very strong today. So this is the teams heading in, Arjuna. You've been out chatting to them.
Yeah, I was having a nice chat with Max Benneker. You can see front of shot, shades on in that last race. Our ESL R1 Gamers 8 Drivers Champion, of course, from last summer. He's got Moritz Lohner, Christopher Danbeats, and a rather sick Yuri Kastorp as well. So they're hoping just to get through the day, roll into tomorrow. Look at this crew from G2. They're looking to try and challenge the likes of Porsche Coanda, hoping to try and be maybe the fastest of the Porsches today. And I had a chat with Dara McCormack. You can see next to some of his Williams Esports teammates there, Dennis Schoeniger, Dominic Blyer as well. The confidence maybe not entirely there. The thing that he said, he was surprised that any BMW team let him win a race yesterday. And so he's hoping to try and take the fight to them once again.
Oh, fighting talk, as always, from our drivers. Zach, have you been able to get down to the arena and see what's going on?
I haven't, not today. I definitely will do, of course. But there you can see Lewis and Arjuna having a chat. There you are in full swing. And George.
Yeah, no, you can tell I've spent most of the day in the arena, apparently. It's lovely being here at the desk with you, don't get me wrong. But it's really nice, Claire. I've got to say, it's not often that you have so many sim racers, let's be honest, in an area like this, talking it friendly. I was up till, I think, 3 in the morning talking to Premysław Lemonek, to Will Chadwick, so different teams as well. It was a lot of fun.
No, exactly. Well, very shortly we will be heading over to qualifying, I'm sure, for the next race, because we're going to also announce the teams coming in, which is very exciting. That's where the atmosphere really starts, isn't it? Where the lights go and we really start getting it excited. So I think let's go head over to our arena. Atik is standing by.
And here we are with more action for this second group. We're going to see different type of race, different teams as well. So let's get into it and introduce our teams, starting with Team Vitality. Team Vitality is a leading esports organization with a sharp focus on innovation and consistent high-level performance. Coming up next, Williams Esports. This team continues the legacy of its iconic motorsport brand, blending historic excellence with modern-day esports prowess. Coming up next, Mouse. This team has a reputation for being one of the most formidable teams, consistently pushing the limits of what's possible in sim racing. Coming up next, G2 Esports. This team brings a competitive edge to every race with a roster full of aggressive and highly skilled drivers. Coming up next, FaZe Clan. Combines precision and strength, known for their calculated and powerful performance on the track. And now, last but not least, Guild Esports. This team is quickly established itself as a major face in sim racing, with a talented roster edge to make their mark. And here we are with our 6 teams who are going to race the race here, right here, and we're gonna enjoy it. So please, drivers, take your seats and let's enjoy this match, and let's go to our casters.
Thanks very much, Atik. It's great to be along again. This is race 3. It's the team's championship. It's the group stage of this tournament, and time for Jeddah again. This new circuit that was introduced for the very first time into ESL R1 competition yesterday being used again. Here you can see the beautiful sights, and you'll be able to later hear the sounds of this great circuit. It produced a couple of races yesterday which were decent actually in terms of action. Wasn't the sort of hell for leather stuff we might have got in race 1 today, but it was good, and looking forward to getting 6 new teams onto the circuit. We can see them for the first time today, some of them for the first time all week.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, we've only had 21 drivers in action yesterday. That was obviously 12 in the last chance qualifier. 3 of those moved through and then took part with the 12 in the Drivers' Championship. So we only had 21 in action in totality yesterday. So we're seeing a lot of new drivers that are taking to competition here in the Esports World Cup. But of course, once we're done with the second race for this group. That means we will have seen all 48 out in action. Should be a fun one, should be a tough one. Should be very interesting to see these lot take to the Jeddah Corniche circuit. And I think we're in for a lot of fun. We saw them all entering there, and they all had their keys. They look so good, don't they? Yeah, absolutely. It's a great concept. The keys put into the totem, which is 10 foot tall, and it's I think we saw it in yesterday's stream. The winners of this team championship will be able to put the outer part bit. I don't think there's a more technical name, it's just the outer bit. The outer part bit? The outer part bit of the key into the totem, and they'll be able to put their little inner bit onto the trophy, which you will have seen on the stage, sort of on a podium, if you like. So it's all very exciting, and that will be done, of course, on Sunday when we have the final. We're going to know the names of 4 of the teams, though, by the end of the day, and my theory about needing roughly 26 points per race for these teams is going okay so far, I will say. At the moment, the second place team, we believe, is around the mid-50s in terms of points. I think BS Competition are on 55 points based on our calculations at the moment. However, it's just not very clear at the moment, is it? Because we've only seen half the teams do 2 races, the others have done none. No, and also there's a little bit of lack of clarity on some of the things when it comes to how the points are calculated with the penalty points, because we're not 100% sure as to how that one's unfolding at the moment, though. The reason I'm going to say first and second is because obviously we've had half of the field go out. First and second, it's Team Redline and BS Competition at the moment that are the teams that currently run in first and second. So those are the 2 that at the moment are looking pretty safe. Those in third and fourth. Fourth is the Falcons, and third is Porsche Coanda, who aren't too far behind BS Competition realistically. Of course, they still have plenty more races left to do. They certainly do, and they're there or thereabouts, only 9 points behind BS Competition as far as we can tell. For Team Falcons and Apex Racing Team, just want to touch on them briefly before we really vote forward and preview these 6 teams. One last thing on them. Is it a bit of a concern they've slipped so far behind already? I mean, they're roughly 30 points off second place, and if you're going to assume that in every constellation of 6, 2 will get through, maybe you probably need to be in the top 2. They're a long way away from that. They are indeed. Things aren't looking so good for some. It is one of those things that happens, but then you may have played on a couple of circuits where you're not feeling too great. I will say for the Apex Racing team, they have been in solid positions with 2 of their drivers, obviously Jamie Fluke and then Kevin Ellis Jr. And then for one reason or another, it hasn't gone right. We are in practice at the moment. I will tell you the 12 drivers that are out in this session, at least as far as my sheet tells me. Team Vitality bring Thibaut Kazamon and Erhan Yovski to the table. Mouse bring Moritz Lerner and Maximilian Benneker. Obviously finished runner-up yesterday. Oh, well, no, technically finished third, but that's fine. That's a complicated points thing. He was in contention for the Drivers' Championship yesterday. Enzo Benito and Ulash Zilderim for FaZe Clan. Guild bring Bonnerhouse, who we actually have on our screen at the moment, and James Baldwin into this race. Then it is Isaac Price, Yoni Tormler, Dominic Blyer, and then Dari Dara Daza McCormack will be taking to the second of the Williams Esports cars. Do you think he'll appreciate that? No, actually. One interesting point in Dara McCormack, actually, and the whole Williams team. Now, I was doing my preparation, as always, and looking through at the drivers, looking through especially at what these drivers have actually done together. Now, the 4 of them will not be out on the circuit together today. If they do have to do last chance on Saturday, or if they get through to Sunday, they will. However, Dara McCormack, Dennis Schoninger and Dominic Blyer all won the SRO Intercontinental GT Championship, the longest form of that championship, both in name and length of race. I was going to say. Name and length of race. I'm getting these names wrong. I struggled with PESC earlier. I don't know if you heard. Anyway. Tackle Esports Super Cup. Yes. See, you've got it down. Yeah, 23 champions of that series, and they did it all together. That's the difference. I mean, how much would you say a endurance racing team, in terms of they're never in this car at the same time, they're never on the circuit at the same time, but they work together with each other very well, clearly, because they get in and out of cars regularly in long endurance races? I actually don't think it helps. I don't think it hurts. I don't think it helps, right, though. Just because as much as like you say, you're used to practicing with each other, you're used to getting the maximum amount of speed with each other, but the way that you drive in an endurance race and the way that you work as a team, endurance racing, quite a lot of is about compromise, especially on the setup. Now, this is a fixed setup, so there's no compromise on that, and it's just you and the car. So I don't know how that one would really play, and again, being on the same circuit at the same time is always a little bit tricky. There is James Baldwin, a little cheeky look at him, of course, quite late in the season. He's had a couple of struggles the last couple of seasons that we've had, but do remember back all the way, of course, to the spring season major at Munich, where he managed to throw himself into finalist mode with that excellent drive against Marcel Cinchik around the outside of Mount. Malmedy in one of arguably the best races we've ever had in the ESL R1. He managed to take the victory in that one. Needs to do quite a lot here for Guild as we look at the Williams car. Not of McCormack though, that's Don Blyer.
The surprise package for me on this day in 2023, well, not this day, but this equivalent day of the group stage of the Teams Championship, with G2 Esports actually in 2023. Maybe I was underestimating Sebastian Job's ability at the time. However, they were able to finish 4th on this day. They actually qualified 5 points ahead of Team Redline in the group stage of the Teams Championship 1 year ago. It was a very impressive day for them, but they've had all change there. Well, not all change, but a lot of change there. Now driving for G2 Esports are Kuba Brzezinski and Nikodem Rusnevsky, have done so much driving together over the course of sim racing's history. They both moved over from Williams Esports to G2 Esports after 5 years at Williams, just at the end of last year or the start of this?
Start of this
year, there you go. Alongside Unitomlo and Isaac Price, who have been at G2 for a while. Can they replicate that success in terms of getting into the top 4? Because I'm not concerned about them dropping into those bottom 2. However, I'm slightly more apprehensive about them finishing 4th again.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy. I had a little chat with Nathan Tague a little bit before this broadcast, and I don't know if there's the full. I don't think they're convinced they can take. Victory. But you know, maybe getting up to the top 5. That's a horrendous line from Max Benneker going into. What he was? He turned in too early for turn 4. It's fine. I could do better. Max Benneker, of course, a fantastic driver. What do you think Mouse's chances are? When I chatted to Team Redline, I talked to Kevin Siggy earlier on, he did mention that he thought that the biggest threat for them is Mouse now.
He might have a point, to be fair. They are one of those teams, of course, that have changed manufacturers over to the BMW. We know that that manufacturer is pretty strong here. Not necessarily this circuit, but all the circuits, actually, in terms of the way they're set up. Yeah, I think they've got a good team. Christopher Dambeat's now driving for them as well, alongside Max Benneker, Moritz Lerner and Yuri Kazdorp, all of whom were here 1 year ago. I'm trying to think who was there instead of Dambeat's last year.
Oh, I can't. It was...
I'm struggling at the moment, but...
Patrick Holtzman.
You're absolutely right. I think so. So we can't make those jokes anymore with Hani Yoski, who is also going to be driving. Well, I know.
Of course, I still do.
But we'll be driving for Team Vitality in one of these upcoming 2 races of 3 and 4 here. Yeah, they've got a decent chance. Certainly, I think some of it does rest on Dambeat, though, in terms of getting up to speed, which we know is difficult.
I still think that the one big threat for them, you can't underestimate the team of Quad D. Williams. All their drivers start with the letter D.
Sorry, yeah,
do you know, here's a stupid fact for you when it comes to ESL R1. In ESL R1, we've had, I think it's like 81 drivers in ESL R1. 7 of them begin with the letter D. All 7 of them are here in the Esports World Cup.
Really? That's quite
7.
a statistic. There you go.
How interesting. It's the stupidest fact I found this morning. I was like, I'm saying that on broadcast. I don't care.
It's a proper fun fact, that completely irrelevant to life in general, but very interesting, actually.
Stupid.
So there you go. But anyway, we do, by the way, to continue this thing about who we've actually got here. Again, we will be seeing all of the 48 drivers, and you will have seen them in about an hour's time when race 4 is completed. So we look forward to seeing the final 12, of course. But 20 nationalities being represented over the course of the 48. I think that's a pretty impressive sort of tally. Off the top of your head, which nation has the most drivers?
Oh, that's a good one. Germany, probably.
It's not Germany. It is. You should a lot closer to home. It's the United Kingdom.
By
double, by a long way.
Yeah, it's because Charlie and Seb. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. Luke, obviously. That's fair.
It's there's a lot.
Oh, James Baldwin. Oh my God, I'm looking over your screen. There's
16
so many.
of them. Yeah, there's so many. So we as a nation, our nation, the United Kingdom, very well represented indeed. Enzo Benito then for FaZe is out onto the circuit first in the wonderful sounding Porsche. He'll make his way through the first sector right now. 43.6 is what we're looking for here. Right when you get to the bottom of the sort of whatever you call this sort of banked NASCAR-style corner.
It's
very, very shallow banking. It is a 43.8 from him. That's okay. Good start.
Yeah, a couple of tenths off where we'd want as he'll head his way down into the tricky section at turn 16 and then out through 17, flick it up over the curbs and he'll wrestle it out towards the wall. You're leaving millimetres as you head out towards the wall. You did say the UK bit with a lot of pride. I'm sure Enzo Benito will be one that will be very proud to be Italian, that's for sure, as he works his way down for FaZe Clan. Has had a very impressive season, has Enzo Benito, when it came to the full season. Of course, has shown himself very, very strongly indeed, including that victory a few rounds ago.
Yeah, it kind of feels like FaZe Clan have got a bit of mojo now, doesn't it? This time last year, it felt like they were really struggling to get anywhere in ESL R1, but actually now they are a force to be reckoned with. Enzo Benito was in the last chance race. Ulas Yildirim has been pretty good since he started driving here in ESL R1 as well. There you can see him in the top right-hand side of your screen. Quite interestingly, the two FaZe drivers are first and second out onto the circuit, which is quite unusual. But Enzo Benito is going to kick things off. The 29-year-old making his way over the line now. What's the benchmark going to be? A 158.9. That's maybe around half a second slower than the absolute best you can achieve. A 58.4 around here.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, we are kind of aiming towards the fours, the fives. That's kind of where they really want to be. Ulas Yildirim will work his way down into the final quarter. A lot of heavy hitters, though, coming in the session. Hanuyovsky, Max Benneker, Dazza, McCormack, James Baldwin as well to chuck into that one. Ulas Yildirim will chuck his way across the line, though. First sector, not looking so good. Second sector, it's going to be very close to Benito. I think slightly slower. No, never mind, it's slightly faster. Ulas Yildirim goes for a 58.789.
Here's Thibaut Casabon now. The first time we've seen the Frenchman out on the circuit today, because he didn't even qualify for the last chance qualifier yesterday. First sector was a 44.1. That's half a second away from where you want to be. So this will probably be third for the Frenchman, who's competed in both Le Mans virtual 24-hour races. It's back in 2020 and 2022. That first one, indeed, as a youngster, as a teenager. Out over the line for Casabon. I'd be surprised if it's not third. It is indeed a 59.1. Oh! Slow down.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. I was like, what are you owing about? My goodness.
In fact,
yeah,
he's going about 2 miles an hour.
Dom Plyer is not going particularly quick. That's fine, as he'll work his way down into the final corner. Onto the brakes. This is going to be an absolutely nothing lap, so that's fine. We'll watch him cross the line, and then we'll focus our attention onto Moritz Lerner. A bit of a shame for Williams Esports. I was bigging him up as potentially being a threat to Team Redline. I'm not sure about that one from Blyer.
No, he will have to do it from the back if he is going to do it at all. The pressure, that must be at least 2 slowdowns then, mustn't it? 2:05.0.
He's going for the MVP award.
Very good shout. Most positions gained over the course of the week. Here is Moritz Lerner through the final corner now. Hello, close to the wall, but and a shake of the head as well. Looked all right to me, but I guess it's probably not the final corner he's complaining about. It might well be just second place, I'll guess with at the moment. If he gets into the 58s, he'll be pleased, and he just about does by 0.05 of a second.
Bonnerhouse up next as he'll come down into the final corner, waiting for that final time to shift up into 6th gear as he'll head down onto the brakes into the 27th and final corner. First sector, about 4 tenths off where we'd want. Second sector, a couple of tenths off. This is not a great lap. It's probably going to be slightly slower, or at least around the mark that Thibaut Casabon set for 4th position as he pushes his way up towards the line. Let's see what's going to be for the first of the Guild Racing drivers before we get James Baldwin to come up towards the line. Here comes Bono. Oh, it's even better than that. Goes up to 2nd.
Very nice, and we'll see if James Baldwin can join him. His Guild Esports teammate, of course, and fans of ESL R1 from a long time will know this man very well indeed. Came so close to winning the first spring major back in Munich 2023. Was the world fastest gamer, of course. Can you believe 5 years ago in 2019? He's been set on a path of real-life racing since, in British GT and the Spa 24 Hours as well. But in sim racing, he's still going strong. It's a 58.6 from him this time round. A new pole-sitting time to beat for the likes of Max Benneker.
And Max Benneker's qualifying times yesterday was a 158.605 and a 158.603 in the 2 times that we went to the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Is it going to be a 604 just to try and slot that gap? I'm not so sure based on the sector times, but it still might be a pretty decent one. What can Max Benneker do as he heads up towards the line? The mouse driver, could he get ahead of James Baldwin when he hits the stripe? Goes up to the top with a 609. all of them are 6-0 something. That's crazy.
That's crazy consistency. Also, he looked disgusted with himself after that lap time, but it was very good. 900ths of a second quicker than James Baldwin. Here is Erhan Yoski, a few tenths away from where he wanted to be, especially in the first sector. Maybe a little bit in the second as well. Let's see where this is going to put him. Front 2 rows for the moment at a push for him. What's the time going to be as we wait for it to pop up? Looks 5th place for him, 58.9.
Joni Tourmala then for G2, the first of the 2 GT drivers. Of course, you've got Joni Tourmala and then Isaac Price later on, before we obviously will see McCormack take his way around the circuit. First sector's okay for Joni Tourmala. Second sector is about 3/10 off where we'd need. Still could slot himself around the Bono House, maybe around the Erhan Yovsky sort of mark as he'll head his way up towards the line. Joni Tourmala is next. Let's see what he'll do. It's going to be a 58, potentially he'll breach under the 59, surely. Oh, never mind, a slowdown on that. I wasn't reading the numbers, the big number next to it. Here comes the record-breaking lap time driver, though. It's Darren McCormack.
Here we go. Will he break more records here? Will he get another pole position? Max Benneker currently with the time to beat for Darren McCormack, who's also so good on land events. 5th in the spring season last season, 3rd in the fall season. And 5th yesterday as well. Not pleased with himself here, though. What's the lap time going to be? 3rd place, and not pleased with the cameraman, who may have distracted him there based on that reaction.
Yeah, it's not quite the 158.429 he set yesterday, but, you know, like I say, he's pretty irritated with the cameraman. Here comes Isaac Price then. A 47.1 in the first sector is a little bit off where we'd want them. This is definitely a car with a slowdown penalty. Again, I do wonder if some of these are intentionally getting slowdowns. No, I wouldn't say that, but you know, there is the whole look of like maybe they are going for the MVP award.
You wouldn't do it around here, this circuit, would you?
I'd do it wherever I wanted. You only get 2 chances. So there is that.
You get to choose, though, which circuits you drive at effectively as a team. So if someone says, you know, I want to go for this award, maybe we'll share it out between us, then, you know, it's an idea. But,
I don't make the rules.
But, you know, it doesn't, maybe that's not happening. There's Max Benneker, who set that wonderful lap time in the qualifying session. I want to bring something up with you, though. Darren McCormack annoyed with the position of the camera there and the person holding it. Do you think he has a valid... I mean, you've not seen anything more than we have, but do the drivers have valid concerns when there's camera people whizzing around all over the place?
So... I mean, I've done LAN events as a driver, and it is quite distracting having camera guys come around, especially if you wave at them. That's what I did. But I don't know. At this level of competition, when you're in qualifying itself, it is quite distracting. You're so focused. Any slight distraction, it can really throw you off.
Get back to that in a second. Here is the qualifying result. Max Benneker 900ths ahead of James Baldwin with Darren McCormack, who might feel he could have got pole, although he was a 10.5 away. Ulyssa Zilderum did a good lap time there to get 4th ahead of Bono House. Hanya Yoshki is 6th ahead of Enzo Benito, phase 5th at 4th and 7th. Marat Lerner was in 8th ahead of Casabon, Price, Tourmala and Blyer to round out the 12 drivers in the field. One last thing on that. Is that not just part of the game?
Yes, but I would say that there's the whole thing. In the race, because you're kind of like more involved in the race, I actually think that you don't get distracted as easily. So if things are happening in the race, you're a bit more focused on what's happening. When it's in qualifying, you're so intensely focused on the one thing you're trying to do that anything in your peripheral vision is shockingly distracting. And so I think some drivers can get a little bit irritated. Do you remember last year there was a certain Mr. Max Benneker who's not ever angry at anything, who got a little bit angry at some of the camera guys when we were in the arena last year. He was getting pretty stroppy at some of them because they want to get the shot. But if you're trying to do a lap and even someone just coming slightly into your peripheral vision, it's a bit annoying.
I'm sorry to the drivers. I don't have very much sympathy for it. I've got to be honest with you. I think it's just part of the game. But there you go. I've not been a LAN event driver.
You've not, yeah, exactly. You need to step it up.
That's the excuse that's always levelled at someone like me who's a bit rubbish. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about FaZe Clan before this race starts, actually, because I was very impressed by their qualifying performance there. 4th for Ulyssa Zilderum, which is a great time for him, and 7th for Enzo Benito, which is more expected, I would say, based on previous ESL R1 form. Maybe they can make the top 4.
Maybe, who knows? Obviously the race is about to come up here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, and I think one thing that's been noted over the first 2 races, we've had drama in the first corner in both of them. Big send in race 1 by Josh Rogers that caused a little bit of contact, and then Kevin Ellis Jr. with whatever happened in race 2.
A bit of a silly mistake to make, but There you go. It's I won't criticise him too much because he might be listening now. He's not.
And we really like Kevin.
I know, yeah. So we'll not go too hard on that one. But yeah, you're right. And it's been Apex both times. Incidentally, Jamie Fluke was the one spun around at Fuji, although it wasn't by Josh Rogers. It was Kevin Hurst Jr. going wide at Daytona. So they'll be hoping to not repeat that when they're back again later on. The pace car is underway though, and we're making our way towards the final corner. Any thoughts here about who might win? Is it going to be a Max Benneker lights to flag victory or something a little bit different?
I think it'll be a Max Benneker lights to flag victory. I'm sorry. James Baldwin, they might give it a good go down to turn 1. I think he'll get a bit aggressive for the first couple of corners, and that said, Darren McCormack did win around here yesterday. Let's see if he can do it again as we make our way towards the line. 8 laps at the all-new Jeddah circuit, ready to go. Pace car pulls in, Max Benneker in control of the field. 8 laps ahead of us here at Jeddah. Max Benneker waits, and he'll smash the throttle immediately to defend from Darren McCormack on the outside line as well. Here comes James Baldwin, late on the brakes in the Audi. Can he get the inside for 2? He can, and maybe he'll get the lead. Oh, it's a squeeze, and Benneker's in the wall. Big contact. Oh, there's going to be a pile-up here. Benneker's in front of the field. Yoski spinning around too. Both Vitality Audis in the wall. This is carnage. Yeah, and look, McCormack and Blyer both managed to make their way through. So despite all that, I'm sure McCormack might have been like, whoa, what the? Oh, actually, do you know what? This is actually right, actually. As he works his way through into 3rd place. I mean, that's probably one of the largest crashes we've seen in ESL R1 history. They were just pinballing all around. Max Benneker will be fuming after all that. And to be fair, he might have some right to if he feels like he was squeezed into the barrier.
Well, absolutely. We'll have another look at it. I'm sure we'll have about 10 looks at it because it's a big moment in the race. We'll get to that in a few moments' time. James Baldwin is still leading, though. Ulas Yildirim's got through well here. And, in fact, both phase drivers have because Enzo Benito's 5th behind the 2 Williams cars that you talk about. Max Benneker down to 6th place. He was perpendicular to the road. I'm not entirely sure how he managed to even get himself pointing in the right direction again.
Let's see as we head our way down then into what is realistically the penultimate corner on the racetrack, riding on board with Ulas Yildirim. To be perfectly honest, if I'm phased right now, I'm like, I'm not going for a move. As much as I'd want to take a win if I'm Ulas Yildirim. Actually, don't you know what? I'm going to go back to a conversation I was having when I was chatting to Will Chadwick and Ulas Yildirim earlier on. Ulas Yildirim told me he would be the first driver to win in a Porsche.
First driver, what, hey?
To the first driver to win in the EWC in a Porsche.
Yeah.
Because no one else has won in a Porsche yet.
Same for any Audi driver, unless you want to count the last chance.
Yeah, but he's not in an Audi.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about Audi teams.
Yeah, that's fine.
Also, I count too much Tesla, so maybe that's not even valid anymore. That's a bit of an argument there. But
it'd be funny if he was right, though, wouldn't it?
Here, by the way, goes Max Benneker defending from Isaac Price on the way down towards turn 1. Kind of feels like the top 7 are the ones who have got mostly unscathed through the opening lap carnage. Yoski's almost half a minute off the lead. We almost never see those kind of gaps now that Ian Portal's not racing anymore.
Wow, that was
a
shot at Krim. Do you know he's still on the reserve? Have you seen the reserve
list?
list?
Yeah.
Krim is still the reserve driver for phase.
In case they need him, he's there.
That is crazy. Yeah, no, wild. As we ride on board with Isaac Price heading through this S section through 10, where you get to finally. They really do need to remove turn 11 around here. I think that whole section needs to be smoothed out a little. But that's fine. It does look great as we head down now into 13 and begin this short climb up. Watch the slightly differing lines going through 13 because you can actually wash out quite a bit more as we look back to Yoni Turma and back at Thibaut Casabon. What a shock for Team Vitality.
Yeah, 2 points between them as things stand, and the only team with less than that at the moment is Virtus Pro, who didn't have a very good opening couple of rounds at all. This is the STC replay we've been looking forward to. Oh my goodness me, that's a big crash. Let's have a look at it here from, this is the other Vitality, not Yoski.
How did McCormack survive?
Not entirely sure, really. I mean, pick the bones out of that one. I still can't really tell how this all starts.
Yeah, I was going to say, we need to see that replay from much earlier and from Benneker. Like, that's what we need to see that overhead view of Benneker from right, like coming out of turn 2. That's what we need to see, because that's where you'll start to really piece together. It's all I'll say about that one, I feel sorry for a few of the drivers that were in the middle of all that. I feel sorry for race control. Because that is not an easy one to pick apart, because I'm sure it's one of those ones where, like, quite a few people did small things wrong and it just blew up largely. And it's one of those ones where genuinely I wouldn't necessarily be shocked if race control looked at it and it was racing incident.
Also, the consequences around here are so huge because if people get spun around at a normal circuit, I mean, Jamie Fluke was spun around at the opening lap of Fuji. The fact you've got miles of runoff on the exit there to go around him really helps you. But the fact that you don't have anywhere to go around the Jeddah Corniche circuit certainly didn't on that occasion. And so we have the situation, as you can see in front of you. This is Ulas Yildirim right on the back of James Baldwin here. This would be a different race winner in 2024. We haven't seen Ulas Yildirim win. We have seen James Baldwin. He's trying to double his tally for the season. I've just wonder as well whether Ulas Yildirim is benefiting from F1 Esports life. He will have surely driven this circuit a lot more than some of the other sim racers who maybe don't play much F1, who don't play, well, I guess they'll do Rennsport now and get up to speed, but Yildirim will have that sort of residual knowledge that maybe some of the others don't.
That is the insight that makes you out and out the best commentator in sim racing, Ewan O'Leary.
You knew that.
Yeah, I did actually. But no, Ulas Yildirim obviously is well experienced in the world of sim racing. But like you say, having done the F1 esports scene, there's a few drivers on the grid that will kind of understand a little bit more this circuit and the flow that goes with it. Yoni Tormler also in that camp as well, as we'll see the slipstream being closed down on right to the rear end of Don Plyer. Enzo Benito going on the attack, but dragging into the rear end of him will be Max Benneker, who desperate to pick up at least 4th position from this race. Only 3 laps complete at the end of this one. There is potential room to get through. Williams in a solid position with 3rd and 4th though.
Here we go. Enzo Benito's going to have a go here, surely. He can't wait too much longer, otherwise Max Benneker will be right there into the final corner. He can't decide whether to go for the outside or switch back to the inside again. He's gone for neither in the end. Dominic Bly didn't really have to defend at all, but it's going to be the exit that kills him. Enzo Benito looking for a run out of here, looking to use that Porsche traction to get up to speed and power past the Williams Mercedes now as Max Benneker watches on. Enzo Benito pulls to the outside. If he brakes late enough, he'll have the inside for turn 2, just as James Baldwin had at the start of the race, hopefully with less severe consequences. Side by side they go. Blyer goes wide, Enzo goes through, and that is 4th place for the FaZe Porsche.
Benneker can't quite find his way through. Look at him looking over the shoulder. There is Yuri Kastorp, who's been a little bit under the weather, it must be said, so far this weekend. I've not actually had much of a word from him. I got a word out of him earlier. I was like, are you feeling any better? He went, nope. That was it.
I saw him post something on social media, though. He's got one of these smart watch things.
I know, my one.
That, oh, yeah, very clever. He said his sort of recovery and energy levels were 5%.
5 out of
100, which is low. Doesn't need me to tell you.
Yeah, mine at the moment's about 80. I'm so ready. I'm almost so ready for this. It'll be 100 by the time we get to Sunday. Out wide goes Don Plyer. Might not hurt him too much, though, because they have the inside line by the time they get down towards 16 and such. And to be fair, Benneker's feeling that one as he backs out of that one ever so slightly, jabs it on the brakes, chucks it through the right hand. I actually really like this corner in an F1 car. I'm not sure how I'd feel about it in a GT3, but it could be a good vibe.
Yeah, it's pretty important. Let's have another look at the replay here. I can imagine this is the start. Here we go. So it is the Williams that, the 86 Williams that tips Benneker around effectively at the start.
Now, see, look at this though. Look at the FaZe Clan car on the outside. That's where the contact is. So the FaZe, so it's a Yildirim who moves slightly over. McCormack can't actually do anything about where he is.
You're right. Yep.
Great stuff from the replay operators there.
Well
a little
done,
slow down in there as well. Love that. Obviously, race control can go through it bit by bit, but in that, it feels as it's more a Yildirim that's moved over there.
And it feels as if it's a racing incident, really, as well, but we'll get back to that. Dominic Blyer on the inside of Max Benneker here as he tries to hang on desperately to this position inside the top 5. Oh, dear. I mean, you've got to be careful with that, Max, as he bounces his way past the Mercedes, or alongside, I should say. Enzo Benito perfectly giving Blyer the slipstream on the front straight as well, right the way down to turn 1. Benneker's going to be pretty furious with that, but he will get to the outside at 1, inside at 2. No bad memories, clearly. He's willing to go through the first chicane side by side again, and they'll remain so into this first sector. Into it they go. Benneker on the outside. There's never going to be enough space. He's off the road, he's through. He'll have to give that back.
Yeah, race control will eventually jump on that one. And, of course, there is already a report, by the way, for that incident we saw on lap 1. Shock to no one. There is a report between Max Benneker and McCormack, although, to be fair, that's more of the incident as a whole. I get the feeling it's going to be an NFA.
Racing incident.
Yeah, I just think it's no further action. It'll be a racing incident. That's my little vibe. That's too much is happening too quickly. But obviously, I don't blame Mouse for going for it. There is a look at the key, of course, that these teams all bring. Every single one, all 12 of the teams have one of those keys. James Baldwin's the one who's keeping it under his close watchful protection as he continues to lead the race. Ulash Yildirim has closed his way back in, looking for victory here today.
It's very threateningly close as well. James Baldwin has got a race on its hands here, and the Porsche is really closing in here on the way towards, as you say, effectively the penultimate corner, because really the other ones are all flat out. This is at turn 22, 23, and then this is 24 before they curve round to the left again and in towards that final corner. Will Ulash Yildirim give James Baldwin a hard time in towards turn 27, or will he wait for the front straight? And looks like it's going to be the second one, as they go into another lap. 3 to go at the end of this one. James Baldwin under increasing pressure from Yildirim, and maybe McCormack will catch them soon as well.
We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Yildirim's looking for his first victory in ESL R1. He would become the 35th different winner in competition in ESL R1, and of course would be the first driver to win in a Porsche in the Esports World Cup, which, of course, again, he did predict a bit earlier on. So I'd like him to. The only reason I'd like him to win is I'd like that prediction to come true, just because, I don't know, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? That said, I've got a soft spot for James Baldwin, so we'll have to wait and see. He's been commenting positive stuff on my Mercedes cap.
Has he?
Yeah, he has. Because I'm repping.
He's in an Audi, but we'll leave that.
Well, yeah, but it's fine.
We'll leave that for a second. Through the opening sector they go. This is turn 10 and then 11, as you're talking about. 3 sort of makes turn 10 a lot more challenging. If they just did what you wanted, then everyone would just be able to run wide and not care at all about the existence of turn 10, really. So I'm a fan of the circuit as it is. Thank you very much.
I don't know.
James Baldwin, he's taken an interesting line, James Baldwin, through that very banked, well, not very banked, but it is slightly banked, sort of NASCAR-style turn 13, isn't he? He's sort of going wide and then coming back in again, which is unlike he's really doing with anyone else.
Yeah, indeed. It looks like Ewan O'Leary's polishing the table when he's trying to describe the banking going into turn 13. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, I'm just saying that do you remember when they did Spa in it was in COVID in 2020, when they did the Spa 24-hour, and they didn't have any track limits in qualifying. It was an absolute joke with their lines they were taking, going through the bus chicane where they'd flat out and they'd go around the outside. There was no track limits. And in that, all the drivers said the track was better. So I wonder if maybe we need to reprofile some of these circuits. Let's see, though, if this one's going to be a little bit reprofiled, at least when it comes to the shaping order of this grid. As Yildirim closing into the rear end of James Baldwin, not going for it as we begin the penultimate lap here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit.
This is very interesting. I think Yildirim is trying to push Baldwin as far away from McCormack as possible, so that he can go for it on the final lap. But this is risky, not least because it could come down to the final lap, but also because Darren McCormack's coming, and now Yildirim maybe realises that. Into the first corner he goes, very late on the brakes. Can he get there in time? Oh, he's gone! He's gone around! He went for the lead on James Baldwin. Ulash Yildirim spins around. Can he get back going again quickly? Because these are important points for FaZe, and they go down the pan. He's down to 6th place.
I really respect the attempt, but it just wasn't quite there. But that said, the difference, let's be clear here, the difference between first and second here, normally we're talking about it 25 points to 20 points. Now, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, and 12th are all paying the same points they were paying yesterday. It's 20 points, then 16, then 13, 11, etc. First place, though, is not paying out 25 points. It's paying out 35 points. That is 15 points difference between first and second. That is an enormous margin where I think you do want to take that little bit of a risk.
And that incident is exactly why we have the point system we do.
Yeah.
Because that wouldn't, as you say, that wouldn't have happened if we had the point system of yesterday, probably. I mean, I do think Yildirim really wanted that win anyway, but the pull of 35 points really did enforce him to go for the move. So that gives us 4 different teams inside the top 4 places, which is pretty impressive on the opening race of this second constellation, as we're calling it. James Baldwin leading the race. That was a bit of a cut from Darren McCormack now, who is really trying to catch Baldwin. He does have the speed to catch Baldwin. I don't think there's any doubt about that, but does he have the time left to overtake?
Yeah, and obviously I think these two, I think they've got along in their time in esports. Of course, they have raced a fair amount in the world of esports. Let's take a look at the replays to this move from Ulash Zilder and making a move to the inside. You were absolutely right, way too deep in. Obviously, he's there over the curb, and as soon as he gets onto the curb, basically he's beached, and the car just goes in a straight line. He tried there not to make contact. James Baldwin gave enough room. It is a Zilderum's mistake.
Fair play to him for trying to make the corner, because plenty of people would have just cut it there and given up. So
you mean the Max Verstappen school of driving?
I wasn't saying it, but
if I'm not getting that red line shirt, might as well commit.
I wasn't saying that, but it's absolutely true. So yeah, and of course, when you're going up that curve as well, you're going straight because effectively your front wheels aren't on the floor anymore. You can't turn anymore. So it was destined to happen, I'm afraid, for us as Zildrum. It's dropped him 12 points from where he would have been. Second is 20, sixth is 8. So it has cost FaZe quite a lot, but all in all, I think this first race will be just okay for them. I think they'll need, of course, to do well in race 4 as well. However, it's a decent points tally in the first race.
Sorry, I can feel that YouTube chat's coming after me after that comment. It was just a joke. Don't worry about it.
It wasn't a joke. It was serious.
Yeah, well, you know, there is. It's fine. We'll move on from that as if I haven't said anything. Obviously, James Baldwin is continuing to lead. He is looking for his 8th victory in ESL R1. Of course, the last one he had was in the quarter-final stage, the final part of the online championship. Where it was a long time between victories for Baldwin. He has won in LAN quite a few times and is looking to win once more, but he's going to have to defend coming down to the 27th and final corner here. He has to.
He absolutely is. You would imagine so. Anyway, 3/10 of a second. You can see in the rearview mirror, just in the top right of your screen, Darren McCormack again going right up over the curb, trying to gain all what he could there. He's not quite as close as Zildrum has been on some other occasions when he could have gone for the move on Baldwin, and so McCormack might not actually be close enough. He really will have the speed at the end of the straight though. Forces the car of Baldwin to the inside. Now he switches back to the inside. Is the exit good enough? I'm not sure it is. He'll get into the slipstream. The Mercedes will stay in the Audi's wake, and James Baldwin is going to hang on for a narrow victory in race 3. He just about gets there for Guild Esports and secures a crucial 35 points.
Yep, and indeed, James Baldwin's biggest fan, Zach Sweeney, will be very happy about the Baldwin victory there. Incredible stuff, and great to see him take top honours in that race. McCormack, I think considering the crash to take second spot and all that, I don't think that's that bad at all.
No, and with Dominic Blyer's points, they'll be pretty pleased as well. So that will give Guild Esports a big boost, of course. James Baldwin taking his second win of 2024. There's Enzo Benito taking his headset off for FaZe. I mean, thumbs up. I think that's the right reaction, isn't it? Just thumbs up, okay.
I think anyone that came through that crash, if you're coming through and finishing in the top 5 of that, I think you're happy. The only person I think who's really super disappointed in that race will be the driver just behind Enzo Benito there. Obviously, Ulash Zildrum, he was battling for the victory. They did a fantastic job. Unfortunately, just a little bit too deep at T1.
Those caught up in the crash, i.e. not Vitality. Everyone else, I think, is going to be pretty pleased to have avoided that because Vitality have picked up just 2 points, pending, of course, any post-race penalties that we may well see, although I don't think there'll be any. It will only be a couple for them. So the drivers will now change rigs. The 12 we've just seen will be replaced by the remaining 12, and we'll be down there very shortly. Now, though, it's time to go down to Morgan for an interview after race 3.
Thank you so much, and of course, with a second win for Guild Esports here by the amazing James Baldwin himself. That was such a massive race, man, and you did absolutely good in it. So how do you feel taking the second win for Guild Esports?
I feel hot. It's really hot in here, so I'm sweating, but just got over the line. All right, quali, managed to put it on the front row. I think a lot of people made mistakes on their qualifying laps, and then lots of incidents and stuff. Fortunately, I didn't get caught up in any of that, and just got it over the line. I was definitely not the fastest person in that race, but I managed to win, so it's good.
You did absolutely amazing, and I think we all heard the commentaries explain it as carnage that happened at the beginning of the start of that race. It was absolutely massive. But James, I would love to get more in depth with you because you are obviously one of the biggest names in both the world of sim racing and real racing. So how do you think the transition was, and how do you think it impacted you? Was there anything in particular different from sim racing and real racing?
It's very similar. It's 90-95% similar, the same skill set. It's just the physical side of it. You know, you need to, it's tough in a real car, whereas you can just tune the force feedback down in this if you're struggling. So yeah, I think that apart from the physical aspect, it's very, very similar.
They're very similar. We'd love to end this with a very quick let's say, interception of what do we expect and what's next for Guild Esports and Baldwin?
We're a team on the app. We're a new team. We got through into it last minute. And yeah, I mean, we've had 2 wins so far this year. The goal today is to qualify for the top 4. You know, that's a really ambitious goal for us. But I think, you know, if everything goes our way, I mean, it's a good start. So yeah, fingers crossed.
I wouldn't say very ambitious, I would say it's very realistic, in fact, because you're already off to a good start again, Baldwin. Congratulations on an amazing win, and we're going to go off to a very quick break. Then we'll continue with the rest of the days for the amazing races. And Baldwin, again, congratulations. Very short break, I'll be coming back.
So we've got Erhan Yayovsky here, of course, was a part of the team that won the championship, the team's championship from the full season last year. What's the expectations coming into this, of course, representing Team Vitality?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from yesterday that our car is not up to par with the, I think, with the BMW, but we will give our best and hopefully we qualify in the final from day 1. And yeah, we will give our best.
Yesterday, obviously, you did get to drive in the last chance qualifier. Obviously, you didn't get through. That's fine. Whatever it is, what it is. Today's a new day. A memory of a goldfish and all that. What was it like driving here in Atlanta then?
It's always exciting coming here and performing with the other drivers in LAN events. So I'm looking forward to driving today. Yesterday, I only had 1 race, but today I'm expecting to perform better.
Fresh colours as well. I'm quite liking the Team Vitality gear, of course. You know, you've obviously been at R8G and it moved over to Team Vitality with a black and yellow. Are you liking being back in blue and red?
Yeah. The color scheme is reminiscent to R8G, so yeah, looking good.
Well, good luck, and to the team as well.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Hello and welcome back. Another race under our belt here in Saudi Arabia. We're looking to crown a team championship winner over the next few days. Alongside me, Cam Roger and of course Zach Sweeney. We've been watching that race and Jeddah definitely did not deliver. That's a double negative, but you know what I mean, Zach. It was a fascinating race. And again, we saw pole position was not the place to start really in an R1 race, which we're not used to seeing.
Interestingly enough, we put a lot of focus on qualifying and track position quite often. But no, the last 2 races, obviously with Kevin Ellis Jr. at Daytona, obviously going straight on at T1, losing that pole position, and then of course coming into Jeddah and well, it happened, didn't it?
Yeah.
I think we all saw it, and the fireworks that ensued.
I mean, it was an incredible start to the race, and I mean, How many were in the wall by the end? Actually, I'll show you how many were in the wall. Let's have a look at the highlights and we can see exactly what happened, because I think there were around 4 drivers that ended up in the wall.
Yes, so it was obviously Beneke on the outside. He got clipped by Zildjian, and then McCormack, a 3-way sandwich, and then it was all of the drivers in behind really who got collected in with that one. Just see this absolute mess, cars going absolutely everywhere. It was not a pretty sight at all. Maurice Lerner was of course getting involved, and then it was actually Yojovski spinning there into his teammate Kazabon, but it was also Yojovski putting McCormack in the wall that actually straightened it up. So there could have been so many other drivers who got involved. Bonner House for Guild also being spun around, so it was pretty much all of the other sort of 8 drivers down the bottom.
What I have to say as well is I'm really impressed with Dominic Blyer and his approach. Started all the way at the back of the grid, but really dealt with driving his way through this mess very well. Of course, immediately preempted the fact that there was going to be chaos, led off the throttle and gave himself time to react. You do not want to be the one that causes or gets involved in an incident like this, and time is of the essence. You know, these drivers have got really fast reaction times, but they're not superhuman. He did such a good job at managing that, and then the battle continued all the way through the race, side by side. You can see there Williams versus Mouse, and that of course was Beneke trying to move his way past McCormack. A little bit of controversy, or Blyer I should say, going into turn number 4, and again just not a corner you want to go side by side through.
Yeah, definitely not, but he made it work, did go off track though. Here was of course Zildjian. He went in deep, got over the curb in turn 2, made that contact bullwin. Fortunately, McCormack ended being able to avoid that, but he just went so late. You can see he's already turning and braking. He's trying to do both at the same time, and then as soon as he gets on that curb, can't quite turn. And unfortunately, that was his chance of winning the race. You see Beneke there a bit disappointed after his race as well, because realistically, it was sort of lost after that crash in turn 2.
So let's have a look where we finished that one. It was James Baldwin who takes the win after it was Beneke who started on pole position, but unfortunately had an issue, well, got caught up in the carnage at the start of the race, and actually had a really good recovery race to finish 4th, McCormack 2nd. And then, actually, let's talk about Beneke, because that is a really good recovery from what happened, wasn't it? Let's go with you, Cam.
Yeah, so he, of course, was gifted 1 place by Zildjian, but still being in 5th place after that, or what would have been 5th place after that accident, was certainly something that he, well, yeah, he probably did a good job compared to some other drivers for that. He had to make some pretty harsh moves or aggressive moves to be able to get up there. So I think he's really on it today. Of course, you know, he's looking so strong yesterday as well, so he's just bringing that forward.
Now, of course, if you want to get involved in the predictions, you can get involved. All you need to do is head to stcplay.gg and you can put your own predictions in. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to see what you think is going to happen over the next few days as well. What did you say yours was?
Redline.
Redline? Oh, yes, of course.
I think I said Vitality just to be different, but it's going to be Redline.
Yeah, okay. Well, you have to stick with what you said, otherwise...
no backsies.
Yeah, no backsies. So we're heading to Monza next. It's a track that we all know incredibly well. It's a track that the drivers know incredibly well. We did have the 2 races last time out, and I don't think they were the most spectacular races we saw of the day. Are we going to see something different from the teams, though? Are the gloves off? Are they going to really go, or are they going to put boxing gloves on?
It seems to be one of the toughest tracks actually to race in Rennsport, and despite all of the straights and everything, just the way it works. So I am expecting some pretty tense action, especially down in towards turn 1. Everyone knows that chicane is just so tight. Of course, we saw way back to Munich at the beginning of the spring season back last year. Of course, Lerner getting involved in that final race, and that's probably what gave Chinchik the championship that day. So big action can happen.
Zach, what do you think from the race that we... Obviously, I want to talk a bit about Ulesh, actually, because he really had a chance to take the lead, didn't he? And it was, I would say, probably more his fault, maybe, that he got spun around by James Baldwin.
Yeah, definitely. You could argue that. I mean, going into that corner, you can understand why he would want to send it. It's a move for the lead. Time is of the essence. Track position.
More unfortunate, then, do you think? I mean, or just a bit too...
Just... Going into it, it was just a bit, just thinking in haste, a bit desperate maybe more than anything. We talk about how important track position is and sort of that thing. So you sort of do have to take opportunities as and when they come. He just overcooked it. And it's a simple mistake to make, went way too deep on the brakes. And then in fairness to him, like we've said, we've given him a lot of credit because he actually did try to make that second corner. rather than just going straight on. So he actually did try to get it stopped going all the way down to first gear, which isn't actually a gear we often see drivers use unless it's for desperate situations, maximizing that engine braking, trying to get it pitched in for the second corner, but in that sense it was just that pinch point, got into the back right of James Baldwin. That's what spun him round, as well as the weight transfer and the curb. It was just unfortunate, wrong place, wrong time. Baldwin, though, did exactly what he needed to do. Preempted it, backed off, let him do his thing, go in, get back underneath and stay in the front.
He was lucky not to get a touch from behind as well and spin him round. That could have been a pirouette from both of them, and it could have been McCormack that was winning. I'm going to talk a little bit about Enzo Benito, because I think that even though he did qualify quite well, I believe, down in 7th, not the best, obviously, again, quite a good drive from him to finish 3rd. Let's try with you just first, because we're having a little technical issue with the microphone. Sorry, go for it, Zach.
Yeah, Enzo Benito, I mean, one of the most beautiful men in sim racing, of course, as he's tipped by one Mr. Luke Crane.
Is he?
Yeah, he is. Of course, I would absolutely argue it's Cam, but Enzo Benito, we'll give him his time in the sun. And he is fantastic, right? He's won in so many different competitions. And again, it shows that qualifying isn't everything, as long as you've got a strong race mind and can maximize from carnage, because it's racing. There is so much uncertainty. If you can just back off, get maybe a little bit lucky, but you make your own luck. As soon as the luck happened and the catastrophe happened, he cupped his hands, said thank you very much, and capitalized.
Yeah, no, it was a good drive from him, I think. Any other standout moments for you, I think, Cam, at this point?
Yeah, looking back at it, not particularly anyone else because of, unfortunately, all of the incidents, but I think just in general as well, James Baldwin, he showed up in that. We know how good he is, of course, from the first spring season, but
qualified 2nd as well, so he was in a good position to capitalize.
Absolutely, and then he was the one who actually sent it around the outside in turn 1, which caused the crash for the others. It wasn't necessarily his fault, but him by being there is what obviously put the others in a tricky situation. So he took the risk and he got the reward for that.
Practice, of course, underway in Monza. Such an iconic track, a track that we all love so much. But as you say, well, as Cam was saying, actually, in Rennsport, it's not a track that maybe the drivers favour. Would you agree with that? Is it somewhere they do like going, or is it just quite a challenge?
Well, it's going to be somewhere that Benica really loves, because he obviously took both wins yesterday.
True.
But he's not racing this one. That's going to go to his 2 teammates. So he's probably going to be slightly gutted. He can't maximise his opportunities for this. But it is a very raceable circuit. Obviously with the slipstream and things, and it is one that you can race really well at. I mean, of course we didn't broadcast it, but we did watch it. The last chance qualifying race of the Drivers' Championship yesterday was electric, and there were so many moves being made. Even then into the Drivers' Championship, Joe being able to get underneath 2 cars through the Roger. So much goes on at Monza. And it is just that thing, going into turn number 1, you're just suspended in that anticipation, almost waiting for something to go wrong.
Yeah, it's a tough braking zone, and it's as much as it is a chicane, it doesn't really flow at all. It's a very tricky, stop-starty sort of corner, and of course you're coming from one of the longest straights on the calendar and the Mount Slipstream. But I think just with the way that it works, especially with a couple of left moves as well, it's a difficult one to follow, and therefore when you do get the opportunity, you have to absolutely send it, and that's why we see some interesting battles.
And on that point, of course, of following, it's something the drivers have been probably complaining about quite a lot in that sort of dirty air. It's a term we talk about all the time in Formula 1, but it's very right. When you're behind a car, you're getting obviously all that, dirty air. Yeah. Obviously, it's just washed off the tyres, off the bodywork of the car in front. It's hot, and of course we know from this new bit of Rennsport how easy it is to sort of overdrive the cars, overheat the tyres. You're following a car, and that's just going to make it worse. You're going to have to be forced to overdrive the car into almost every corner to keep up with the car in front, which is going to make your tyres worse, give them the advantage, and just make things worse for you. So following is very tricky. And at Monza, you've got the Lesmos, which are quite a high-speed, medium to high-speed double right-hander, and of course Ascari. Parabolica to end the lap, arguably one of the most important corners on the track because it precedes that long straight, giving you the overtaking opportunity into turn 1. So that dirty air is going to be something to really keep an eye on, because you need that exit at Parabolica. And if the dirty air prevents you from doing that, you're not going to get moves done.
Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. It is a track that does lend itself to a bit more overtaking. Is that something that translates in sim racing?
It definitely does, with the amount of slipstream that is possible. We've already seen some double overtakes. I think what makes it so this track so tricky is, yes, you have the fast corners, but then you have these 2 tricky chicanes to open the lap in the first sector. And it's very difficult to go side by side, and what you're mostly trying to do is get the exit from that, but then the part of the track following each of the chicanes is also very difficult. So that's why it's kind of like a full risk or full reward situation, because you're going to have to go for it. And for those drivers jumping in for this race, I actually feel a little bit sorry for them because when you go to somewhat easier track like Spa, I'm sure they'd be looking a bit more forward to that. But this is what they've got given, and this is what they have to do for their team.
I mean, we do have Spa coming up next, but that's heading into the next group. So, but I think we were talking earlier, Zach, that actually the teams would have decided what track that maybe suited the driver a little bit more. So I guess if you've picked Monza or you've got Monza, it might be a track that you're quite strong at.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously we spoke about earlier, Redline coming into this as the spring season teams champion on the online stuff. They were able to have the decision on the first 4 races in terms of the track order. But the teams themselves can pick and choose what drivers they put on the car at any given point. And obviously you're going to do it in favor of the team, because today's focus is just get yourself, if not into the top 4, at least inside the top 10, because that at the very least means you're racing tomorrow.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, we will go racing very shortly in Monza. We're going to have qualifying first, of course. Make sure you join us as well, because we're going to be here for a couple more races as well as we look to crown the team's champion. It will be over the next 3 days, of course. Cam, you went out and saw what the arena was like. What was the atmosphere like?
Well, it was actually pretty tense inside there, and some of the drivers were looking sort of ready to go. It's getting a bit hot in there, we are told, so they've got to keep their cool on.
Yeah, apparently aircon's having a little moment out there, so it could be very warm. But let's see if they're going to heat up on track, shall we? Because we're going to head to Monza. It's time to go to Italy. I'm excited. You guys excited? Yeah, let's throw to our casters. It is Ewan O'Leary and George Morgan.
Thank you so much, Claire. As always, we are heading north of Milan, the destination, the Autodromo di Monza. George Morgan here and Ewan O'Leary here to take you through this next race. We've already seen action aplenty, drama unfolding as well. And if by magic, only the 2nd win for Guild Esports this year alone in ESL R1, James Baldwin, the 2nd win under the Guild banner here, of course, taking it at Jeddah last time out, and that is certainly going to send the confidence upwards, and quite rightly so, Ewan O'Leary. I mean, they need it, don't they?
They do, and a win has proven to be very, very important. I've just been looking over some of the Group 1 results, Group A as we're calling it, and looking at the teams that won a race and how much that has affected them. Now, Redline probably would have been first anyway under the old point system, because their other results were third and 5th. Apart from their win. That's pretty good. However, BS Competition are 2nd, basically because of that race victory. At the moment, Guild Esports scored the most points out of any of those teams in Group B throughout that last race. They are just 8 points ahead of Williams Esports as a result of the 35 points for a win. It is so crucial.
It is so crucial, and it will remain so crucial, especially around here at Monza, where mistakes can be made. One of the fastest circuits you're going to see on our calendar. Yuri Toman, the first to tackle the circuit, makes his way out to Variante del Roggia and in towards the 1st and 2nd Lesmo. Toman's had his troubles. It certainly hasn't been easy for him, but he was the last Team Vitality driver to take a victory at this circuit. He did it back in Monza during the Teams Championship phase, and that was, of course, in round 3. Took it in the semi-final, where, of course, he would lay claim to that victory, and that was his 2nd podium during that round as well, because he finished 2nd in the race prior during the quarter-final, much like his teammates Kazubon and Yuyovsky, but also Marcel Cinchik went on to take 3rd during that same round 2. But as we now watch Toman fly through the Ascari chicane, 35.087 is not within the window, really. You need to be, should we say, 2/10 within. 35.2 in that middle sector would have been better. 35.4, again, not out of the window, not out of the way of success. A big 3rd sector would be so useful here as he now comes out of the final bend this time around up towards the line. Where is the Audi R8 LMS going to be to kick us off? The Czech is going to check out here in qualifying here at Monza with a 1:45.896, Ewan.
It's a high 45. That's not where he wanted to be. Didn't have a very good day yesterday, despite qualifying for the Drivers' Championship final. As we have a look at Matt Emery now, one of the new drivers for this season, this year of ESL R1 for Guild Esports. He's just 22 years of age now, was third in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup of Great Britain last year. Now making his way up to the line, not in a Porsche, but an Audi instead. Pretty expressionless on the way up towards the line on this occasion. It's a decent time though from him. He's in the 45s at least, but second for now.
Yeah, nearly 500ths away from Toman up at the top. I would have probably fancied a little better, but bear in mind Emery also not having his best form through the course of this championship, has not actually managed to get out of the quarter-final phase during the online rounds leading through to the Esports World Cup LAN event. Jakub Brzezinski looking to find a little more as well. 34.9 in the first sector isn't bad. 35.3 in that second sector is very good as Brzezinski comes across the line. Third sector, a little grimace on his face and lost time, I think, in that third sector. It's only a 46.0.
Yeah, slow compared to what you'd expect to see from him. Don't forget, it was at this circuit where he is driving for Williams Esports, made a mistake in qualifying that put him towards the back of the grid. And I don't want to say it was his fault they didn't qualify, but it certainly didn't help them as they missed out by 5 points. Now driving for G2 Esports, his teammate is Nikodem Wisniewski in the first sector, few attempts away. Same story in the second. He might be right around his teammate here, Nikodem, as he goes over the line. He certainly is half a tenth apart in third and fourth.
Absolutely right. Brzezinski still holding firm on third. I think Brzezinski obviously feeling downbeat just on the very basis that he was in the window of potentially achieving a great time. Now, speaking of downbeat, what about Dan Beats himself? We have got Christopher Dan Beats behind the wheel of the mouse car right now. BMW M4 GT3, 35002 in Sector 1. Again, 2/10 off the realm of where he might prefer to be. A 35.5, though, again, 3/10 off in that middle sector. And a shake of the head from Dan Beats as he sets the slowest time we have seen so far, 1:46.087.
I know Yuri Kazdorp doesn't like me talking about his height, but he and Christopher Dan Beats must be the tallest pairing sim racing has ever seen. They are absolutely massive anyway. Marko Pejic is going to make his way up to the line in be the sixth driver over the line, I should say, for Guild Esports. The 25-year-old was at Prodigy Week recently over at the Atlanta Motorsports Park in the United States. Now back here in Riyadh for a second year in a row. He goes up to the top. It's a 45.8 from him.
A perfect response as well to James Baldwin taking victory in our prior round, and they've still got Matt Emery sat in third as well, so big chances on hand here for Guild Esports. Yuri Kazdorp returning at the wheel for Mouse as well. First sector, 35.114, not ideal. 35.531 in that middle sector as well. That's around 3/10 off where you would like to be, but Kazdorp could yet plumb higher than the G2 Esports team if he can dig deep. Not quite, just splits the pair, moves into P5 and higher than his teammate.
Yep, so a low 35 from Schoninger in this first sector. We've seen a 38.9 from him in the middle, though. That contained a slowdown, and I'm afraid the Williams Esports driver will look to be at the back here, I'm afraid, after this lap time. His teammate Daniel Pastor will be up after that. These two, of course, well, not Pastor, but the rest of the Williams Esports team, part of a endurance racing championship winning team. That was a bad way to say that, but I've done it now. They surely will have the team camaraderie. Will they be up there, though, with Daniel Pastor making his way to the line now?
Well, we've gone from one driver who started at the very beginning of ESL R1 back at Katowice, that being Dennis Schrödinger. We do have now Daniel Pastor, who's one of their newest recruits. Now sat in P9 without a time yet, but could yet ascend upwards if he continues a real strong run. 34.9 in the first sector isn't bad. 35.6 isn't the best, though, in that middle sector. Third sector, though, has pushed him up to sixth place. So he has extended higher than his teammate and also higher than Nikodem Wisniewski.
It's so close. Less than 3 tenths of a second, between Marko Pejic and Christopher Dan Beats. That's first to 8th place. Will Michał Schmidl get himself in that window, I wonder, as he makes his way out of the final corner? The former F1 Esports driver now coming up towards the line. This is looking pretty all right. It could be right up there towards the front. Not really. Oh, no, I was entirely wrong about that. 9th place for him.
146, 136 for Schmiedel, just places him just above Dennis Schrödinger, who has got our slowest time so far with that slowdown. Marcel Cinčić, we fly ahead to the master of Monza. 34.9 in that first sector is decent. 35.2 is exactly on the money in the second sector. A great chance here for the hungry Hungarian to give Vitality a thumbs up from Cinčić. Is it enough? Can he topple Pejic? Yes, he can, by nearly 2.5 tenths of a second. Marcel Cinčić checks out in P1 for now.
And next, Will Chadwick, he's going to do very well to get anywhere near that. It was a special lap time from Marcel Cinčić. I was wondering where the times are going. I thought maybe just everyone was doing a bit slower than usual in this session, but no, it just took someone to take this session on properly, and Marcel Cinčić certainly has done that. Out of the line now for Will Chadwick, who will surely join Michał Schmiedel. He certainly will join him 10th and 11th for the two-phase Porsches.
Yeah, Will Chadwick going in, well, just above the bottom time. Schrödinger unfortunately at the back, but this man is back. Master of Monza once more. Marcel Cinčić up at the top of the timing screens, and doesn't he just deserve it too? I mean, obviously Vitality have had their troubles. We saw both cars spinning back at Jeddah, but Cinčić has a chance here to place them back where they're oh so used to. Of course, when we looked at Cinčić's form, like we said, for good reason he is the Master of Monza. How many victories has he taken? So many here around this track.
Yeah, and of course that crucial one for the Spring Season Championship back in Munich over a year ago. But it's really key for Team Vitality, as you say. Only 2 points gained in that first race, where Erhan Yoshki and Thibaut Kazmon were caught up in that opening lap incident at Jeddah. That means that the onus is now on Marcel Cinčić and Jiri Toman, who have qualified on the first 2 rows here in that qualifying session. As we keep reiterating, a win is worth 35 points, second is worth 20. So if you can get that win, it really helps you along the way to a top 4 finish, the crucial point at the end of this group stage.
And also, we've got to talk about Guild as well, given the fact that they've got 2 drivers that are sat in that top 5 phase. So the fact that they have got Matt Emery and also a great performance in qualifying from Marko Pejic to at least put himself in the shop window here. Of course, you know, Guild can take advantage of what is, I would say, not necessarily the strongest group we have got in amongst this field, but still at the same time, points mean prizes. And also at the same time, these drivers have earned the right to be here. So regardless of whether we look at one group being stronger than the other, at the end of the day, you still need to do it on the night, and Guild are right now.
And don't forget, it's not really unfair on anybody, because this is seeded by the Teams Championship that we had in the online
It's performance-based.
It is exactly performance-based, and so I don't think anybody can have any complaints about the way that it's panned out. It's just the way that the seeding has ended up working. I do agree that this may be a slightly weaker group, but don't forget, it's not these 6 teams that will be racing again later on. They get jumbled up, so some of the teams, I'll give you some examples, are going to be racing in races 5 and 6 as well to mix things up. Included within that, Williams Esports, FaZe Clan and G2 Esports. They'll be joining 3 teams who raced in race 1 and 2. It sounds quite complicated. It will be quite simple. What you'll effectively see, 6 teams on the grid again for race 5, and more great racing, just not the same groups.
No, not at all, but still the same outstanding tracks that we have witnessed through the course of this championship. We've seen lots of action. I mean, we still hark back to Fuji. I mean, what a way to start this team's championship. We could yet see something similar here at Monza should it continue. But the drivers currently getting settled into their rigs, and obviously we'll be watching them take to the circuit very shortly. Let's take you through the qualifying results as well, folks. Marcel Cinčić at the top of the timing screens with a 1:45.575 for Team Vitality, and his teammate Jiri Toman sat in 3rd, splitting the 2 Guild drivers. Marko Pejic 2nd, Matt Emery 4th, Brzezinski for G2 5th, Kazdorp, Pajdor, Wisniewski, then Dambeat, Schmiedel, Chadwick, Dennis Schrödinger at the back as well. So it's all Vitality and Guild, it seems, on the 2 front rows.
It certainly is, and the gap between 1st and 2nd is probably the biggest I've ever seen. ESL R1 is known for close qualifying sessions that we had until Marcel Cinčić came over the line. He absolutely destroyed everybody. It is interesting, though, you mentioned Vitality and Guild on the top 2 rows there. They're lined up directly behind one another as well, as are the G2 Porsches, by the way. So I just wonder whether those 3 teams rather, can help each other on the front straight or maybe throughout this Monza race.
Yeah. Marcel Cinčić on the front row, joined by Marko Pejic. Two outstanding professionals that have duelled together time and time again. Marcel Cinčić, his first experience of racing was watching Formula One. He then got into sim racing in 2008. It's been a long journey since then, and we've got a long race ahead as we put pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. Great start for Cinčić, but also Marko Pejic in behind. I would say a better start for Jakub Brzezinski, who's going to have a look down the inside now and make it 3 wide, maybe even 4, as we head into turn 1. Brzezinski with a mega send, and he looks to try and move into the top 2 places. Cinčić has to cut the first chicane, and we've got a car round coming out of turn 1.
Matt Emery's gone around for Guild Esports, I'm afraid, in the Audi. He had a bad start anyway. Qualified 4th place, went backwards immediately. Now he is facing backwards, side by side for 3rd, as Marko Pejic and Yuri Toman battle in towards the 2nd chicane. This is the Della Roggia. Here goes Pejic on the outside. If he can hold it there, he'll be okay at turn 4, and he is, so he will get P3 just ahead of Yuri Toman, then Yuri Kasdorp. But for me, Marcel Cinčić cut the first chicane when he absolutely didn't have to, and I think he should get a penalty for that.
We could be hearing from the stewards very, very shortly. Brzezinski, though, with a phenomenal getaway. Can you believe it? G2 Esports trying to close down on better potential results, and I must say Brzezinski was very downbeat after that performance in qualifying. He had an opportunity to send his car to the top, but it all went wrong in Sector 3. We're now watching Yuri Kasdorp on the right-hand side of your screen. He, of course, driving for the Mouse team that saw Max Benneker claw his way back through the field after that immediate crash at the very start of the race, where he would make contact with both Dara McCormack and Ulash Ozildarim. Mouse currently operating in P5 with Yuri Kasdorp, and then further down Christopher Danbeats in 10th place. But it's still Cinčić up at the top, still no movement as far as the stewards are concerned. Brzezinski in 2nd place, but losing a little bit of time now, and it's very nearly dipping out to a 2nd.
Exactly, but I still think Cinčić is going to be pegged back. Here goes Toman pushing the back of Pejic as they try and catch up to Brzezinski, who very shortly might well not have any slipstream at all. Talk a little bit more about Mouse, actually. You can see Yuri Kasdorp there in 5th place, just ahead of the battle for 6th position. They qualified for the Teams Championship Finals in 3rd position 1 year ago, although it was quite close. It was only 23 points separating them and 7th. However, they were comfortable. This year, not so comfortable. Only 17 points in that first race. At the moment, only 12.
Yep, Curva Grande now coming to an end. Next up, the Roggia once more. Marko Pejic now trying to keep Yuri Toman in behind. That's going to be a very tricky task. Toman from the Czech Republic looking to try and close the gap. Obviously has had his own challenges, but looking to come back in the best way possible, and that would be a sensational podium and potentially a Team Vitality double podium, with Cinčić still leading the way as they now head through this next right-hander out of Lesmo 2 and now down the Seraglio Straight. They're being clued up on by Yuri Kasdorp. Nikodem Wisniewski as well waiting in the wings as they now send it down towards the Ascari chicane once again. Marcel Cinčić now over a 2nd clear of Jakub Brzezinski. Very soon Brzezinski's going to be vulnerable because he will be forfeiting that slipstream element, and that will open the door for Marko Pejic, who behind the wheel of his very own Audi R8 LMS will be looking to plummet towards the Porsche being driven by the G2 driver. As now we have a look, breaking out of the aero, Yuri Toman might favour a move heading down the long straight, but he'll need a run out of yes. Here comes Brzezinski. What happened?
Well, I can't tell you that, but Cinčić has lost the lead, that's for sure. Kuba Brzezinski now ahead of the field. I wonder whether he's been told to give up the place or not, because we were talking about that turn 1 incident where Marcel Cinčić cut the first chicane. Just wonder whether he's been told to give up the place or not. Meanwhile, his teammate just looks to the inside, doesn't go through. Cinčić really pushing Brzezinski here. He does not want to invite everyone else into a leading battle.
Well, by the looks of it, he definitely had to forfeit the place. Seemed to be a dramatic manner to lose a whole 2nd in an immediate. So now, it's now on for Marcel Cinčić to try and retake that lead away from Jakub Brzezinski. For G2 Esports, who have not tasted success like this in a long, long time, but have a great chance to do it this time around, of course. If we take a look back at some of their prior results, their last podium was in fact at Orchard Road, and it was Nikodem Wisniewski who took it after coming 3rd during the 2nd round of the online championship phase in the team standings. So now they come through out of the second Lesmo. Still Brzezinski out in front, Cinčić reneging in behind.
I've just had a look at some of the stewards' inquiries and penalties. Marcel Cinčić did indeed get a penalty for cutting the first chicane, his penalty being give back one position. He's done just that now, and so he's second behind Kuba Brzezinski. That's all settled then, no points penalties applied, just that position given up by Marcel Cinčić, which he has now done.
Yeah, just mouthing some words as well to his team, and there's a degree of frustration, I think, on hand here for Marcel Cinčić. He would have had the race sewn up had he extended that second. He's now going to overtake Jakub Brzezinski this time, and that seemed oh so simple. And a strange place to do it as well, coming into the Kerber Alboreto. Now, I wonder if that's Jakub Brzezinski just handing that back, just so he can have the run down the home straight. A little bit of on-track games being played between the two drivers as now the Porsche starts to get ever close to the back of the Audi R8 LMS. I get the feeling that Jakub Brzezinski is quite happy he's awaiting behind and just profits off the back of the slipstream that Marcel Cinčić's providing.
I think Yuri Toman's a bit nervous about you. Oh, he's done it again! Marcel Cinčić goes wide at turn one and goes over the chicane again. Will he have to give up the place again? It wasn't quite the same situation because he was side by side with Kuba at the time of the first one, and we're about to see it again here. However, we've just seen something very similar again. Let's have a look at the replay itself though first. Brzezinski's down the inside, not too late on the brakes, but there will be contact there. And look, he's got miles of space there for me. Race controller made the right call.
Yeah, I think so. I think, I mean, credit to Jakub Brzezinski, first and foremost, getting the move done the way he did. There's Matt Emery going round at the very start. But, yeah, this is it. I would say that's pretty cut and shut at this point. Just, it was a big, bold move from Brzezinski, but he timed it brilliantly. Managed to get past the sea of cars in front of him, move his way up, not just to within the top four, but into the top two, and then to pretty much take the lead coming into turn one. And of course, Cinčić was forced to take the escape road coming out of turn one through turn two. But now it's Cinčić out in front. Did have to take the escape coming through the Rettificio, but it hasn't perturbed him. No word from the stewards on that. But Brzezinski hasn't lost any time as a result, so they may just waver that right now.
Here comes Brzezinski again into the final corner. You just get to the back of him. I wonder whether he's pushing him on here to not allow the others into contention, not least because Cinčić has a teammate in this second group, Yuri Toman, who's also trying to push Marko Pejic to the front of the race now. So there's real speed at the front of this race. We've got the rare situation at Monza. There's not much tactics going on, just everyone trying to catch one another. Here goes Brzezinski again, bump, 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 down the front straight. Same will be happening behind. There's Yuri Toman doing exactly the same. He looks to the inside, doesn't go for it. You've got two very different ideas about the way this race should go, playing out in front of us in these front two groups.
And you've got to imagine Cinčić's a little concerned here because we're now on lap 5 of 9. Very soon, in 4 laps' time, when we venture onto the final lap of the race. Brzezinski playing a very, I would say, a very prominent game here. We can tell exactly what he's doing. He's waiting for the opportunity behind to maybe open up on the final lap. I mean, what does Cinčić have to do here? Does he have to ultimately renege the place and just slow down?
I don't think he'll do that. I think he doesn't mind this situation of Brzezinski being behind him and the two of them being clear of the field. But actually, I think that it's not the worst thing in the world if Toman catches him in that second group as well. We've seen at Monza how big groups can cause problems, and that is a possibility if indeed the second group catches. However, I don't think he will be heartbroken if Yuri Toman gets involved here, and maybe the two teammates can assist one another in a way that only G2 really can do so. No one else has teammates.
No, not at all. Running on board with the other G2 esports car. This one belonging to Nikodem Wisniewski, as we alluded to him being one of the last G2 drivers to appear on the podium. It was indeed at Orchard Road in the Teams Championship where he would achieve that, finishing third in the semi-final of round 2. Of course, even prior to that, going higher on the podium in the quarter-final phase and finishing second in that race. And he's done it as well at Hockenheimring. Did that back in the Drivers' Championship during the first round when we went around the German circuit. But now back again and trying to hunt down after Daniel Pajtor, who is one of the newest recruits as part of this Williams Esports ESL R1 fold. As now we watch back as we see Wisniewski plough down towards turn 1. No changes there between them. Marko Pejic towards the front end as well. Is currently sat in third, keeping Yuri Toman in behind as they venture around the Curva Grande. Just under a second now between Pejic and Brzezinski, so that's improved because remember, we have of course seen that gap filter outwards here. Brzezinski still very much in the wheel tracks of Marcel Cinčić.
But notice the groups are coming together now. Yuri Toman's pushing of Marko Pejic is paying off, but Yuri Kasdorp can't quite go with it. He's with Daniel Pastor and Nikodem Wisniewski, who are also trying to join in. It's been a race of tactics so far for these top 7 throughout the first 2/3 of this race, but surely the final 3 laps, it's going to be all about action. And at the moment, that's what Marko Pejic is going to try and introduce to the fold. Jakub Brzezinski as well, probably here in second position, but I don't really see what he can do here, whether it's a good idea to lead right now or a good idea to sit in second place and wait.
Yeah, could well be the case that he is better off staying where he is right now. Lap 6 of 9 will soon become lap 7, and there will be another 3 laps of magic to bring before we can crown a race winner here at Monza. Already, the first 3 races, obviously due to the fact that we do have multiple different groups with different teams appearing at different times. Redline taking the opening victory in race 1 at Fuji, but BS Plus competition would take it at Daytona. We've just witnessed Guild take their first race win here at the Esports World Cup at Jeddah, with James Baldwin at the wheel, and no doubt he'll be cheering on Marko Pejic, who still has a great chance. He's only 6.5 tenths in behind Jakub Brzezinski right now, but plenty more could still happen as now we see the top 2 come together again, and also wheel-to-wheel here between Pejic and Yuri Toman, side by side coming through the rest of Filio. Outside for Toman, that'll become the inside coming through Curva Grande, and the Audi R8 LMS flexing that acceleration and moves on past the sister Audi. A fantastic effort from Toman, got the toe, heading in towards the Reta Filio chicane, and now coming out of Curva Grande, he now moves up into 3rd, Vitality 1 and 3.
I did wonder whether that battle again would just hold the 2 back and actually put some distance between the 2, but that hasn't happened. We've seen a big battle here, though. Nikodem Wisniewski's gone up to 5th position ahead of Yuri Kasdorp and Daniel Pastor. So great driving from Wisniewski. G2 now have 2 drivers inside the top 5.
Yeah, they certainly do, and this will be big points for them as well. No doubt team boss Nathan Tague is going to be absolutely thrilled by this. I mean, we saw some promise, like I said, from Kuba Brzezinski in qualifying, but now he's bringing his best to the fold. Kasdorp now hunting down after Wisniewski, but unable to translate that slipstream into a potential overtake on the outside of the Seraglio into the Ascari chicane. He's going to think better of it, but at the front end of that mouse car got a little bit overzealous coming through Ascari.
Yeah, I was worried for him, but quick reactions from Kasdorp, and he stays on the road. Pastor will have closed in, though. You can see on the timing tower, he's noticeably closer now as we go back to the leaders. Kuba Brzezinski has 2 laps to action this move, and I think he has just been waiting for his moment to strike. It's not a bad idea, really, to sit around and just sit back, wait, and see what happens here as they power down the front straight again. Is Chinchik trying to let him through? I wouldn't have thought so. Brzezinski clearly waiting for the final lap.
Oh, I think he certainly is. A little bit of contact as well as they make their way through turn 1 and turn 2, but I wouldn't write off Yuri Toman just yet. Penultimate lap of the race in full swing, and 2 Vitality cars now sit in the podium places. So the optimal one is Marcel Chinchik. He sits at the top of the tree. Jakub Brzezinski very pensive on the right of screen. You can there see him getting closer now, heading through Curva Grande. The Rogier chicane coming up next as they rumble over the race curbs, and then a trip through towards the Lesmo. Lesmo 1 and 2 to take. Brzezinski showing all the promise and ability that we have seen from him in the past. A former Williams Esports driver alongside his current teammate, Nikodem Wisniewski. They made the transition to Porsche with the G2 Esports team. And now, as they blast down the Seraglio, he'll be hoping and praying that he gets his chance.
Yeah, neither of these 2 teams, Team Vitality or G2 Esports, had either driver inside the top 5 of that first race. They've got both drivers inside the top 5 of this race. It's a remarkable turnaround from both. And Group B has provided a very close point situation if things stay as they are. But for both of these 2 teams, who really struggled in that opening race of the day, they finished at 5th and 6th of this group in that 3rd race. They need to win because of the points advantage, because of the fact it's 35 points for a win. Both need it. And so Jakub Brzezinski and Marcel Chinchik will fight for it like their lives depend on it here on this final lap.
Yeah, No driver has taken a win at Monza in this top 4 since Toman did it back in round 3 of the Teams Championship. Jakub Brzezinski urging ever closer as now he looks to try and unleash the power of the Porsche. Heading in towards turn 1, he'll take on the master of Monza. Cinchik, who took pole, is now under threat. The road wheel to wheel coming out of turn 2. The Audi R8 starts to grunt as now the Porsche makes its way through the inside, coming through the curve of Grande. A fantastic effort from Brzezinski at the perfect time. The run side by side, but Brzezinski prevails on the run down towards the Roger, but Cinchik will come back.
He will, and he's got to go at turn... Oh, no, he didn't quite do it. He's got to go at the second chicane, though. He's fired in really early as Brzezinski. Meanwhile, Marco Page and Yuri Toman go side by side again. Page has to defend into Lesmo 1, and he just does. He gets back his podium.
Both Vitality cars demoted in the space of one solitary sector. It's Jakub Brzezinski who holds all the cards, and this could be a historic one for him. His first race win in a G2 sim racing team environment in a highly competitive competition here in ESL R1. This could be huge for G2, but here comes Cinchik down the inside. He thinks again, decides not to go for it. Brzezinski prevails on the run through. Out of Ascari now. One more straight to take before they venture through Kerber Alboreto. Page holding on to third. Toman trying to get the toe. Here comes Cinchik once more, looking to try and take the victory back as they head into Kerber Alboreto. Both Vitality cars trying to ascend up the leaderboard. Can Cinchik check out with a victory at a circuit he's been so successful at in the past? No, he can't. The brilliance of Jakub Brzezinski will prevail this time. It's a first win this season for G2 and a first win for Jakub Brzezinski.
And the celebration almost knocks the headphones off his head. Fantastic win for G2 Esports and Jakub Brzezinski. G2 more overall, getting 2 in the top 5. They know how crucial that was. They were 5th of the group after race 3. They are going to rocket up the standings, and from looking over their shoulder at not finishing in the bottom 2, they'll be looking forward now to their next 2 races, in races 5 and 6, and seeing whether they can get into the top 4.
Well, Vitality denied once again. G2 prevail, but we'll get all the reaction after the break.
Hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup ESL R1, and we are making our way very quickly through these groups, aren't we? It's been a fascinating day so far, and we're heading into Group 3 now. Wow, Cam, Arjuna, it's been quite the journey so far, hasn't it? We've just been out and it was Brzezinski who managed to take the win, but I mean, there was a lot of tension to the end, wasn't there, Arjuna?
Master of Monza, Marcel Cinčić, maybe no longer, right? After seeing the mistake at turn 1 as well, right? It was a mistake. There's no doubt about that. Trying to turn in too early. Race control tells him, give the position back. And, you know, we'll take a look at some of these replays. Just look at how aggressively he turns right and then turns left, trying to clear the field after that second chicane.
Yeah, he probably thought he had a nice clean run into turn 1, but Brzezinski, remember, from 5th place on the grid, managed to effectively get the lead at that point because Cinčić in the end had to give it back. There was, of course, contact further back. Matt Emery getting spun around after some contact with Wisniewski, so that's a bit of a shame for him. But all the drivers just sending it in there into turn 1 as you would expect. But overall, it was probably a cleaner run than we would expect.
At least initially, right? Then we got the swap around that worked around. Race control said give up the position to Master of Monza, Marcel Cinčić, and then Kuba Brzezinski hit the front. And we did see the move eventually, you know, work its way back forward, but I think one thing that we kind of saw yesterday in the Drivers' Championship was Team Vitality sort of building up their speed. Audis, as much as maybe they've been talked about as not being favored, both Guild and Vitality in Group 2, Constellation 2, showing it's got some speed. And look at this drag race off of turn number 1.
I was thinking that as well. The BMW wasn't up towards the front, and some would say maybe this is a weaker field out of the 48 drivers, but there's still some big names, and especially at the front 3 of them. This was Toman. He had a lot of trouble getting past there, and I'm a little bit surprised by that, but Page did a really good defense, but then in the end it was the 18 car there who managed to get around the outside.
Yeah, and you see the various little battles that just continue to rumble. We separated ourselves up into multiple battle packs. Up front, still the G2 Porsche and the Vitality Audi, back and forth they went. And it's not often that you see multiple side-by-side exits off of turn 1 so clean. It's such a bumpy track as well. So one thing that we talked about a lot during Gamers 8 last year, it's sometimes better to break in the middle of the track where it's less bumpy.
Absolutely, and this one surprised me actually because Cinčić didn't really fight that as much as I was expecting. He just kept on the racing line on the outside, which is where obviously he had the issue in turn 1, so it was a bit of a risk. And then also coming here into the final corner, such huge risk around the outside. This was on the final lap as well, so Cinčić up ahead not being able to get past. And then also on the screen, of course, that was Page holding on just about to 3rd place.
Fun race, all things considered, though. We always know when we go to Monza, it's going to be fun. And what better thing to do after going to Monza than head to another fast track? We head to the Ardennes for the first race in Group 3 at Spa. And I think that based on what we've seen so far, remember, half of these group stages in the Team Championship now officially in the books. All the teams know where they stack up. And I love seeing the elation, the emotion from Kuba Brzezinski.
It is wonderful to see. You almost think that he's won the whole team's championship there just from that one race, but it really is important at every single race so far, Cam, with the points. And this was incredible for Vitality. They managed to get 1st and 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, big points for G2 as well, who maybe are ones that we wouldn't be expecting necessarily to get up towards the front. So yeah, so for those two teams especially, really big showing. And when we go obviously into this Group 3, or Constellation 3, we're going to have the same teams that we've already seen, just mixed up in a different order. So the battles and where the teams stack up is obviously going to change.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really exciting. Of course, we gave you our predictions at the beginning of the broadcast. I said Team Redline. You said...
I didn't give my prediction, but I would have said Team Redline as well.
Team Redline, no, we can't even say that. And Cam, yours was, you changed Vitality yours was Vitality.
It's going to be Redline.
If you want to get involved, of course, please head to www.stcplay.gg and you can give your predictions too. We would love to hear them, and they can't be Team Redline because I want to win. So, like you say, we're heading to Spa next. It is one of my favourite tracks. I feel like it's one of everyone's favourite tracks, and it always gives Cam some really fun racing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we only go there once today, so this is the only time it's going to be on there. Back to back with Hockenheim, which would be an interesting one for this group. But to keep on topic with Spa, I think the battling should be fairly good here. Once again, we have the really long straights to do the slipstreaming, and it's one of those tracks, I think, as well, with the battles that we saw from yesterday. Hopefully they can keep it quite clean, because it's a little bit more open in certain sections, whereas Monza is a little bit tricky.
And I guess the thing that Cam kind of alluded to, but we're not racing the same teams that race in Group 1 in Constellation 3. We slightly mix and match it, right? So we'll see Team Redline not against Coanda like they were in the first group. Instead, it's Williams Esports who have to now go Constellation 2 and Constellation 3 back-to-back. Also, I think G2 and FaZe doing that as well. So it's going to be a slight mix-up of all of that. I think that's going to be interesting. Knowing as well, you pick which driver you want for each individual track. Yes. We talked about Marcel Chinchik, Master of Monza. We knew that's what he wanted to race. I can tell you, I was talking to him just in the last time I was in the arena. I think he's doing the last race as well at Spa. So they're or rather at Monza, Yuri Toman's going to be at Spa. So they've divvied up the drivers depending on what they need to do.
Okay, well, actually, let's talk about Chinchik while we're here, because he had a blistering qualifying time, didn't he? He absolutely smashed the timings compared to everyone else. However, I think he thought he maybe had a little bit easier in the race until he really got a lot of pressure from behind, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was frustrated that he had that challenge from behind. He probably, to say truth, he probably went over the chicane thinking, oh yeah, I'll have that little bit of a gap and they won't really be able to get me. But of course, Brzezinski was able to keep up. The others behind dropped back, but Brzezinski had that pace. And just looking, G2, of course, go again in this next group. So they're going to have to do back-to-back racing. So in some ways, it's a good thing because he's been warmed up as such, but in some ways it's bad because he doesn't get a break.
And one off-topic thing, just totally out of the blue.
Go for it. We love off-topic.
That last Constellation, we had a couple of drivers who later this year are going to go racing in the real world in the Prodigy 3 Racing Championships. Are going to be really interesting for Nikitin Wisniewski, Marko Pejic. You know, we often talk about bringing real racing drivers into the sim world. Max Verstappen is once again watching on the Team Redline watch-along. Got Formula 1 duties as well, but going to be cool to see our sim racers get those opportunities as well.
In between practice, I'm sure Max
Lots
Verstappen.
Of practice.
Yeah. Max Verstappen will be joining us, I'm sure. Right, let's head over because we are going to go racing in Spa. Of course, it is Group 3. We've got a couple more groups to go. We've got one more group to go, 3 and 4, and we're going to have plenty more racing to go. Let's head over to our casters because we're heading to Spa. It is Lewis McGlade and, of course, George Morgan.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Of course, 7 kilometres, the length of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and all of that ribbon of tarmac is absolutely fantastic, George. We've seen some of the greatest racing in ESL R1's history around here, and we could be up for some more.
Yeah, back to the hills of Stavelot in the thick of the Ardennes forest, and we have seen drama aplenty, as you so rightly say, Lewis McGlade. Fuji is where it all started. Daytona followed. We just saw a terrific race at Monza after what was a sensational performance from James Baldwin at Jeddah. It seemingly Guild now getting into their best form, but we're now heading back to some of the original teams that we saw back at Fuji and Daytona. Obviously, it's going to be quite interesting to see how they respond after those first couple of races. It's going to be important, especially around a track such as this, so much variation.
I just want to touch on something very quickly, by the way, because Claire Cottingham was saying that we're not allowed to pick Team Redline for our predictions for winners overall. So I'm going to predict
Team Redline.
Team Redline are going to win. Goddamn right I am. Absolutely spot on. Too right. Anyway, I'll talk you through the 12 drivers as well that we'll see out on circuit, because this time, again, there is a few groups. There's 3 teams that have actually done, that were in Group 2 that are in this group as well. It's Williams, I think it's FaZe, and I believe it's G2 who are in this one. So we're going to see Robbie Stapleford take to the racetrack, the Stapler himself, Kaiki Oliveira, Johan Art, Kevin Ellis Jr., Enzo Benito, Ulas Yildirim, Luke Bennett, Sebastian Job, that'll be a strong one, Jakob Brzezinski fresh off his victory, Isaac Price, Don Blyer, and of course Dazza McCormack, who will be taking to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. And also I think we should probably touch on the points here, because this is where things get very interesting, isn't it? Now I've lost it on the sheet, that's fine. We'll take a look at some race results. You can talk through that whilst I find the points.
Yeah, let's get into the thick of it, folks. Obviously we just witnessed a tremendous race at Monza, and it was Jakob Brzezinski who would take victory for G2. Their first race win this season for both driver and team. Marcel Cinčić coming in second. Master of Monza, or is he master no more? Marko Pejic third for Guild after James Baldwin's success at Jeddah. We had Yuri Toman in fourth, Nikodem Wisniewski in fifth, Kasdorp sixth, Pajdo, Schrödinger, Schmiedel, Chadwick, Dan Beats and Matt Emery towards the tail of the field after that incident that he had sustained, Lewis.
I have found some points. They're mine, so let's take a little bit of a hold on whether they're fully accurate yet. I'll get the update from Race Control, of course. As we can see, practice is also underway. I'll talk you to the top 4 teams, because those are the 4 that at the moment, at the halfway point, will be automatically transferring into Sunday's action. Team Redline have 77 points, and a shock to absolutely no one, they're leading the points. That's why we've both picked them. Of course, in second position, it is BS Competition. Shout out, 55 points, and that is even with 2 penalty points.
Well, they've had a P2 and a first.
They've had a P2 and a first, and they've also picked up 4 penalty points in the hands of Ibrahim Khan. Legendary. Guild Racing, I think they have been right up there. I was chatting a little bit to Seb Hawkins earlier, and he's very confident in the boys. 54 points they're on in third position, and G2 Esports are in 4th place on 51 points, obviously fresh after that victory from Brzezinski. The important bit, though, who's in the bottom 2? Now, Virtus Pro, I think we were all kind of safe to say that Virtus Pro were going to be
expected to
no
a
disrespect.
degree.
They are the underdogs in this. They can you take a guess at who the other team is?
Oh, I mean, I couldn't tell you, actually.
It is an interesting one, because it's the Apex Racing team.
No way.
It is indeed. The Apex Racing team have just 22 points. They are
Incredible.
1 point behind our club champions, Falcons. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
I mean, it just speaks volumes, really. I mean, Falcons, we thought, would have a great chance of breaking through to at least the second chance round that we have coming through to tomorrow. They have been the best performing new team to have joined ESL R1 since joining at the very start of this year. I can agree. I think we believe that Virtus Pro were going to find it tough in this competition. No doubt that has corresponded in terms of the current results as things stand. Obviously, anything can happen. A lot can change. They'll need a big result, though, however, here at Spa and onwards. Obviously, after this, we do have trips to Hockenheim coming up, and Monza again, and then another trip to Spa to end off the night. And then we'll find out as to who's getting eliminated and who will be staying for the second chance race and which 4 teams will be heading through.
Yeah, we're on double Spa duty, you and I. You're on, what are you on double What are you on? Are you on double...
I'm
Monza.
on double Monza duty.
You're on double Monza duty. Again,
just like yesterday.
Second day in a row he's on double. Whoever does this schedule is doing a terrible job.
Yeah, I'll give you a clue. He's to the right.
Hello. It might be me. It's fine. I just really don't like Monza. I'm not gonna lie. I think Monza's really overrated.
No.
What do you mean?
It's a tremendous track.
Nah. It's overrated. I've been there. You've been there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. It's hot. It's hot and there's bugs everywhere. Well, let's refocus here, though, because you've got Ulas Zilderim here. Let's roll back to his last race. Of course, they only get 2 races. His last race was competing for the victory and then made that one mistake in the braking zone at the Jeddah Corniche circuit down into T1.
Yeah, it was a struggle. It did not work out. A late break into turn 1 on James Baldwin did not pay off, but this time he has a chance to redeem himself, I suppose, at this point. But we'll wait and see as to whether he can. Obviously, it was a great result for James Baldwin and a much-needed one for Guild, who had yet to taste a single race. Well, it was a second race victory with James Baldwin behind the wheel, if we include the online rounds leading up to this point. But they have been very scarce in terms of podium results. So a very welcome one, I think, for Guild. And great to see Pejic performing.
Yeah, exactly. No, honestly, I think Guild have been the team that's kind of like stepped up quite a lot from what we expected from, because when they were in the online season, there were a lot of concerns. There was a few flashes of like, oh, this could be quite good, and then it was a lot of, well, you know, not really too sure about that. To say that they're coming into this, they're third after everyone's done 2 races. They obviously had the issue for Matt Emery down into T1 at Monza just a few moments ago. And realistically, they were looking like they were going to score even more points than that. They're looking really good. They're looking really good. But I think what we're seeing now is the important bit that's being shown is that race victories really do matter. It's 35 points for race victory. It's 20 points for second.
Yeah. I mean, it's every point that counts. And obviously, when you're representing a team like Guild, you're also representing a superstar footballer like the name David Beckham, for example, who owns the Guild esports team, and as well as had a huge career playing for the likes of Manchester United, where he would win Premier Leagues for Sir Alex Ferguson, then moving to Real Madrid, joining the likes of Zidane, playing with the likes of Ronaldo up at the front, and then eventually moving to the LA Galaxy.
Do you think most of the sim races know anything about what we were talking about?
You know, they might be EAFC players out there.
To be fair, there's probably a lot of EAFC players out there. That's fine. No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's be honest, it's a cool story. And I'd like the fact that, again, in esports and stuff, we're getting a lot of sports personalities that are obviously getting involved in esports, whether it's as team managers or even as drivers as well. Let's get David Beckham behind the wheel, shall we?
Why not?
I reckon, I'm going to put it out there now, I could definitely beat David Beckham in a lap around Spa. I'd shave my head completely bald.
Well, if you can curl a football the same way you can curl around the Curva Grande, I think you'll be in a good position.
I don't think I could beat him by 12 seconds. He might be quicker than you, George, but we'll have to wait and see on that one.
That's not hard, Lewis McGlade.
No, it really wasn't. It really wasn't. It's fine. All you need is a clean lap, apparently. I will say, with those top 4 teams that I read out to you a little bit earlier on, the reason why I said wins were important, all 4 of those teams have victories. They are the 4 teams that have won the 4 races thus far. BS competition, obviously, with Kaiki Oliveira. Then, of course, Brzezinski, James Baldwin having the victory, and, of course, Luke Bennett having the victory as well. Let's take a look at the championship standings as well before we jump into the qualifying for it, and we can update that again. Team Redline, BS competition, Guild, and G2. Those are the ones that I read out a little bit earlier on. Those are the top 4 at the moment that will automatically transfer over to Sunday. Apex and Virtus Pro at the bottom. Obviously, the teams that are struggling quite a bit here. Those are the teams that will not be progressing through further on into the competition. Everyone in between at the moment will be going through into Saturday's action, where we'll have the last chance race. But George, it's qualifying time.
It is. But how about that? 3 teams you wouldn't have necessarily expected in the top 4 currently sat there at the moment. Guild, G2, as well as BS Plus competition. Outrageous. Though you would expect them to be in that midfield fight. Therefore taking chance in the second chance race tomorrow. But hey, you never know. They could qualify automatically, shoving the likes of Williams and Porsche Coanda in that midfield. Could you believe that? First sector for Kevin Ellis Jr., 39.102. Now, generally, we want to be in the 38s. 0.9s, but that's not bad for Big Kev, who had his struggles earlier on, but also at the same time has pulled out some good results. Let's not count out Kevin Ellis Jr. just yet, though Apex Racing Team need some big points.
Well, he had that pole position, didn't he, at Daytona?
He did.
Of course, it did seem as though it was a solo mistake. I don't want to call it a solo mistake, but it did seem as though it was a solo mistake down into T1. I haven't had a chat with the Apex Racing team since, but it did seem as though he overcooked it a little bit. It's so easy to make mistakes when the margins are so fine. But it does prove that he's got the pace. And again, this was the circuit that I've told it time and time again that he beat Marco Pejicek to move through into the final part of the Drivers' Championship last year.
And also, last time he came to Spa, he went wheel-to-wheel with Kevin Siggy to the line. It was the 2 Kevins that tried it, just getting onto that curb a little bit too much. The car was slightly unsettled, but coming through Campus and Stavolo, as soon as he exits Stavolo, then rounding towards Blanchimont, he'll activate that next split. 58.8 in that second split is not bad. About a 10th off where he'd like to be.
Yeah, it's not too bad. They're aiming for about a 2-minute 13.5. That's kind of that's the margin they're really aiming for at the moment. Whether we'll actually see that one come to fruition, we'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, I'm not 100% sure as to whether that is going to be the case for Kevin Ellis Jr. I think it's going to be more in the higher 13 echelons. Let's see what his facial reaction is as he comes across the line. Of course, the circuit they've arguably driven the most in ESL R1 competition. Kevin Ellis Jr., he doesn't look particularly happy with the lap time, and as he hits the beam, 13.8, pretty much where I said it would be. Not great.
Not great, no, not necessarily. We'll need to obviously try and find something a little more, but nevertheless, we got Dara McCormack in yet another Mercedes. Of course, Williams currently sat in that second chance saloon position at the moment and need to try and get into that top 4. Of course, currently they have Guild, G2, as well as BS Plus to deal with, and another shake of the head here for Dara McCormack. The frustrations on show. 39 in that first sector isn't horrendous. horrendous, but 2/10 out, but enough to go faster than Kevin Ellis Jr. by nearly a 1/10 of a second.
I will say that lap time yesterday, because we only raced Spa once yesterday, it was in the first race we did, that lap time from Dara McCormack would have been good enough for 3rd place. Actually, would have been ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr. that day as well. The fastest time yesterday was a 7:07, so they're pretty close to where they were yesterday, of course, inland, as we'll see Isaac Price making his way through. First sector is actually pretty decent. Second sector's lacking a little bit. Could be in the region of the McCormack Ellis Jr., but actually dropped back to a 14:0. For G2, they are inside the top 4 at the moment, but that qualifying time might not be so great.
I don't think so. Enzo Benito has shown a lot of promise as well. Finished strong at Jeddah, where, of course, he does represent FaZe, is though aligned to Team Redline, but has moved to FaZe for this season of the championship. 39.1 in the first sector is not great. However, 58.9 in that second sector is a couple of tenths off where he'd like to be. The Porsche certainly doesn't seem to be working for him right now. He lets out a sigh and crosses the line, only enough for 3rd, and barely stays within the 2:13s.
Yep, indeed. Next one then to cross the line is Blyer himself. And where can he end up? Of course, earlier on in the day for Williams, you know, had run around in 5th position in the race he did off. So all that drama they had, of course, at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, as he'll make his way through the final corner. Up towards the line he is going to go. Let's see where Blyer ends up on the timesheet. Is he going to move himself ahead? Ooh, 14.1. Not great.
Yeah, doesn't even best Isaac Price's time here this time, but Kaiki Oliveira already a race winner back at Daytona. And once again, he'll be hoping the hooves will stamp once more for him. 39.084 in that first sector is not bad, though he has lost quite a bit of time in that middle sector. He has actually fluttered over a minute at that point. 58.7 seconds is the smart zone, and this looks like it's going to be slower than Blyer's here at this point. Coming across the line, it's certainly not going to be requisite of Daytona at 2:15, 5:73.
Yeah, not ideal. Next one is the Stapler. And, of course, Robbie Stableford behind the wheel. 39.0 in the first sector, about a 10th off where he wants. But to be fair, it's not too bad compared to what we've seen from the others so far in this session. The middle sector is another 10th off. Again, it might be around the 13.9, 13.8 in that kind of second, third, which could be quite good for BS competition. He's looked fairly strong. Looks maybe a little bit weak out of the final call. Let's see what Stableford can do as he crosses the line. It's behind Benito. No, he's ahead of Benito. Oh, there you go. That's exactly where I said it would be. God, I'm good at this, George.
Very good indeed. Up to 3rd fastest for the BS Plus competition team. That could yet pay dividends later on. Johan Harth, who had his troubles earlier too, 39.1 in the first sector. Again, he would have required something a little bit more 2/10 quicker. Should we say 58.8 in that second sector is a little better, around a 10th off from that 58.7 that we like to see the drivers at, as Harth now comes up towards the line for ART, looking to drag themselves out and manages to ascend to 3rd. That final sector offering a 2:13.835. I
am going to touch on another thing at the end of qualifying once we've got to it, which is who's gained the most positions for the MVP award. I'll do that in a little bit's time, so if you are worried about that, don't worry. I will get to it in a moment. Someone who is going pretty quick, first sector, very fast. I think the fastest that we've seen so far in this session, it is Sebastian Jobe, who, of course, had 4 consecutive victories yesterday. He looks pretty happy with it. I think it's going to go ahead of McCormack here. Could it be the fastest lap we've seen so far this weekend here? It certainly is. A 13.616 from Sebastian Jobe, the first driver to break into the 6s here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, Ulas Azildarim coming back after the heartbreak at Jeddah. He was 2nd place, challenged for the win against James Baldwin, but it wasn't to be. He ended up spinning, finishing in P6. 39.1 in the first sector is a couple of tenths off. 59.092, approximately 2 to 3 tenths off, and a shake of the head there from the Turk. And that is certainly not going to be necessarily a lap he's going to cherish. Goes 9th fastest, just ahead of Kaiki Oliveira.
Yes, indeed. Luke Bennett, next one to come through, who's had flashes of some unbelievable performance. And I will say, this lap is looking good. I think this is the fastest first sector we've seen. It's the fastest second sector that we've seen so far this weekend. He gets under the brakes and heads down to the final corner. This is a driver who knows how to get victories, knows how to get pole positions, knows how to get it done on the circuit. He's already passed 100 races in ESL R1 today, and he's already got a victory in doing so. His 101st will lead him all the way up to pole position. It's Luke Bennett with a 13.5, and Brzezinski Brzezinski is the only one that could dethrone him.
Fresh off the back of a victory at Monza, he's going to look to try and take down also a fellow winner from earlier today. Luke Bennett took victory at Fuji. Unfortunately, though, for Brzezinski, this is going to present somewhat of a challenge. A 39-0 in that first sector isn't horrendous, though. 59.064, though, in that second sector certainly does set him back 3/10. A shake of the head from Jakub Brzezinski. He certainly won't replicate Monza to any degree as he goes behind his own teammate Isaac Price in 9th.
Redline 1-2 in the qualifying session, though. It is Luke Bennett on the pole position after a fantastic lap time, a 13.5. Brilliant stuff. Now, I said I was going to touch on the MVP. What we've done, obviously, everyone's done a race, so everyone is kind of in, or a couple of races, everyone's in the right ballpark and the right understanding. The driver who has gained the most places so far, and there's 50 grand up for this, by the way, it's about the most positions gained today and on Sunday. Friday and Saturday don't count towards this for various reasons because not every driver's competing as a part of it. So it's just today and Sunday's race. At the moment, it is Dominic Blyer who's on the top of that at 7 positions gained. Most of that obviously would have been through the absolute carnage at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, of course, after everyone completed right through that first bit. Ferris Stanley is 2nd and Kaiki Oliveira is 3rd. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll take a look at qualifying results. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Take a look at qualifying results for 2 drivers who definitely aren't going to be competing for that award. Of course, Luke Bennett and Sebastian Jobe right towards the front of the order once again. Luke Bennett with the pole position. Dara McCormack, though, in 3rd position. Then it's Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Hart. Great qualifying from them to be in 4th and 5th. And boy, do they need the points. They are currently in the drop zone. And if Apex Racing Team don't move forward, they will be saying goodbye to the Esports World Cup. Robbie Stapleford in 6th. Then Enzo Benito, Isaac Price in 8th. Jakub Brzezinski, Dominic Blyer, Ulas Isildirim, and Kaiki Oliveira will be rounding out the 12-car field. And again, Oliveira, who is 3rd in that, has 4 overtakes. Could be gaining a few extra ones on Dom Blyer, but of course Dom Blyer is only a couple of positions ahead of him. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to the MVP award.
There definitely is, and I'm sure there'll be some more twists because we do have 4 races, including this one, still to come, so you never know. We could see some shocks, and we have seen a few coming out of La Source in the past, and not to mention trips up through Les Combes can offer a little bit of a twist. Not to mention, speaking of twists, I mean, some things that never change is the fact that Redline are showing dominance once more. It's obviously Sebastian Jobe and Luke Bennett up at the front. Cracking lap, though, from Bennett to unleash what he did. Fine margins to get ahead of his own teammate.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, again, like you say, did win earlier on in the day. Sebastian Jobe has also been on the podium. You can see all the drivers going around, and whilst they do look like they're in a train, this is not the race. They are in practice at the moment. It's their final bit of warm-up before they'll get ready for the what should be a thriller around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. And, of course, they'll get ready for the race. It'll be a rolling start, as always, down into that first corner. But really, the overtakes we see, it's always down to Les Combes.
It certainly is. Opportunity at the heavy braking zone. Of course, heading through La Source does present an opportunity. Les Combes, though, given the fact that you come in off the Kemmel Straight, does provide that opportunity with the slipstream. Of course, if you do want to try and defend, though, you can get the up and under coming through Malmedy. You then have another chance at the heavy braking zone coming through Brussels. But then, of course, you make your way through to the very tricky middle sector. Things get a little more technical coming through the Le Fanier chicane, and then a trip down through towards Campus and Stavelo. And then the other high opportunity for an overtake is at the bus stop itself coming out of Blanchimont. If you get a nice bit of exit speed coming through Blanchimont, get in the trail of the slipstream, hard braking into the bus stop before you then take the start-finish line.
Well, of course, it is time for the race. 5th race here in the Esports World Cup Teams Championship. Of course, we are here on the first day. It is a 3-day competition. It is Redline sitting 1st and 2nd in this race. Luke Bennett and Sebastian Jobe. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of communication between the pair of those. And, of course, Andre Kunzmann, the team manager at the moment for the Redline camp. I know they've got a lot of fans sat there watching on their own streams. We're about to get the race underway. I thought Kevin Ellis Jr. might have jumped that one, but as we head our way down to the first corner, it's Redline in control. McCormack looks to the inside as we get onto the brakes heading into the first corner. The big send to the outside coming in, though. I believe from Brzezinski, he was trying to make it stickier. Actually, it was Isaac Price who's gone a little bit too wide. Contact there a bit further down the order, and it's dropped Dominic Blyer down to 12th.
Yeah, it certainly has. He'll need that MVP award now to try and drag himself back to the top. Of course, he'll have to put the work in here at Spa as they come over Eau Rouge and Radion, and now ascend through the Kemmel Straight. Luke Bennett still leads. Jobe in behind. Dara McCormack looking to try and provide the twist in the tail against the 2 red lines sat in front. The red line wall now prominent as now Jobe takes the lead. Through comes McCormack up the inside at Les Combes. Wheel to wheel with Luke Bennett, who tries to at least retain the status quo of a red line in 1 and 2. But McCormack wrestling him off now as they come out of Malmedy in towards Brussels. bristles at the heavy braking zone, and they'll remain side by side, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, fantastic race between the pair of them. McCormack was really forcing the issue there. He knew that Redline would try and take control with making this a 1-2, and McCormack said, absolutely not. Do you know what? I'm going to chuck myself into this. I'm not letting you sit behind Luke Bennett. I'm not letting you control this race. I'm pushing myself right into the mix. McCormack then threw in a second spot. Fantastic stuff from a great battle between himself and Bennett. But Sebastian Job, the driver who has had 4 consecutive victories yesterday, he could not get it done for the Drivers' Championship, though. He wants to refine himself. He struggled a little bit earlier on in the day, even to 3rd position. He didn't quite look like the same driver. Well, he's looking like the same driver as what we saw yesterday now.
Yeah, well, he's looking far better, I would say, obviously, after a good night's sleep and a readjustment. Now sees him back at the very top, but McCormack is going to make sure that he remembers how it feels to, well, how it feels, the sting of defeat anyway, as they now make their way into the final sector of this opening lap. It's still Job up at the front within 5/10. Dara McCormack, Luke Bennett licking his wound slightly after the Williams displaced him from the front 2. Kevin Ellis Jr. managing to move his way up to 4th. A lot of carnage up at the top, and I will say Robbie Stapleford 5th place and is ahead of ART's Johan Harth.
Look at the line there coming in from Luke Bennett. You can see the wheel action as he was onto the brakes, turning it one way, then the other. A little bit of contact there between Isaac Price and Don Blyer, who's already made contact earlier on in this race. They battle over 11th position. More contact coming down into La Source. And got to say, they're fighting pretty hard for the wooden spoon at the moment. It's not looking so great for either of them. Don Blyer there in 11th spot. And yeah, Williams still needs some decent points. They're looking to get through into the top 4, so they don't have to worry about this. They might have to rely on McCormack taking a victory. Big slide there coming in from Price.
Yeah, we're also seeing Jakub Brzezinski now out on screen further back then. Of course, Isaac Price still chasing after Dominic Blyer. Gloveless here, Jakub Brzezinski. Of course, we see some sim racers, a lot of them these days, using the sim racing gloves. As now Sebastian Job loses the lead here to Dara McCormack, coming out of the Lecom chicane, and now coming through Malmedy. It might be that Job decides to tag him back, heading down into Brussels. Not this time. He's going to stay in behind. And now that's 2 Redline cars that McCormack's managed to get rid of.
Yeah, and to be fair, I will say, he'll probably actually, as in McCormack, will be pretty desperate for Kevin Ellis Jr. to make the same kind of move through, because let's be honest, I know McCormack and Ellis Jr. get on quite well. What did you see?
I just saw Sebastian Job a little untidy coming through the next left-hander at No Name. Of course, it's had many different changes of name in the past, Jackie X being the most recent name for it. But indeed, Sebastian Job just getting on the curb a little bit too much. The car looked to be somewhat unbalanced. Now that's increased that gap to 0.5 of a second.
Yeah, for a corner with no name, it's got 3 names. It's got no name, which is a name, let's be honest. It's got
several names.
It's got Hicks, and it's got speakers as well.
Yeah,
it's crazy. But that's fine, whatever. We'll roll with it. History and stuff at Spa. Sebastian Job, you're actually right there. Dropped back down into 2nd position. And I will say McCormack, I think, is trying to attack the circuit to build that gap ever so slightly, as you'll have Sebastian Job into the slipstream, dragging along his teammate. He won't have any pressure really from behind. Luke Bennett will sit there, because again, we are talking Teams Championship at the moment. It is this. Yesterday they were focusing on their own points and what their own scores are, and how they're getting themselves into the drivers' finalist mode, into contention for the championship. Here today, it is about working together as a team. 2nd and 3rd will pretty much almost guarantee the fact that Redline will be going through.
Yeah. Also, huge opportunity here for ART as we take a look at a replay of the move between Dara McCormack and Sebastian Job, heading up through towards Lecom. Ran the outside there from McCormack, stuck to his line. He threaded the needle really on the outside. There wasn't a lot of room there, but somehow kept it on the tarmac, avoided the curb, avoided the grass, and around the outside he went on the BMW M4 and managed to successfully get the lead away from Job. But now he's going to be challenged once more, because Job is hot on his heels.
Yeah, you've got to give credit to both on that one, and maybe we'll have to do it once again as we head through the camel curve and begin that real climb. Look at the straight line speed from that BMW there. Sebastian Job has an incredible run. Couple of bumps as well coming in from Luke Bennett, and that is the 2nd time we've seen Dara McCormack be done by the Redline Express. Straight through it goes. Job and Bennett up to 1st and 2nd.
Happened at Daytona, didn't it? Not too long ago. And now this time, they're 1 and 2 once more. Job and Bennett. McCormack down in 3rd. Further back, Kevin Ellis Jr. coming into the fight. I was alluding to the fact that this is a huge race for ART to lift themselves out of the bottom 2 in the elimination zone right now. If they score big here, they've got both cars in 4th and 5th. This could push them right, well and truly higher, and put themselves in the, should we say, the 2nd chance packet for tomorrow.
Exactly, that's the goal, is they need to get into the second chance packet. It doesn't matter, to clarify, the second chance is those teams that will finish between 5th and 10th here. They'll go into races tomorrow. It will slightly change as to how that one works. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it tomorrow. And once they get into that race, all things are zeroed again. It doesn't matter how bad you've had the day, how good you've had today. Everything is zero. They're going into it with no points. How Sunday's going to work is a little bit different as well. Again, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But for tomorrow, if you're in that last race, it doesn't matter if you're 5th, 11th, 9th, 10th rather. It doesn't matter. You're working your way through. Ooh. There's Dara McCormack, I think, getting slowed down here a little bit by Luke Bennett. He's struggling maybe a little bit of speed, or maybe he's trying to slow them down intentionally, dropping him back into the clutches of Kevin Ellis Jr.
Well, it was quite the concertina effect, because Kevin Ellis Jr. very nearly went into the back of Dara McCormack. We're riding aboard with McCormack right now. We just briefly saw him there on the right-hand side of our screen, but now as we ride on board with him coming out of the bus stop, they'll then take the next lap, and it'll be lap 4 of 7 as they cross the line in towards the source. They will go. Sebastian Job still at the head of the field, joined by teammate Luke Bennett. 1-2 for Redline. Position they would like to maintain, but McCormack will be that thorn in their side. But I would say the big Kevin Ellis Jr. is more the threatening as they ascend uphill, heading through Eau Rouge and Radion. The Mercedes getting closer to the sister Mercedes AMG GT3, and Kevin Ellis Jr. will harbour no prejudices to whether it's a Mercedes or a BMW, or will he? He's waiting in behind right now.
I told you, these two get along. If you look around the paddock, there's a few drivers and stuff that get along quite well and that talk to each other quite a bit. Every time that I see, two drivers from opposite teams talking, it's generally between McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. Now, whilst they are separate teams, do remember they represent the same brand. That's not just the fact that they're in the same car. That's cool. The fact that they are both backed officially by Mercedes. It's Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports. It's Mercedes AMG Team Apex Racing Team, or whatever it is, because they say team twice, whatever. ART. They are backed by Mercedes. So there is a little bit of almost brand allegiance here.
Brand camaraderie.
I'm sure Kevin Ellis Jr. wants to get through. He wants to get on with it because he wants to get into that last chance race. But also there's that whole thing of timing it right and making sure that it's not a too risky move.
Well, you can't afford for it to be detrimental to lose then an opportunity at perhaps even taking the top 2 places. Redline is still there. Just under 5 tenths away is Luke Bennett away from Sebastian Job. But then, of course, you've got 8.5 tenths between McCormack and Job. It's even less there. 3 tenths in between Bennett and McCormack right now as they fly out of Campus and Stavelo through Corbeil Paul Frere once more, and then a trip through Blanchimont. Still the 2 Redline runners up at the top in the BMW M4s. Johan Harth coming into this, and he's got the fastest lap of the race.
Was it not Dara McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. though that made contact at turn 1 in the final at Road Atlanta in the online season? I'm pretty sure it was, actually.
I think you could be right.
But I'd have to go back and check all the stats.
Check the archives.
Can't bother that. We've got a serious race going on. There's a look at what they're all fighting for, though. The trophy in the background, which they all want to get ready to put their key into. Of course, that and the totem as well, as they get ready to take their prize. Sebastian Job, though, is looking to lead, is looking to win his 5th race in the Esports World Cup, and of course, adding to yet another one. I believe it would be his 28th victory in ESL R1.
Well, Sebastian Job did go on a 4-race streak yesterday, number 5. Unfortunately, would not seal the deal on the driver's crown. Went to his teammate Kevin Siggy, of course, as we all know, and has yet to taste success or a victory here so far today. As we now look further back, a tie between the 2 ARTs, Lewis?
Yeah, I was going to wonder if Johan Hart was going to go for anything. Surely he won't. Surely he's going to bump draft his teammate and just allow, or at least allow Kevin Ellis Jr. to hang on to 4th place. I thought there might have been a move there because Hart was a little bit too quick over the top of Radion. It did seem as though Kevin Ellis Jr. had a really poor run. Still got 3 laps left to go, and Dara McCormack's not out of this. As much as I think he'll want to time his move for the race lead, I think if he wants to take victory here, he must get ahead of Luke Bennett.
Well, one driver who is exposed right now is Kaiki Oliveira, because he is 3.8 off the top and about 1.5 tenths away from Johan Harth in 5th. Further back, Ulas Oljildirim aiming to get close to the back of Oliveira as well. Alike around 5 to 6 tenths separate those 2 as well. It's coming down even more so, and the Turk might yet challenge. We're going to take a look at a replay. Now, this is Kaiki Oliveira. Look at it, I believe it's either him or Robbie Stapleford coming up the hill, and indeed 2 face cars, one of them being Ulas Oljildirim, no doubt, because he has got his teammate in behind of Robbie Stapleford, getting very close to each other. Phase VBS competition here at this point. And so Lorenzo Benito part of this. Onto the curb goes as Yildirim feeds the opportunity to Oliveira down in towards Brussels corner. Fabulous opportunistic move, but a lot of contact in between.
That looked like some of the touring car racing I used to do against Kevin Siggy, I'm not going to lie. There was a fair bit of contact. Obviously, Kevin Siggy, I was clean. I didn't pick up too many penalties. Kevin Siggy was always the one that made all the dirty moves. But no, of course, great racing between the lot of them. I will say, I think if things finish as they stand, at least when it comes to the MVP award, I'm pretty sure Kagi Oliveira and Dominic Bly will both have the same amount of positions gained. So they'll both be joint at the moment on the top of that one. Oliveira, we're not going to gain any more positions because Johan Art is 2 seconds further down the road. 2 laps left to go here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. So it's just under 14 kilometres of racing as we begin our run towards Les Combes now, of course, as we rise up and over Rouge and Radion.
Yeah, lap 6 of 7, penultimate lap of the race. Job out in front. Bennett still hovering in P2. Does not need to move past his teammate, but will need to defend against Dara McCormack, who utilises the curve at Kemmel to open up the Mercedes beast against the BMW M4 now as they look to hit the heights coming in through towards Les Combes. Side by side, they will stay a nose in front there for McCormack as they now cruise through the next left, through the right at Malmedy. Once again, second place for Dara McCormack. The luck of the Irish in his favour once again as they deep dive now in towards Brussels Bend, but he needs to close at 1.2 now to get the win of Sebastian Job.
And I don't think it's happening. I think Sebastian Job is going to become our 5th different winner today, of course, and it's just a little bit too much of a tall order for him. Redline will become the first team to win 2 races, though. That is the important bit, of course, for this is only their 3rd race, let's be honest, because of how the format works, so it's kind of a moot point. But Sebastian Job is looking for top honours here. But yeah, running in good stead. Dara McCormack, I'd say maybe he'll be happy with 2nd place, but I actually don't think he will. To be fair, 2nd and 8th. Williams are scoring okay right now. And if I'm the Apex Racing team for the 5th, I'm only looking at getting into that 6th to 10th battle and getting in, or 5th to 10th battle rather, and getting into the tomorrow's action. You're way too far back to try and get into the top 4.
Well, you'd expect Williams in the top 4 at the very least.
Really
I mean,
would.
you know, at the end of the day, we've got G2 coming into this race. They're up there, BS Plus competition. Both those teams currently sat towards the tail of the field. If you look at G2, Brzezinski and Price currently propping up the rest of the order. Further up, Oliveira and Stapleford in the midfield. As now we see McCormack once again being forced to defend as Bennett tries it round the outside. This opens the door for Kevin Ellis Jr., who has a look round the outside in his own right. Will have no qualms in trying to take a place away from Luke Bennett. Might try it up at Rouge.
You've got at least into Lake and of course round the exit of Malmedy down towards Rivage. Way too large of a lead coming in from Sebastian Job, who holds the field by 1.6 seconds. It is going to be a Sebastian Job victory in this one unless he makes an absolute corker of a mistake. Slipstream being given from McCormack back to Kevin Ellis Jr. as he tries to make it side by side through Rouge and Radion, but Ellis Jr. probably going to lift out of throttle, drops in behind Luke Bennett, who's much quicker over the top here. This could be another move coming in. McCormack looks backwards. He could get freight train here and could end up finishing in 4th spot. Here comes Luke Bennett to the outside as we enter the Kemmel straight. Kevin Ellis Jr. makes it 3-1 as he gets to the inside. Big move from the Apex Racing team man, who's desperate for points. And Kevin Ellis Jr. could be going from 4th to 2nd. But a big move to the outside comes in from Luke Bennett and makes it a Team Redline 1-2.
That is fabulous there, indeed, from Luke Bennett to defend the place in P2. Looked like that Kevin Ellis Jr. had every chance. Has a look round the outside coming through Brussels. Dara McCormack has lost out twice over Mercedes in their efforts to curb the Team Redline charge, have found themselves unable to do so, and now it's back to the Redline status quo at the very start.
I mean, let's be honest, a 1-2 here for Team Redline effectively confirms them as being in the top 4. I don't know what the points really are, but it's so unlikely they'll drop outside of it now, because they've got one more race left to go, fair enough, but they're looking so strong. No one's shocked by the fact that they're ending up in that spot. It's been fantastic from them.
It has, as they now make their way through the final 2 sectors. Sebastian Job has careered away by 2.5 seconds. Kevin Ellis Jr. still waiting in the wings. It's not all said and done yet for Luke Bennett. He needs to ensure that he doesn't get challenged by Kevin Ellis Jr. or Dara McCormack in this final sector. They got Corbet Porfret coming up next, but Sebastian Job is not going to be troubled by any such worries. He's home and hose, Lewis McGlade, and this will be his first win of the team's championship.
Yes, indeed. It's his 80th race in ESL R1, and what a way to celebrate that. It'll feel like a long time between victories. victories courtesy of the issues towards the end of yesterday. 4th, 2nd, 5th, and 3rd was how he ended proceedings yesterday. He started out with a podium today and continues his winning ways as a 5th victory in the Esports World Cup for Sebastian Job as he takes his 28th victory in ESL R1. A big drag race across the line though, as Kevin Ellis Jr. was trying to pull clear of Luke Bennett, but it is going to be a Team Redline 1-2.
His first team's championship win in the Esports World Cup phase. Of course, Luke Bennett already achieved it at the very start at Fuji, but he did win races coming through the online rounds. Kevin Ellis Jr. did try it. Obviously, a shake of the head. He knew the opportunity was there. He had no other choice but to go for it. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Luke Bennett still managed to find a way through. Team Redline once again basking in the glory of a successful 1-2 finish. It doesn't get much better than that, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Honestly, superb stuff from Redline once more as they continue to look super strong. I think for the Apex Racing team, though, those are very, very solid results. A superb drive from this driver here, Kevin Ellis Jr. They're important points. They need those points to get them off of those bottom 2 positions and move up into the last chance races tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely right. All the players now getting settled. Obviously, still more racing still to come. Hockenheim and Monza and Spa. We go back to Belgium for the last race of the day very, very soon. But as you can see, the hype still buzzing as we now wait to hear from the arena. We will, of course, be having an interview as well very shortly. I believe Morgan is standing by.
Well,
and I'm lucky here to be again with the champion himself, not just yesterday in the Driver Champions Finals, but again, Team Redline still has a lot to offer. Job, that was such a magnificent race from both of you and Bennett. You took 1st and 2nd place. Team Redline has been extremely consistent. How do you do it? What's your secret?
Hard work, dedication, and practicing more than the other people.
Hard work, dedication, and practicing more than other people, but how do you practice? Is there a specific strategy that you would love to highlight? A tactic maybe from the management, from the engineers, anybody you want to give a huge shout out to? Like, where's the secret? Everyone says, okay, we practice, we prepare, but anything specific?
I can't give away too much, but I do have to say our chief engineer, Andre, is a huge part of that. He gives us a very good structure to work with. He makes sure we don't skip practice, keeps us disciplined. From him, but I don't want to give away too much.
He doesn't want to give away too much, I know, right? Then keep your secrets, buddy. We're not going to ask for 2 more. But when I asked you yesterday in the interview, you said that Kwanda looked like the biggest threat to you guys. Would you still keep the same answer? And by the way, we had Nina earlier, and we asked her. She also agreed that Redline is definitely the biggest threat and one of the most and best performing teams now. Is your answer still the same, especially after your performance yesterday? Would you change it, or do you think Kwanda's still one of the biggest contenders, thinking that they also are here to defend the title?
To be honest, based on what I've seen, they're struggling. So maybe Williams, maybe Mouse, I'm not sure. But Porsche aren't as quick as we were expecting. So yeah, we'll have to see.
We're gonna have to see. Yesterday, you know, I went to the Redline stream. You guys had a stream over there on Twitch. And I got something to tell you, buddy. The guys at Redline yesterday, they said that my outfit wasn't really the good. What do you think of the fit today? Does it look good enough?
Looks fresh.
Banger? Okay, but where's my jersey? I want to get it up a little bit higher.
I will get that sorted, don't you worry.
You're gonna give me one if you win again?
Pardon?
Will you give me your jersey if the Redline actually wins the team championship?
It's going to be pretty sweaty. I don't think you want that.
What if I do?
You can have it.
I'll have it then. Thank you so much, Job, again. And for all the guys watching at Redline, that's for you, Twitch shadows. He just said that my outfit looks absolutely good. We're going to be going off to a very quick break and right back with races for the rest of the day.
Hello and welcome back. What an exciting race we've just seen again in Spa. We are really rattling through these group stages now. A couple more to go to decide who we're losing. We will lose 2 teams today, and then we'll head into tomorrow with our second chance qualifiers, and then we will decide who is the team champion. Arjuna and Zach alongside me again. I mean, that was a Redline domination in some ways. But again, it wasn't all their own way, was it, Arjuna?
No, but I think the one thing that we are really starting to see now is that with only 2 races, there's a lot more intensity, right, compared to yesterday. There's no time to wait for moves. You only get 2 races to prove yourself, to earn points for your team. And so I think Redline, right, the victory at the first race, now this victory in the first race of Constellation 3 as well. We knew they would be the favorites. They're definitely the favorites right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, coming into this championship, we knew that Redline, we always touch on, no matter what sim we're on, no matter what championship they're going to, if Redline are in it, it's almost a case of they're going to be at the front. They're going to be fighting at the front. And this championship has been no different. Yesterday in the drivers, they dominated that all the way up until the end, and in the teams as well. From race 1 that they were competing in, they've been at the front fighting and have done exactly what Redline do best.
Just to remind you, if you want to get involved in the predictions, my predictions are doing very well at the moment, Team Redline, then you can follow the link that was just below us, stcplay.gg. We would love to hear your predictions. Please do get involved. So what else can we talk about from that race? There's plenty more to talk about, Arjuna. As we see here, we're heading next to Hockenheim, a track that I think we all know incredibly well and we all love. But let's just concentrate just quickly on the race we've just seen. It was a Redline domination, but McCormick was very strong, and just at the end, Ellis Jr. was a real... I mean, that move that he did at the end to get himself up to 3rd place was pretty impressive.
Yeah, all the Mercedes drivers have spent, the past day or so complaining that they thought the Mercedes was the worst car at Monza. One driver said it bounces a lot after landing, and the quote that I got yesterday, differential made of cheese. That one still makes me giggle.
Did you find out what cheese it was?
No, I need to go figure out halloumi, feta, cheddar, but...
There's very different cheeses do very different things.
Maybe a fondue, we were thinking that as well. Yeah, no, but... I think really both McCormack and Ellis Jr. proving in that last race that we can see speed from the Mercedes. We've seen the Audi win a race now as well, so it's good to see that the cars and the fields being shaken up once more.
We really needed Apex to have a good race as well, didn't we, Zach? Because they did struggle in the last race they were involved in, and especially for Ellis Jr. I'm pretty sure, I'd have to look back at my notes, but I'm pretty sure he was on pole position and then lost it at the beginning and struggled.
Yeah, at Daytona, of course, we suspected it was the ABS issue, and again, it's just one of those things that happen. It's a small oversight, and unfortunately that's put them on the back foot. And a team like Apex isn't a team that you would expect to be on the back foot. They're always fighting at the front, and yet after race 1, they had a couple of issues. It was a case of Apex are in serious trouble.
Yeah, they are. Now, you guys had some things you specifically wanted to talk about. Arjuna, you've been out and about in the arena. Zach, let's start with you, because I'm really excited you didn't tell me beforehand what we're going to talk about. And that's what I love about this show. We can talk about anything we want. Zach, what was it that you wanted to chat about?
Just keeping you on your toes, Claire.
I know, right?
Just springing the surprises.
I like it.
I was just really impressed as to how Job has had a sleep, had a reset. I spoke to him earlier and I was just, how did you sleep?
Yeah.
And he was like, no, really well. He's managed to revitalize himself, come back swinging, because off the back of, as we touched on, a very tough day yesterday, on what very could have been one of the best days in his sim racing career, he's had one of those really low points. And as a driver, as anyone in any situation, really, once you reach that low point, it's so easy to stay there. But then he's come into today, hit the ground running, obviously, at Fuji with that fantastic battle we saw with Rogers, and now taking his first victory of the day, his 5th of the week. I'm really impressed as to how he's been able to bounce back.
It's been really impressive. Just one word on Job. Like you say, we mentioned a lot yesterday about how difficult it was for him. He had a couple of chances to win the Drivers' Championship. It was his teammate Kevin Siggy who won it in the end. But we spoke about how mentally he has to come back from that, Arjuna, and that is something that's so important as well. We talked about working with lots of psychiatrists and you know, people in sport, formula medicine, to get back in to fighting spirit, and here he is, you know, winning and showing what he can do.
Yeah, there's a little bit of Sebastian Job where I think he's built up his mental fortitude in the last 3-4 years, where, you know, there's been times where sometimes you see Seb at the very front and in championship winning situations, and you don't want to say wonder where his mind is, but you just wonder what decisions are going to be made. Whereas now with the experience, of course, a couple of years ago, joining up with Oracle Red Bull Sim Racing and even working as a reserve simulator driver for the actual F1 team and helping them develop their program behind the scenes, there's been so much development for him. And now we talk about, in sim racing, bringing in more resources, right? You talk about Formula Medicine, and I was having a chat with the team. They've got heart rate sensors on every single one of the BMW drivers. And it's not just a heart rate sensor. An Apple Watch nowadays will give you a ECG reading, but it's not an ECG, let's be honest.
Mine often tells me to calm down.
Exactly. They've got actual ECGs in the sensors, and so it's really interesting. They've got an algorithm that's calculating stress, because of course, one thing that you can do in an ECG is look at the actual peaks, the amplitude of the heart rate. And that's one thing that when you get into fight or flight mode, right, when you're really stressed and like a lion's roaring towards you, or maybe Sebastian Job's charging towards you, and in your rearview mirrors, your heart just goes do, 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 and there's not really a variance. And that's a indicator, a sign of stress. If you're a little bit more relaxed, there's a little bit more of a variability that tells them you're calm. And this is something that Formula Medicine's doing with sim racing for the very first time here today, something they'll do with motorsports in the future as well.
I think we will see less Lions out there and more Sebastian Jobs is what I'm going to say. It's not quite the game that we have.
Well, Max Verstappen's watching. He's not here today.
That is true. That is true. There was something you wanted to talk about as well.
No, that was that. It was the Formula Medicine.
There you go. We ticked it off perfectly then. So we will head to Hockenheim next. It is, again, a track that we know well. At the moment, the cars, as you can see, are out practicing at the moment ahead of qualifying, and then we will have the race. We are in Group 3 at the moment. Off the back of that, we have Group 4. We will head to Monza, and then we will finish the day in Spa. And after that, we will decide 2 teams that get their keys crushed. The keys are very special tokens that we have for the Esports World Cup. Please do head to our website because you can see everything about the tokens and the totem that we have and the little keys that you get to put into the totem if you win the driver or teams championship. So plenty to learn. What are we going to expect from Hockenheim?
Well, I mean, it was, of course, our championship decider yesterday for race number 9, and what a sort of nearly climactic finish that we had. We had our 3 finalists in the top 3. Obviously, Siggy from Beneker from Job, and that had the potential to really light things up. That was a very short fuse. In the end, it wasn't one that was lit. But when, of course, you've now got quadruple the prize money on the line coming into the team's championship, the stakes are higher ever so slightly. But unfortunately, Hockenheim is one of those tracks where qualifying is going to be really important.
Yeah, definitely. And as you know, you've been to the arena, you've been in and out and checking out. Obviously, you've been speaking to a lot of the teams. Firstly, is the aircon working yet?
It does feel a bit warm in there today. But
I mean, it's quite chilly out here, though. So
it's chilly here.
We could just have lots of aircon compared.
I also wondered if it was the fact that there seems to be a little bit more of an audience there today, actually.
Yeah, right.
And there was some noise when we saw the crash at Jeddah. It was crazy hearing the roar of the crowd for what was happening there. I also saw, just before the last race, Tumas Tatala and Jakub Maciejewski were just sitting down having a chat with their team manager, and a couple of fans, Team Falcons fans, came up to them and said, "Can we grab a picture?"
And this is why it's so special, isn't it? This is why the Esports World Cup has been doing such incredible work, and also just putting all of esports into, one big area, one main stage where we can really celebrate what we love. And for you, Zach, esports has been part of your life for a long time.
It very much has. It's something that I have obviously now started to pursue a career in. It's something that we're all here because we're passionate about it. We're not here because it's a chore. Obviously, it's a long day. We're not here because we don't want to be. We're here because we're passionate, and it's nice to see that passion, spread out to the general public.
Indeed, and it's great to see the arena having atmosphere as well. So it's time to head to our casters because we are heading to Hockenheim for our next race. Let's head over to Ewan O'Leary and Lewis McGlade.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Getting ready for all of the lovely racing action here at the Hockenheim Ring. Arguably not the greatest racetrack that we race at. That said, I am very happy to be alongside Sim Racing's out-and-out best commentator, according to Dara Thacker. Hi, Ewan.
Are you...
I'm still salty about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine, don't worry. We're on board with Daniel Pausch, though, because we are in qualifying here. We've already jumped straight into it. I'll leave my frustrations at the door and refocus my attention on the race at hand as we head through the Parabolica. First sector, pretty bad.
Oh, that's pretty brutal of you to say so, but it's certainly not going to be pole.
Is it wrong?
Let's put it... Well, a little bit. I kind of feel a little bit sorry for Daniel Pastor in this situation, because I'm reminded of this very sort of format 1 year ago, where he sort of felt slightly personally responsible for the fact that Williams missed out on the top 6 by just 5 points. It wasn't really his fault at all. He was so new to Rennsport at the time, couldn't really pick up very many points because he didn't have that experience at the time. Hope he has a bit more now. Unfortunately, that first sector doesn't necessarily say so. The second sector is actually very good, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter if you've got to slow down through turn 1. So, yeah, kind of feel a bit sorry for him, really. Hope he can sort of avenge that here, maybe, and get Williams, at the very least, into tomorrow, if not the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, look, the top 4, there is possibility for them to get into the top 4. They are presently in position. They're in 3rd at the moment, but then that's because they've done one race and then others haven't, so it's kind of, it's a little bit of a skewed figure and a skewed stat. Daniel Pastor, though, will cross the line. Obviously, it's not going to be a super representative lap time at a 37.3. They really are aiming for the low 35s.
They certainly are, and so Kevin Siggy will look to get there himself. He, of course, set that extraordinary qualifying lap in the final of the Drivers' Championship yesterday. In hindsight, that was the race-winning moment. He didn't really have to do anything else after that. Out of the final corner for him now, not smacking his head on the wheel again, I would expect. Over he goes. It's a 35.5, not as good as he did yesterday, but still pretty good.
It's pretty decent. Now, Jimmy Antunes will be the next one to cross the line. And I will say the Apex Racing team, last race, 3rd and 5th place, still need to hammer that home with a couple of decent results here, and they could be into tomorrow's action. This could be a big moment for the Apex Racing team. That's exactly what they're aiming for. First sector, a little away from where we want. The second sector, falling about 2 to 3 tenths off of where we need it to be. So it's not going to be ahead of Kevin Siggy. It's definitely going to be ahead of Daniel Pastor, though, as Antunes will cross the line. And next up, fresh from reporting half the grid, it's Will Chadwick.
Reporting half the grid? Sorry, yeah. I thought you meant reporting as in like a reporter. No, what he's been doing effectively, Will Chadwick, is reporting incidents, as you say, from the last race, and 4 of them indeed. Anyway, that's not him in the top right. As you can see, that's Michal Schmiedl waiting to get going, but Will Chadwick, I'm afraid, is had a slowdown through the first sector, so this lap time is not going to be anywhere near. I'm afraid he'll be right around Daniel Pastor in 3rd or 4th, and next our focus will turn to Jamie Fluke.
Don't worry, Will Chadwick's just going for the MVP award. He's going to gain the most positions. That's why he's starting towards the back. That's the reason and nothing else. Jamie Fluke's already seen his teammate Jimmy Antunes go up to 2nd position. And what can he do comparatively to it? First sector and second sector is definitely better than Antunes. This should be fast. It's probably going to be something like a 35.6, maybe a 7 in that kind of region. Let's see what Fluke does as he crosses the line. It's a 1 minute 35.7.
We've not got a very close first session at the moment. This is very unlike ESL R1, and maybe that will get a little bit closer as we go through the second half of the field. Dennis Schoninger now making his way through the final few corners at the moment. First sector, maybe a 10th or 2 away. Same story in the middle. It might be good enough for 3rd place because of the session that we've had so far, but if he can get into the 35 from here, I think he's going to be very pleased, the German, as he makes his way over the line now, representing, of course, the second team this time round in ESL R1. He's with Williams now, of course, 35.9.
Here comes one of BS Competition's weakest drivers. It's fine, don't worry about it. It's Ibrahim Khan, of course. We're having a little bit of a discussion, a competition between Ibrahim Khan and Robbie Stableford as to who has lower percentages on various bits. Khan, of course, who has had some big flashes, to be fair, in his time in BS Competition as he works his way through the final corner. First sector's pretty good, second sector's pretty weak. He'll cross the line, probably aim for a 0.7, maybe a 0.8. He hits the line, and it is a 0.9. Ooh, worse than I thought.
Only 3 thousandths behind Dennis Schoninger. Michal Schmiedl is now underway for phase, and they really need a performance here, by the way. Of the teams who have done 3 races so far, they are worst off by 7 points. Excuse me, I'll correct that. 12 points, excuse me. So it's pretty major in terms of the amount of time and positions they have to make up. Schmiedl out of the final corner now, coming up towards the line. Think it's going to be around the midfield again. It is 5th place for him.
Wisniewski's the next one to come through before we get the 2 G2 Esports drivers. Wisniewski, Tormala, Stanley and Rietveld, the next ones to come through. Oh, theoretically could threaten for pole position, to be perfectly honest. Ferris Stanley after his drive earlier on in the day, you just never really know. That was mostly courtesy of the drive itself in the race rather than where he was in qualifying. Let's see what Wisniewski can do. First sector's not so great, but the Porsche's never been particularly great in the first sector anyway. Second sector's pretty all right. Let's see what we can do in the final one. Wisniewski across the line for G2. What's he going to set? It's a 1 minute minute 35.7. Pretty decent moves to third.
Yeah, and his teammate Joni Tomala will have to go next as well. G2, interestingly, switched up their driver pairings for race 1 and race 2 of this group. Joni Tomala drove with Isaac Price earlier on, and of course, Wisniewski and Brzezinski drove together at Monza, but they switched it up, allowing Joni Tomala to go over the line at last. At the moment, he's doing okay. I think he'll be right around his teammate here. Let's see, it is indeed on the second row together.
Yeah, and only 2 more drivers left to go. Could be some decent point scores here for G2. It's Ferris standing with the next one to come through. First sector's all right. Second sector's not where the BMW really needs to be. That's the problem, dropping a few tenths here. Could be around where the Dennis trying to get Ibrahim Khan, Michal Schmiedel, that kind of battle at the mid to low 9s. Let's see what it is from Ferris Stanley as he comes out of the final corner up towards the line. Just one more driver hits the wheel. He's not happy with it as he'll cross the line to set a 35.882. It's not that bad, you know. It's better than he qualified back in Fuji, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
God, went
by 3 places, it's better. Fifth position for Ferris Stanley at worst, at best. 6th at worst. That's a good performance from him, even if he wasn't particularly pleased. Jeffrey Rietveld now, the only driver from Team Redline not to make it through into the Drivers' Championship final. Couldn't make it through the last chance qualifier. Now he's going to turn his attention to the Team's Championship. He goes over the line in 2nd place. It's domination from Team Redline again. There is Kevin Siggy, who's taken pole. Jeffrey Rietveld alongside him. It is a familiar story for the team top of the table.
Yeah, indeed. 1st and 2nd on the starting grid, of course, back in Spa in the previous race. 1st and 2nd here as well. They are dominating Group C. And will they be able to take top honours once more? You'd have to say it'll be hard pressed, especially considering it's quite hard to overtake on a consistent basis around the Hockenheim ring.
Yeah, you certainly would. We saw that in the Drivers' Championship final, especially in Sebastian Jove's earlier victory yesterday. It was a lights to flag victory for the pole sitter on both of those occasions. And indeed, one of those pole sitters was Kevin Siggy. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hockenheim races this time around, because I don't quite remember it being quite like this.
No, indeed. Well, I will say, all of the races have, all of the tracks have changed quite a lot, more so because of how the physics work when we've run in ESL R1. Some, Hockenheim Ring used to be really, really good, and then it was really, really bad, and then it was quite good, and then it was really bad. Either way, we'll take a look at qualifying results whilst I'm waffling on, because Kevin Siggy is at the top of it, of course. And what a picture, by the way, with him with the trophy for winning the Drivers' Championship yesterday. Rietveld in 2nd spot, then Fluke, great qualifying for the Apex Racing team. They need good points here, with Wisniewski, Tormala, Ferris Stanley there in 6th. Dennis Schillinger in 7th position. Not great for Williams to be down that far. Ibrahim Khan, Michal Schmiedel, and of course Antunes, Pastor and Will Chadwick. Obviously, I will say Chadwick, one of the fastest drivers in sim racing. Sort of. He's not really. But he's trying his hardest. He has been thrown in last minute, and he's also trying to manage the team and drive as well. He's pretty busy.
He is pretty busy, and accusing other people of breaking the rules as well, as he was in the last race. But it was successful in one case. Kaki Oliveira and BS Competition have 4 penalty points throughout the previous race, so that brings their total up to 8 points in just 3 races. That's actually quite damaging when you consider the fact that they're only 7 ahead of Williams Esports. Those 2 teams both fighting to be in the top 2 at the moment, and as I said, generally 2 will go through from each half. So I think to stand a real chance, you'll want to be in that top 2. Unclear as to quite how that's going to pan out because of the 6 teams who haven't done the final 2 races. But I think if I was one of these teams, factoring this in my head, I would want to be in the top 2 after this race.
We've seen a lot of early drama in these races so far. Ewan, obviously, when we think back to Jeddah, when we think back to Fuji, we've seen quite a lot of early drama, even at Daytona and stuff. Think we're getting some here?
Yes, because this is the last chance for these teams to drive. It's not our last race of the night. We've got 2 more after this for the remaining 6 teams. But actually, it is last chance saloon for everybody. FaZe Clan at the moment are at the bottom, of course, of these who have done 3 races so far. They're going to want to move upwards. And when your whole week is on the line, when FaZe are faced with going home after this day, after this event, it's a makes you do unusual things maybe, and might make you be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, for a few of these drivers, like you say, this could be the last time they are turning the wheel in ESL R1 here at the Esports World Cup. And, you know, like you say, at the end of the day, we're losing 2 teams. Doesn't sound like much, but that's 8 drivers that we're saying goodbye to who will no longer be in competition. They won't see it out to the weekend. This is the cut-off we're talking about. At the moment, though, let's focus on the positives. It's Team Redline in control. Siggy and Rietveld at the front of the field. Then it's Fluke, Wisniewski, Tormula and Stanley, of course, rounding out the top 6. We get ready to go racing. Big spacing between the top 2 as Jeff Rietveld's dropped basically back to the 2nd row. That's crazy. We are racing, though, down into the 1st corner. Not sure if you're allowed to really do that, if I'm honest, as we'll have the inside line coming in from Jamie Fluke. Oh, and there's a spin, and it's going to be right in front of everyone, and he's taken out the G2 Esports driver. There is absolute carnage everywhere. You've got BS competition being taken down as well. That's Ibrahim Khan, who's been in the middle of all of it. You said we were going to get drama, Ewan. Boy, did we.
I didn't think it was going to come like that, though. Jeffrey Rietveld going around for Team Redline as they try and extend their points advantage at the very top. They will be pegged back slightly as a result of that. It allows some other drivers to step up towards the front. Will Chadwick's in 4th. It's not going to last very long because the master of getting through incidents, Ferris Stanley, is making his way through instead. Round the outside of the hairpin, he will go just ahead of Jimmy Antunes, who is watching as Apex all of a sudden are having a fantastic 2nd round.
Yeah, their chance of now moving through seems incredibly likely as Will Chadwick's going to try and put on a bit of a show as he goes side by side with Ferris Stanley, leads it to the outside going through the Mercedes Arena section, puts the throttle down with his Face Clan Porsche, leads it to the inside of Ferris Stanley, almost makes contact with the BS competition driver, but Chadwick has to settle for 5th position. Jimmy Antunes might make a move here down into Mobile 1. He's got the inside line there on Will Chadwick as we hit the apex of the corner, and the Apex Racing Team driver's about to make his move. Will Chadwick, though, has got the inside coming into the Sachs curve. The pair of them make a little bit of contact, and Chadwick holds firm.
And don't forget, this is existential for FaZe. They need to move through on people. Oh, Antunes looks up the inside. He can't quite get through. Daniel Pastor will catch as a result of this. By the way, both G2 Esports Porsches got caught up in that opening lap incident, and so they are in trouble here. They will be a little bit worried about dropping into the bottom 2.
Yeah, indeed. Wow, that was honestly pretty scary. Great stuff though from Will Chadwick. You could say that's a Giga Chad defence. That's whatever. Don't know.
You don't know what that means?
No, I don't. I don't know what anything means. No cap. As Kevin Siggy, the guaranteed thing in this race, he's pulling out obviously quite a gap here. He did win earlier on in the weekend, of course, well yesterday, to take the Drivers' Championship around here, and it looks like he might be taking yet another victory around the Hockenheim ring. Dennis Schillinger might steal 2nd position. Good for Williams, by the way, to have snuck through. They're in 3rd and 7th right now. Again, they're vying for a position in the top 4. Looking for a weird line as Jamie Fluke's gone a little bit wide coming off the hairpin.
I've got no idea what Jamie Fluke was doing there, but it wasn't a good exit out of turn 6, and so here comes Dennis Schillinger. Not sure he'll really go for anything here, but he just decides to stay behind. Now, what I remember something else about Sunday, because I know it sounds like I'm stepping ahead a bit, but it is very important. If any team at the top, like Team Redline are doing at the moment, get a real advantage, they will have a significant points advantage at the start of Sunday. Because similar to what we had at the start of yesterday, the points from the regular season there were scaled to Thursday. The points from this stage of the championship will be scaled to Sunday, putting the top team on 100 and everybody else with their general gap further behind. So if Team Redline or whoever it is get a big gap at the end of this, then they will start Sunday, the all-important day, with a very big gap.
Yeah, basically everyone else will be put to what their percentage of the points leaders' points are. So let's say, for example, you've got 200 points, and then someone else has got 100. That's a bit too boring of maths. Basically, it's just a percentage of the points. Whatever. I'm not going to explain it more than that. You can figure it out yourselves. But what that means is that you're absolutely right. For Team Redline, there is incentive to keep scoring well. They can't just rest on their laurels and go, well, yeah, but we're already definitely through. They want to keep scoring because they want to make that gap and Sunday's job as easy as possible, or at least as less threatening as possible. It doesn't mean that they're going to be closer to finalist mode. It just means that everyone else is going to be further away from it. Big move to the inside coming in from Daniel Pastor as he almost makes contact with Will Chadwick. Big send from him, and Pastor will work his way through to 6th.
He did make contact with. I think so. Yeah, I think he did make contact with Daniel Pastor. Excuse me, William Chadwick down into the hairpin. Here comes comes Antunes. Outside line, looking, but can't go through. Pastor's going to go deep, though, and here comes Antunes. If he gets the outside here, it might be all right, but no, he can't quite get his nose alongside, and so has to stay in 7th place. Apex here making a late charge for those top places, with the likes of Ibrahim Khan quite a long way down for BS. No team is really having 2 right up there at the moment, really, in this race.
If Chadders hangs on to 5th place,
what will you do?
I will admit that Darragh Thacker's point is optimal.
About him, Will Chabot, being a fantastic sim racing driver?
No.
Oh, right.
Do you think that?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think anyone thinks that.
He's a cracking driver, Will Chabot. Look at him in 5th place, and he's flying away from Daniel Pastor as well.
We do like a little bit of Will Chadwick, bless him. Like I say, not the most practiced, though, and not the most ready for this, but he is showing that you don't really need it so much. Let's take a look at this. So, it's solo error.
On his own.
Solo error.
Wow. That is something you don't see from Jeff Rietveld very often at all.
No,
really
indeed.
isn't. There's lots of contact further back, but Rietveld loses it on his own. He clips the first G2. It goes straight into the second. They are going to be furious with the way life has chosen them at the moment. And there is spinning around Michał Schmiedl, trying to get underway from the gravel as well. What a mess that was, but unlucky for G2 more than anything.
Play some piano music over that in slow-mo and it looks pretty dramatic. Of course, I'm pretty sure a good friend of Jeff Rietveld, Veracity, will probably be watching and paying attention close to that one. Obviously, she's busy quite sorting out the Rocket League here in the Esports World Cup. However, I'm pretty sure she'll catch up afterwards to see that one. And unfortunately, it did seem as though it was a solo mistake from, what was it? Jeffa Cakes? Jeffrey Seatveld? Because I can't remember, there was another one that he had.
Rizlis Rietveld.
Rizlis Rietveld,
Although I didn't get that one at all.
Oh, no, that was the good one. Rizlis Rietveld, you're spot on. Definitely Rizlis after that.
Thank you. Well, don't know. Anyway, 8th place at the moment. He's actually catching some of the others. So Hockenheim is one of those circuits, unlike the likes of, say, Monza or maybe a little bit like Spa. You can catch, even though there is groups in front of you slipstreaming off of one another, there are sufficient corners around here for you to make a difference like that. And Jeffrey Rietveld is certainly doing that as he climbs towards Jimmy Antunes. I think Team Redline are almost confirmed in the World Cup teams final here. However, they, as I say, will want to get the biggest points advantage they possibly can, and that really is down to Jeffrey Rietveld because Kevin Siggy is out in front.
To be honest, I think they were confirmed quite, but at the end.
No, but they'll want to.
They want
the points gap.
They will. Yeah. And Andre, even if there wasn't that points gap, I mean, Redline are not the team to go, well, we're in position, let's just go for lunch. Andre Countryman will not settle for that, nor will anyone behind the scenes. There is a reason why they've won so many races, so many titles, and weirdly enough picked up their first driver's title, of course.
Is he chewing again?
Time.
Was he doing this yesterday? I was having this discussion backstage a little bit about Kevin Siggy driving here today, and in fact, he's chewing today. I don't remember him doing this yesterday.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's a Redline thing. They all do weird things with their mouth. I've said time and time again, he can hear me, so it's fine. But Sebastian James, weird thing with his mouth when he's turning corners. Have you seen it?
I have seen it, yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Sorry, he
very
is
odd.
listening.
Yeah, sorry, Sebi.
Sorry.
It's fine. He's done with driving for the day. He might have actually gone back to the hotel. You never know.
Hopefully, after that.
It's been a much more solid day for Heat, and for Team Redline, they are looking like the formidable force that we were expecting them to be as we approach the halfway point of this race.
They certainly are. They are the only team to have won 2 races today. The only team to get a 1-2 as well. That came at Spa just 1 race ago with Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett, who took the pole and 2nd place in that last race. This is the battle for 2nd place then, with Jamie Fluke and Dennis Schoninger, and they're really on their own, to be honest. 2 seconds up to the leader and a couple of seconds back to Ferris Stanley as well.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, there are some tight margins, though, peering out on the circuit. Like I say, this between Fluke and between Dennis Schoninger. Will there be a move coming in from the Mercedes driver? At the moment, Williams are scoring pretty decently with a 3rd and a 6th. At the moment, they sit... it's kind of a bit of a skewed one because of, obviously, they've done 3 races and some of the other teams have only done 2. They currently sit 3rd in the points on 56 points, as far as mine go. Oh, a bit of contact there. Fluke cannot get that hairpin correct.
Not really at the moment. As I was talking about earlier on, I think you want to be in the top 2, though, if you want to make it in the top 4 here after this round. At the moment, Williams would be doing that, overtaking BS Competition. Williams scoring, as things stand, Pastor's just gained a place as well, so it'll be up to 26 now. Let's get to that in a second. Is there any contact here?
No.
Absolutely not. Jeffrey spins around. He's so unlucky to be clipped there. I don't know which G2 Porsche it is, but they're so unlucky.
I will say the movement there does look quite unnatural. I wonder if there was something. To be fair, you're off the racing line. It is a little bit more dirty or whatever. I don't know. It looked weird. I'll at least add that one and give them the slight benefit of the doubt. But I do think it was Riyadh a little bit on the high side, where there is less grip and just maybe asking a little bit too much of the rear end of the car. Maybe tires. Honestly, I don't know. I've never that is such a weird thing. You just don't really see that out of a driver of that caliber.
Weird. Really weird. I mean, it's interesting. Sebastian Joe very nearly lost it almost out of the blue on his own in the final race. Through the final corner, though, it wasn't the first corner, but it just shows you that while these guys do look like they've got the car so planted and so well set up, that actually it is possible for them to lose it. They've just got very good reactions to save it normally. Jeff Riyadh didn't quite have it on that occasion to achieve that, as Will Chadwick goes quite wide. He did lose a place to Daniel Pastor there, by the way, which means that Williams picking up 26 points from this race. BS competition only 13, and so their 7-point advantage over Williams would be eradicated.
What that means is that I'm safe of admitting that Dareth Acker's opinions are correct on your commentary ability, so at least there's that. Will Chadwick not hanging on to the top 5 as Jeff Riyadh in 7th position now. Jimmy Antunes in 8th. Like you say, things are looking really good for Williams when it comes to them. At least, looking really strong to transfer already straight through into Sunday. And considering some of the ups and downs and the dramas they've had, I don't want to be that guy. I'm going to say it now. I think they have been a little bit lucky, not in not in terms of pace or whatever, but let's be honest, look at 2 of the larger incidents. You had one there, and they've come through it quite well, and you had the one at Jeddah, and they came through really well in Jeddah, despite that incident happening around them.
Are you saying that's luck?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Certainly the Jeddah one was luck.
Well, yeah, okay.
It was. Look, I'm not saying that doesn't take good driving. There probably was a little bit of good reaction in there, especially from Don Blyer. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah, Don Blyer especially came through right through in Jeddah to avoid everyone, and you're right. There probably is some reaction, but but then again, who has ever won anything without an element of luck? 100%. It doesn't take anything away from them. Certainly, I don't think you're trying to, but
no, absolutely not.
But yeah, it doesn't take anything away from them at all. I think what they've got to do at the moment is just consolidate this. 2 cars in the top 5 would be absolutely fantastic for them, and what a contrast as well for their mood compared to this time last year in this event last year, where they were disappointed and out by a very, very narrow margin of just 5 points to the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports team. It looks like it's going their way this time, as Jamie Fluke gets the hairpin wrong again, or he's just taking a different line. I can't quite decide because he hasn't yet been overtaken.
Look, the nicest man in sim racing, that's Arjuna's line, but I'm still stealing it. Realistically speaking, if he...
a bit too nice, maybe, he's giving the place.
I would say if he's missing the apex of the hairpin that consistently, I think it's probably more intentional.
But it's really odd for 1 out of 48 to be doing it, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, if you've got someone directly behind you, you're giving them a little bit of room to work into whilst taking a little bit of a wide line, and also on the outside line there, you do get a better drive down towards the Mercedes arena section, so it protects you at both. So if it is intentional, it's not necessarily the worst thing to really be doing here.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world for sure, but and clearly it's been effective enough because he is still second, but it just looks a bit weird compared to all of the other drivers. I'm sure Dennis Schundinger's going to be giving this at least another go before the end. There's 4 points on the line here for both Apex and Williams. I think the previous result for Apex has probably done enough for them to forget about worries of getting into the drop. They were actually 11th at the halfway stage, with everyone having done 1 race. Excuse me, every team having done 2 races, every driver having done 1 race, and that would have really worried them, but actually these last 2 races have absolved them of real difficulty.
I think you mean every team having done 4 races. Yeah, because I have... Yeah.
Every team 4 scores, every driver's done 1 race. It's so confusing.
Do you remember before I said this format's really complicated?
It's not actually that complicated, but we're just making it worse.
It's not, but it's really easy to trip up and make it sound way worse than it was.
Yeah.
I saw some giggles when Cam Roger tried explaining it a little bit earlier at the start of the broadcast. It was quite amusing, but no, it's fine. As we'll see the slipstream once again working. To be fair, I actually don't think Dennis Schundinger wants to make a move. I think he might have been told by Michael Preston to maybe not go to something.
I'd give it a go, honestly. I think the fact that the chance of them getting in the top 4 is absolutely not certain at all, and 4 points may be that difference.
Yep.
So I'd be absolutely going for it. Daniel Pastor's not going to get you any more places. He's over a second behind Ferris Stanley, who again has done an extraordinary job to get into 4th place. He's finding some form in ESL R1, isn't he? After last couple of online rounds as well. He's been in the final, hasn't he, this season, I'm pretty sure. And he's been in the top 5 twice. 2nd and 4th is what it's looking like at the moment for an ever-improving Ferris Stanley. Out over the line for Kevin Siggy. He's about to start another lap here at the Hockenheimring, the final lap of this race. Just stroking it home now for his 6th win of the year.
Yes, indeed. Ferris Stanley did make it through to the semi-finals. It was the first time he moved through the semi-finals in round 2 of the online championship. He hasn't gone through. Yeah, it was Orchard Road, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's why I remember it. Yeah,
yeah. No, he hasn't moved through to a final though. But like I say, here he's been absolutely phenomenal. The race he had earlier on today was absolutely epic. Showing some excellent form with that 2nd place, running in 4th again. He's scoring some really solid points for BS competition, who are looking pretty decent here. They're most likely. I think they're most likely now going to be into tomorrow's event, but still.
Good momentum and good chance of finishing top of their group tomorrow. Don't forget, it's 2 groups of 3 for the 6 teams in the last chance racing tomorrow. And so they've got a good chance of finishing top of their group, although they will be against some stiff competition like Apex, who you can see on your screen there. I think they're more than likely going to be in the groups as well. We'll have to wait and see on some of the others. There's a lot of unknowns here. Even though we've only got 2 races to go, we're really unclear as to quite who's where and who will be locked in to the Teams Championship final on Sunday.
Well, someone who's looking very, very strong indeed is Kevin Siggy, who looks to take his 3rd victory here in the Esports World Cup, of course. He won the very first race that we had broadcast on Saturday, and he won the last one as well to take the Drivers' Championship. He will win here, though, as he comes out through the final corner. Kevin Siggy back on top for his 18th victory in ESL R1. It is Siggy who will lead over the line from Jamie Fluke and Dennis Schoeniger. And I know I said Saturday, I meant yesterday.
A great reaction for Kevin Siggy in that there was no reaction. He knows that Team Redline are just doing their job. They're going to add to their total another whopping 43 points. So 175 will be their final total, pending any post-race penalties, of course, which I don't think will come for them. So that's going to be a big lead. You would imagine they'll be top of the tree on Sunday, and everybody else will be chasing them in the Teams Championship final.
I think really solid drive. There is Michael Preston straight over to congratulate Daniel Pastor and Dennis Schoeniger after a pretty solid effort from the pair. And they did very, very well, must be said.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a number of teams that can be pretty pleased with that one. I think Williams and Apex, other than Redline, are going to be the ones particularly pleased with that one. But for now, everyone other than Redline have got a bit of a waiting game going on here. They don't really know where they'll be. Are they going to have to go through the 2nd chance groups, or is it going to be a straight lock into the final on Sunday?
Yeah, indeed. Well, you can see everyone there getting ready. Remember, for a lot of for all of the drivers that we've just seen, that is their last race of today's competition.
Them, yeah.
For every single one in there. We'll either see them tomorrow, we'll see them on Sunday, or we won't see them at all again in the Esports World Cup. We'll get ready to change the groups and get ready for the final races here today.
Yeah, things to really look out for. That bottom 2 will be looking to be dragged out of for the likes of Team Falcons and Virtus Pro, who currently find themselves there. They will know the amount of points that they need to get themselves out because of the completed teams.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's get ready to head back down into the arena with Morgan to see who he's catching up with.
Amazing casting from you guys, thank you so much. And now we are up here with Fluke, which did get a massive win for ART. Of course, Fluke, sadly, the past few days were not really that good for ART. You guys had a little bit of a rough start, but you boosted your chances up massively by getting a 2nd place. So before everything, congratulations. That was an amazing performance. And give us a little bit more insights on what's happening with ART.
Yeah, so it's been a tough couple of days, not going to lie. We had the positive with getting Johan through into last chance qualifier. But yesterday was tough overall for the team. The first couple of races today also, pace was there, but for some reason it just didn't quite pan out for us. We got the rough end of the stick on that one, but it's good to bounce back. 2nd place is a massive relief and release for us, so it should put us through at least into the last chance for the team stuff tomorrow, and we live to fight another day, my friend.
I hope you do make it to finals indeed. And again, all thanks to you, you just boosted the chances of ART significantly. So I'm feeling very very ambitious, and I hope you are, and saying you do make it to tomorrow and the finals. What can we expect from Team ART?
We're just going to raise hell, pretty much. We're definitely the underdog team sort of going into this, and we're just going to keep swinging, hope for the best.
Keep swinging, hope for the best, and we're going to swing to a very quick break. Thank you again, Luke. I know it's an amazing race. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much, and we're going to be off to a very quick break before we return and continue the action.
Ready, set, go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Hello and well, what another race we've seen here in the ESL R1 Esports World Cup, of course. We were out in Hockenheim this time. Cam and Zach alongside me. I mean, another chaotic race, Zach. We're just about catching our breath and then we have to go again. We've got Group 4 that's coming out next, which is our final group. We'll head to Monza and then we'll finish the day in Spa. But let's have a talk about Hockenheim and that first moment. We'll see some highlights in a minute, but it was quite chaotic, wasn't it?
Fireworks once again in the opening sector of a race. It's as if these guys are racing for 400 grand's worth of prize money. You can tell in sort of just their driving styles, but obviously going into turn 1, Siggy obviously was able to take off, but felt then dropped it around the outside of T1. That then obviously caused the carnage. We'll see it in just a moment now, actually. But in doing so, collected the G2s. In doing so, then collected the BMW Plus competition of Ibrahim Khan. There you can see the Porsche skating across the track. Ibrahim Khan was in the wrong place at the wrong time. William Chadwick through to take 4th place.
Yeah, it looks like Rivo did drop it on his own. It's such a shame for the two G2 cars to both get involved in that. BS Plus getting through. Let's have a look at it again from Rivo's point of view. It really doesn't look like much, but just enough for him to go around. And when you are 2nd place, or 3rd place as he was at the time, to then go around, everyone's just going to get involved with you. Look at Ferris Stanley being very agitated by that. Of course, he did benefit from a crash back in Fuji at the start of the day. This time it wasn't so lucky to get through, but here's how he finished.
Here is indeed how he finished, with Kevin Siggy getting some more points for Team Redline. Of course, he won the Drivers' Championship yesterday, and Jamie Fluke having a great race there. We were talking about Fluke during it, weren't we? And we just heard Jamie speaking to Morgan as well at the arena. A really strong race again from Jamie.
Absolutely, and he's bringing ART up. Of course, it was Kevin Ellis Jr. in the previous race, and then their 2nd place for Fluke. That is big. They were sitting in the bubble to be potentially eliminated from the competition. So I think it's good for them to finally have a good result. Of course, it wasn't with both cars, unfortunately, but still, that is proving to be the important factor for them is just those one standout results.
There is one team that we're slightly concerned about, though, Zach, at this point, isn't there? G2 Sim Racing, easy for you to say. We're a bit worried about them at the moment, aren't we?
Yeah, and that's pretty much just because they've... Obviously, in that race, there wasn't really much they could do. But because of the way the point system is slightly adjusted, where you reward a win so much more, if you have a race like they did where they just get collected at T1 and there's not really much they can do to recover from that point, you are at risk of losing so many points so quickly. And when you've got so much competition, that is just clinical and will cost you in the end of the championship. They could be going home today.
They really could. We will have 2 teams that are knocked out, of course, at the end of today. And then we go into 2nd chance qualifying, which will be tomorrow. And then we will decide who is the team champion as well the day after that. And I've forgotten what day it is, so it's fine. Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Saturday.
Friday today.
Okay, fine. One of the days we are going to work out the team champion. Let's head over to our casters because we're going racing in Monza. It is Ewan O'Leary and George Morgan.
Very much. It is time for the final group and time to find our 4 teams who will make it into the Teams Championship World Cup final. This is our circuit. It's the beautiful Monza, Temple of Speed, of course. That run down towards turn 1 is going to be a bit of pandemonium, very possibly, in the opening lap of the race. I'm sure there'll be plenty of other chances. The Della Roggia chicane, Ascari as well, where the curves really can bite, and then the final corner as well. Very interesting circuit. Maybe not the most interesting to drive on your own, to be honest, but it's so good for racing.
Yeah, last winner here, Jakub Brzezinski earlier on today. That was race 4 in our Teams Championship phase here at Riyadh. Of course, we've seen many a great race here. Master of Monza, as we alluded to, Marcel Cinchik might have been dethroned, however, given the fact that Brzezinski was able to take the crown off him for G2 Sim Racing in their bid to move their way into the top 4, in an unlikely top 4, it has to be said, but they have been challenged at Hockenheim with both cars spinning out after that massive incident coming through turn 1. We'll see if they can obviously reshape themselves for the rest of the night, but we're going to be going ahead to Monza nonetheless, and some familiar faces already taking the seats. I can already see in the arena Thomas Tattler returning, as well as Zemislav Lamenek for Team Falcons, Yuri Kazdorp coming in as well for Maus, and Moritz Lerner stepping up for Maus as well. Some familiar names, some names obviously looking for retribution as well in their own right.
Yeah, and some different combinations as well. Lerner and Kazdorp didn't drive together throughout the first rotation for Maus, and they're in a bit of danger, by the way. I want to speak about that bottom for the bottom 2, because you want to be above it, first of all, otherwise you won't be driving again in the Esports World Cup. But there are some teams who are already confirmed not in that bottom 2. Won't be surprised to hear this first name, Team Redline. Would you believe it? They're not going to be knocked out. Can you believe it?
Would you believe it?
William Teams Esports as well,
I'm shocked.
who are fighting for that top 4 more principally. BS Competition are guaranteed to stay in, Apex Racing Team are guaranteed to stay in as well. All 4 of those have a mathematical chance of going through in the top 4. Whether that's going to happen or not, some is more likely than others, but they're certainly going to be at least racing in the second chance tomorrow if things don't go quite as well for them. The 2 teams in danger from that previous group are G2 Esports after that really unlucky moment through turn 1 we've just been talking about, and FaZe Clan as well, who I'm afraid didn't pick up very many points at all throughout those final 2 rounds. Just 16 points across 2 races means that they are now in trouble. The current bottom 2 though are Team Falcons and Virtus Pro. Look out for them to try and make up the margin to get out of the top 2, bottom 2, excuse me, into the top 10 and into tomorrow.
Well, if you look at the Team Falcons lineup, in a bid to try and avoid the elimination phase, they've kind of called back to some earlier successes, I should say. Laminek back in the chair, but they've also brought in their most experienced contender, Thomas Tatler, who already competed here in ESL R1. Of course, prior part of the heroic lineup, now moving across to Team Falcons, and will now be looking to try and marshal his way up to the top. Remember, a victor, of course, around this track, when, of course, we had the second chance race leading through to the Drivers' Championship. We're hoping that Lightning will strike twice again here at Monza, and hopefully Falcons will be able to enlist themselves back into the front end for the first time in a short while. But practice in full swing for the drivers. Of course, some familiar liveries on show. Guild Esports, who have been in some great form lately, it has to be said. We've got to talk about the sensational James Baldwin Jeddah performance, but also we also saw Marco Pejic, very successful around here in our earlier race at Monza.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if is he driving again here? I wonder if he's maybe just gone for the same circuit twice because Guild have the chance to do so.
Maybe.
There will be only a few teams able to do so, really. Monza, those that did race 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 will have the chance to do Monza twice. Nobody's going to have the chance to do Spa twice, everybody else having to do 4 different circuits through the rotation. So maybe some of their drivers will have just gone for one circuit and the other 2 having to change up. But Guild, it's interesting you bring up Guild Esports. They are the top team as of right now in the terms of this session. Obviously, they're 2 races behind everybody, so they are in 6th position. However, they scored the most points out of anybody in this group throughout the first round. And that includes Porsche Coanda Esports, who are down in 7th.
Yeah, not having an easy run, Porsche Coanda. They had troubles yesterday. The troubles seem to have continued. Team Vitality, also a team that's been successful around here. We allude to Marcel Chinchik and his successes, but Yuri Toman, another name we've got to watch out for. Erhan Yuyovsky on his best day can be a danger. Thibaut Kazubon. We look back, of course, across the online rounds. Team Vitality's strongest period was in the opening weekend at Daytona. If we look ahead to Monza, first quarterfinals, of course, it would be a string of second places. Kazumon, Yuyovsky, Toman all taking second places in the quarterfinals here at Monza to open up round 3 in the Teams Championship, following the online rounds. It was then a 3rd place for Marcel Chinchik in the same quarterfinal phase as well. So all 4 obtaining podiums. Only Toman went on to win in the semi-final in the following race, and only 3 of them making it through to the final phase during the course of that round 3 session. That was Kazubon, Toman and Chinchik. We'll have to wait and see, though. See whether Falcons can cause a stir. We did allude, of course, to Leminem, as I said, returning once more and looking to drop some slim shady moves, this time on this group here out on track.
You know, I was talking to Arjuna earlier. He couldn't see the Eminem part of Leminem.
Goodness me.
I know, that's what I said.
Yeah, that's poor.
I know, yeah.
I'll have to have a serious word with our friend Arjuna later on, I think.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think the resemblance is uncanny.
I do as well. In case you've not seen him, he's got very sort of bleached blonde hair, if you like, and he's quite tall.
Likes to wear hoodies as well.
Yeah, likes to wear hoodies, quite short hair. Yeah, it's very good. I like it. So they'll be looking to pull themselves forward.
You and O'Leary approves.
That's when you know it's good. Maybe that's not an approval you want, actually.
Well, maybe not.
Never mind. I want to talk a little bit about Maus as well. They're on the screen at the moment. You can see Yuri Kaztorp and Mertz Lerner in this session. Now, it could become a battle between Maus and Falcons, or maybe Vitality, although you'd expect them to rise forward. But maybe Maus and Falcons for that final bottom 2 spot. I mean, only 3 points separate them at the moment. That's a surprise for Maus, a team that made the final easily back in 2023. They were 3rd on group stage day, 4th on finals day. They're they're nowhere here at the moment. Didn't have a good first round.
No, it has to be said. I would argue that the fascinating, as it should be, the most fascinating position in the championship is at the bottom. I mean, obviously, Virtus Pro is already decided, but we have got Team Vulcans hovering on the brink of elimination, but looking to try and break out. But there are a string of teams, plenty of them, in fact. Porsche Coanda, we haven't seen the best of them by a long shot, and obviously they're trying to get themselves out of the doom and gloom of it all. Obviously, the first opening race, and arguably, I think, one of the most outstanding races we saw was back at Fuji. Joshua Rogers right in the thick of it, trying to improve his positioning. We saw some great performances, though, from the likes of Mitchell de Jong, as well as Charlie Collins, who we believe would be maybe the stronger pairing, aside from Dane Warren and Joshua Rogers in that instance. And there certainly was some showing of that, but we'll have to wait and see whether Coanda can lift themselves out of the depths of disparity. Only time will tell whether they can do that. But in the meantime, great opportunity during free practice to at least try and test the water a little bit.
Do you feel Porsche Coanda could have their work cut out a little bit, though, in these races? I mean, they've already had to deal with Daytona. We know that the Porsche is not so good in a straight line, although in the slipstream they seem to be okay. Obviously, they don't get any slipstream in qualifying. I guess that's the main problem for them. But Monza and Spa, these next two circuits, not circuits you want low straight line speed at.
Well, no, because if you look at the straight at Monza, you're talking the longest straight perhaps on our calendar. And then, of course, you've got, on top of that, the long straight at Monza in the third sector. Heading in towards Kerber Alboreto, and then of course Seraglio, and then in between you've got these little chicanes, Reto Filio, Rogia, Ascari not so little, though, it has to be said. But when we move to Spa, the Kemmel Straight, and then of course the straight coming out of Bus Stop, and then the run out of Blanchimont. You know, this does not favour the Porsche. Naturally, they are far better in the corners, though in Spa they do have an opportunity in that technical middle sector, so there is chances there, but Monza is nowhere near that type of track.
And here's a good chance to look at one of those Porsches around this great circuit. It's Mitchell de Jong, your chauffeur, let's say. Through the first chicane he goes, looking for the exit here. As I say, Monza is not an exciting circuit to drive on your own, I don't find. It's a straight followed by a chicane, followed by another straight. However, it's a great circuit to race at, and as we know in ESL R1, qualifying will always be very, very important. That's exactly what Mitchell de Jong has to deliver right now. A good qualifying lap for Porsche Coanda. Through the first sector, he is there or thereabouts.
Yeah, absolutely. Mitchell de Jong, we have seen some improved performances from him. The online phase wasn't necessarily groundbreaking for him, but it's what's come later that's really sort of shown levels of inspiration. Has taken 2 podiums through the online rounds, both of them in the Drivers' Championship phase back at Hockenheim and Spa-Francorchamps, but now looking to show his very best where it counts, and that's here in this LAN environment at the Esports World Cup, looking to lift Porsche Coanda aloft in a bid to try and ensure that they do at least qualify for the second chance phase that's coming up tomorrow, as we now watch him make his way through Ascari. First sector 35.047, and that time isn't horrendous. 2/10 probably of the realm off where he would like to be. Needs something good in sector 2 and 3 though.
Yeah, we are not going to get sector 2 time by the looks of things, so we just have to wait for the very end here. Mitchell de Jong, one of the world's best sort of multi-talented drivers, if you like. He's not only good in a GT3 car, but he can do rallycross, oval racing, endurance racing and sprint racing and everything in between. Over the line he goes now, looks over to the left-hand side to see what he's done. It's a 45.8, not terrible, but I'd be surprised if it was pole.
Yeah, really has embraced multi editions of racing. Of course, started racing at the age of 5, winning 2 championships in 2 different disciplines during the same year as well. Mikhail Bykov, another driver to watch out for, obviously someone who's looking to improve. Virtus Pro, of course, cemented to the back, 35.119. It's around 3/10 off, 35.7 in that middle sector. Certainly less than ideal. 5/10 out off the pace, really, of where he needs to be. And you can see the difference between Bykov and de Jong is separated by over 5/10 of a second, near 6/10.
Yeah, not good news for Bykov, I'm afraid, but all of the Virtus Pro drivers have had less time to get up to speed than some of the others. Some of the others, like Moritz Lerner, of course, who has been there or thereabouts in all seasons of ESL R1 so far. A very good first sector from him, and only a tenth or so away in the middle. Let's see, it should be a mid-45. It is, nodding his head, finally pleased with that lap time. 45.5 from Moritz Lerner, puts him on pole position for the moment.
Yeah, Gill back again. Great lap there from Moritz Lerner. Gill's Bonnet Bono House comes up next. 34, or should I say 35.09.92 is certainly not requisite at the 34.8 that we would like to see. 35.462, however, isn't too bad. He's on the ballpark, essentially 2/10 away. This will put him ahead of Baikov. Will it be a chance, though, to move into P2? Could he tussle with De Jong? Not quite. Third place for Bono House.
Oh, Yuri Kasdorp's had a slowdown, I'm afraid. And so, 2 slowdowns, goodness me. Might have even had a spin, Yuri Kasdorp here. He's rubbing his eyes as if to say, what am I doing here? Not as in here, but what have I done to this lap is what I mean. Anyway, he's making his way to the final corner for what will be a pretty unimportant Parabolica, I've got to say. And he will be qualifying 5th and possibly starting from the very back. He'll need to do what he can, though, help Mouse as he can to absolutely make sure they don't get in the bottom 2. The top 4 is maybe a bit far away from them at the moment, but absolutely stay out of the bottom 2. That has to be the aim for them.
Yeah, lost time in the first and second sectors. It might be the case that he just made a mistake in Sector 1 and just said, well, kiss goodbye to this lap. Charlie Collins up next, 35.0 in Sector 1. Around 2/10 off where he would like to be. He's gone one-handed on the wheel at this point. Maybe he's already crossed the line. 35.3 though in the second sector is actually pretty good. Here comes the Porsche Commander now across the line. Charlie Collins, enough only for 5th place. So that is, must have had a slowdown in the final sector. Not ideal. That explains the one-armed driving.
It certainly does. Here's Marcel Chinchik, so strong in qualifying ages ago now. It was race 4 when Team Vitality put him in to try and win a race. It couldn't quite do that, but he is so quick around Monza and again puts in a great lap time. It's a 45.5, not quite as quick as he was earlier on, but it's good enough for pole right now.
That's a stunning lap there from Marcel Chinchik, right when he needed it most, and he's careered away by over 2/10 of a second between he and Moritz Lerner further back. So the Audi R8 showing its pace. Matt Emery behind the wheel of the same such Audi, only this time for Guild Esports here. 35.034 in that first sector, around 2/10 off where he needs to be. 35.5 in that middle sector. 3/10 better would have been much improved, but crossing the line enough for 5th fastest. Joins his teammate 4th and 5th for Guild.
Here's Thomas Tattler for Team Falcons. He's had 4 iRacing World Championship seasons in his time, and it's no mean feat qualifying for one of those and competing in one of those. 27 years of age now, has the experience behind him in sim racing to push Team Falcons out of this bottom 2, which they currently find themselves in these final 2 races. What can Thomas do? He qualified into the drivers' final at this circuit, don't forget, with a great qualifying lap. It was something like that. 3rd place is all it's good enough for here.
Well, he's in the ballpark, and that offers a chance. Chance of retribution for Team Falcons, who are looking to lift themselves off the bottom. Here comes now the sister Vitality car. Marcel Chinchik already placed his car to the top. Kanur Hanyuyovsky follows suit. 34.9 in that first sector is only a 10th beyond. 35.3 in that second sector is very good. He could yet topple Lerner should he get a nice run in the 3rd sector. No, the 3rd sector wasn't so good. A 1:45.822.
Yeah, I think it was indeed the 3rd sector where it fell apart. He was shaking his head as he came out the final corner. Meanwhile, here is Oleg Zolobov, who really impressed me at Fuji, I've got to say. He was in there in race 1 for Virtus Pro, only turned 18 a couple of weeks ago, but he has certainly arrived onto the world stage and is doing a decent job for Virtus Pro here. I'd imagine he'll be ahead of his teammate Mikhail Baikov, who is only 8th for now. What's the time going to be? It's 7th. He's only just ahead of his teammate.
It's not bad from Zolobov, near enough mid-table. Considering the form that Virtus Pro have shown, they might have a chance in this race. 35.008 in the first sector for Zemislav Lamenek. And then further down is Sector 2, 35.3 in that middle sector, a 10th beyond where he would like to be. So approximately 3/10 out of the realm. A little grimace, though, heading out of the Alboreto corner. Here comes Lamenek up towards the line. Where is this Audi going to go? Team Falcons, can they see 2 cars in the top 6? Near enough, 6th place, but it will go to Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, he didn't need to be quite as quick as he was back in race 4. It was still good enough for pole position. Marcel Chinchik, the king of Monza, showing himself to be just that all over again. This is where he won his spring season championship, of course, in 2023, and he very nearly won at race 4 as well. Wonder if he'll go one better this time round. Vitality do need it because I'd imagine they'll be contenders or want to be contenders for the team's championship. Don't forget, points are converted from today to Sunday if you make it. And so you want to be as close to Redline as possible.
Certainly do. And one thing, he will want to take his Master of Monza tag back because Kuba Brzezinski took it away from him last time. But we'll take a look. Obviously, it's some of the action unfolding very shortly. Of course, racing action is still to come, folks. But certainly was an exhilarating qualifying session. Falcons with a fantastic opportunity in their own right to try and lift themselves off the bottom. But still many questions to be asked. Results, Ewan.
Well, so Chinchik, as I say, 8 thousandths ahead of Moritz Lerner, put in a great lap for Maus when they really, really needed it. Team Falcons might just have a chance of staying in the competition too, with Timus Tatela in third. Mitchell de Jong is fourth for Porsche Coanda ahead of Erhan Yoski to give vitality to drivers in the top 5. Primislav Lemonek is in sixth ahead of Bono House for Guild. As I say, the best placed team going into this race of those on your screen at the moment. Virtus Pro in 8th place with Oleg Zulabov, and then Matt Emery, who is also doing the Monza double along with Chinchik. Mikhail Baikov, Charlie Collins and Yuri Kazduk round out the grid. So 12 drivers ready all over again. We still have 48 drivers in ESL R1's team championship competition. However, we're going to be removing 8 of those after the day, seeing some of them coming back tomorrow for the last chance qualifier. By then, we'll be down to just, what is it, 30? I can't do the maths. What's 4 times 6? 24, that's it.
We'll lose 8.
Yeah.
Lose 8 drivers.
Yeah. Goodness me, struggling. But yeah, that's all to come on Sunday, and that's what this is all about, of course. Who can get into that top 4 as well? Is it going to be Guild, Porsche Coanda, somebody else? Can Team Vitality get themselves in that top 4 with a late charge?
Yeah, I think they've got every chance. I mean, given the fact that Chinchik obviously has proven to be such a strong force for Vitality and has done in days gone by. Obviously, we've got other names to watch out for. You know, obviously Guild looking a lot stronger than what they were earlier on in the weekend and earlier on even in the online rounds that we saw. Obviously, now they've got Matt Emery part of this. We saw Page going strong. James Baldwin's already a victor. So who knows? There is plenty on the line, plenty on the table. Mouse will also be looking for an improved result. Moritz Lerner, who held the top spot in qualifying for a good degree of time until Chinchik came along and ripped it all away. Yuri Kazdorp, someone who is also synonymous with really prosperous results in the past, has obviously done exceptionally well. Mouse looking to obviously stamp their authority in sim racing and have done quite well since joining the sim racing fold. Max Benneker, remember, a Gamers 8 champion last year at this very location and took it. The last driver to actually become a champion at Riyadh before Kevin Siggy did it yesterday.
They certainly know how to do it. That is for sure. But to have the reigning champions, Porsche Coanda Esports, in trouble in terms of locking themselves into the final, possibly having to go through a last chance qualifier, is something quite remarkable. Let's see how this race goes first, though, because from 2nd to 11th, I've got to say, it's very, very close, with everybody involved in both chances to drop into the bottom 2 and drop forward or move forward into the top 4. Up towards the line, then, for the 12 drivers. These guys have one more chance, these 12, to get the team into the top 4. It is time for the Esports World Cup ESL R1 competition to roar into life here at Monza again. As Mitchell de Jong reacts to the lights first, it's the Audis who are freight training on the outside line. Timus Tatela into the back of Marcel Chinchik, who's getting pushed now as well by his teammate Erhan Yoski. In towards turn 1 they go. 3 wide for third here. Mitchell de Jong is going to be in the gravel if he's not careful. He just about stays out of it. They remain 3 wide. In towards the Curva Grande, it's going to be a very long way round for Erhan Yoski, who will have to slot into line with Moritz Lerner.
Absolutely right. Chinchik got a great start. It was an Audi that cut the first chicane. It wasn't Chinchik this time. It was Matt Emery further back and has had since come back onto the circuit ahead of Oleg Zholobov. But further back, wheel to wheel, as you can see the Porsche Coanda get it all mixed up. Now that's Charlie Collins coming together with Przemysław Lamenek over 7th place. Lamenek had enough, but Collins went sideways on the outset of that corner, coming out of the Rogier chicane, heading out of turn 5 as we now ride on board with Mitchell de Jong, 3rd place and being pursued. Further back, there is not Bono House, sorry, that once again is Matt Emery chasing after Zholobov this time. Remember, Matt Emery cutting the curb, coming through turns 1 and turns 2, but now on the tail of Zholobov as they look to go wheel to wheel down the Seraglio.
Well, that was a bit weird, really. Emery looked like he wanted to go through, then didn't, and then that put Kastorp off, who also didn't, in towards Ascari, and that's creating a bit of a gap now. We've had such a clean start to the race that actually all 12 drivers are involved in a train, or were, until that battle really started to develop. The slipstream will still be just about there for Oleg Zelobov to grab if he wants it, but the top 8 may be racing away slightly. It's 2 Audis at the front. Marcel Chinchik ahead of Tumas Tattler, who qualified into the Drivers' Championship final, of course, at this circuit just yesterday. He'll have good memories from that. He's been trying it again here today. There he is, homing in on the back of the Team Vitality Audi. Both of these 2 teams looking to drag themselves away from danger at the bottom of the standings.
And this could be an integral result as well for Tumas Tattler should they get this through and over the line, because big points could allow them to jump up from the elimination zone in the championship table. Every point counts. We're coming into the final couple of races, the final 2 races of this day, where we'll see some of the teams qualify for the top 4 phase that will decide the team's championship come this weekend. And of course, we'll have the second chance race to follow tomorrow with those that made it through between Ps 5 all the ways down to Ps 10 as well. But 2 teams have got to be eliminated. We never like to see it, but at this point, on hand, Vitality hold all the cards in this race. Marcel Chinchik, Tumas Tattler in behind, Mitchell de Jong in 3rd, Moritz Lerner in 4th. Erhan Yuyovski running strongly, and I must say, a lot stronger than what we've seen in the past, but he has a bit of work to do should he want to topple the man from Mouse.
Yeah, so Chinchik and Tassler are 1st and 2nd, followed by Mitchell de Jong, then Moritz Lerner, Erhan Yoski and Bono House. That's another group, followed by Przemysław Lemonek, Charlie Collins and Oleg Zolobov. Then you've got Yuri Kastorp, Matt Emery and Mikhail Baikov to round out the rest of the field. On board we go with Erhan Yuyovski. He was caught up in that opening lap incident at Jeddah, of course, an incident like we've never really seen before in ESL R1. He's avenging that right now with a top 5 as Team Vitality look to vault up inside the top 4, very possibly, at the very least, gain the necessary amount of points to stay close to Team Redline. As Moritz Lerner gets in the slipstream with Mitchell de Jong, he's just going to push the Porsche along, as I think Charlie Collins may do as well. No, he goes to the outside.
Yeah, Mitchell de Jong now looking to go, well, should I say Charlie Collins going wheel to wheel with Przemysław Lemonek. Of course, it is Falcons v Coanda, as it is in 2nd and 3rd, but this time this is a battle over 7th and 8th. Collins managing to move up into that 7th spot, Lemonek down in 8th. So that will see Leminem move down a spot and at the mercy of Oleg Zolobov. The gap between those 2 now sat at 0.3 of a second. Charlie Collins has got a bit of work to do, however, a whole second behind Bono House.
Yoski very close to Lerner again there, but nothing doing as they go through the 2nd chicane. It's been fairly single file for a Monza race so far. I'm sure it will explode in a few moments.
Give it time. There's plenty of chicanes up ahead that could very easily cause a stir, and no less as well. Can't forget the Lesmo. If you dip 2 pairs of the, well, one of the pairs of the tyre on the left-hand side anyway into the gravel, Spin City is certainly what you're going to be facing.
2 pairs as well. If you
two pairs,
yeah, you'll be in trouble as well.
Well, it'd be even worse. Yeah. I think if that's the case.
It certainly will. It's one of the things about Monza, you don't really get the runoff. I know we've seen a bit of cutting of chicanes today, and that can be a thing around here at Monza, but actually on the exits of corners, like you say, you do get punished for mistakes. Over the curves for Oleg Zolobov there in the Mercedes, who's looking to drag Virtus Pro up the field. Unfortunately for them, they're on -1 points at the moment because they picked up 8 penalty points and 7 actual points. I'm afraid that doesn't add up very well when you are Virtus Pro. So unfortunately for them, they are in a negative, and they're going to need a very, very big performance to drag themselves out of the bottom 2.
Yeah, absolutely right. We're now riding on board with Erhan Yuyovski, and furthermore, we've got the battle developing between the Mouse car of Moritz Lerner and Mitchell de Jong heading down through towards turn 1. There's somewhat of a gap between Tattler and de Jong right now. It's extended now to 1.3 seconds as we now look at this fight unfolding. But they're bringing along Erhan Yuyovski and Bono House into this scrap too, and all this is allowing Charlie Collins to catch up. So this could lend itself to aid Porsche Coanda. Whilst they are under attack here with Mitchell de Jong under pressure from Moritz Lerner, they are managing to bring Charlie Collins into the fight for this top 6. And of course, Coanda need all the points they can get. Obviously, the last thing we want to see is Porsche Coanda being eliminated.
Absolutely. I think Miles are going to feel especially that they need every point that they can get as well, because if things stay as they are, they would be 11th and in the bottom 2. What a big surprise that would be. They only start the race with 3 points ahead of Team Falcons, who are scoring 24 in this race. At the moment, Miles are only scoring 15, so they would lose out and go down into 11th position, although to be fair, that 15 would set them up to only need 6 points to overtake FaZe Clan, who could well be pushed into the bottom 2 as well. I think that's looking like the most likely scenario. In terms of those who are trying to get into the top 4, it's really a free-for-all at the moment. Team Vitality scoring a huge 45 points, which puts them up to 79. Still not quite enough for the top 4. However, it would put them in a very good position indeed, from all the way down in 9th.
Absolutely. With Chinchik going like he is right now, it's hard to see him being overtaken, though. Thomas Tattler has won round here already in the past, and I would never, ever doubt the man representing Team Falcons is proven to be their locker room leader, leading the team full of new hopefuls. Of course, Semislav Lamanek, Matuszewski, Scipia, all proving to be sharp contenders as they now come out of the first 2 corners here on lap 5 of 9 through Curva Grande. Marcel Chinchik still advancing his charge. Mitchell de Jong, 2.1 seconds now behind. He lost another 10th coming through Curva Grande out of turns 1 and 2 at the Rettifilio. Moritz Lerner once again looking to get closer, but Hanyuovski coming into the fight too as they now beckon their way into the Rogier chicane once again. The Hungarian Marcel Chinchik there. We see Thomas Tattler on the right-hand side of your screen, fully focused, no emotion, nothing ever changes.
He is so stone-faced, isn't he? He doesn't really show any
Best poker
emotion.
face on the grid.
Absolutely he does. Even whether he's winning, losing or drawing, he certainly has that same stern look on his face. Speaking earlier on, or they were earlier on, about the Team Falcons drivers being asked for photos by locals, of course the local team, and at the top of the club championship at the moment. Everyone wants to get a bit of Team Falcons at the moment, and I think they were more surprised than anything. I'm quite pleased. It's the great thing about the Esports World Cup welcomes in lots of different people from the esports world and lets them sample sim racing maybe for the first time.
Well, whatever happens, I mean, Team Falcons are, Esports World Cup Club Championship winners. So, they can wear that like a badge of honor, and they do, because they've got that 1 star now on the top of the left side of their shirts now that have been very quickly and freshly prepared for this week. And Thomas Tattler embracing it, as is Semislav Lamanek, as they blast down the home straight once again. Yet again, the gap enlarges between de Jong and Chinchik, as well as Tattler as well alike. The gap between Tattler and de Jong now 2.1 side by side, as now Erhan Yuyovski comes into this too. And look at this, Mitchell de Jong under pressure here. Yuyovski trying to force his hand, and Lerner also in this fight too.
So Yuyovski, tired of the waiting around from Moritz Lerner, has decided to take some positions for himself. That's allowed Charlie Collins to catch up as well, and all of a sudden Maus are struggling again here, looking to try and get themselves out of the bottom 2. Nothing is confirmed as things stand. They do need their 2 drivers to step up a little bit and just get up the field a little bit further to just negate any worries they may have. Mitchell de Jong still 3rd though, and he'll hold on to this place. Let's see what happened earlier on with Charlie Collins, I think this is. A bit further back in the field. I don't think we saw this live, but this is down the inside of one of the Guild Esports drivers. Pass we didn't see, but this is Charlie Collins moving up to 6th place.
Yeah, fantastic move there from Charlie Collins, showing all the professionalism that he has underneath him. Guild Esports have been flying in recent times, but managing to get past Bono House, who is a cool veteran, and now down in 7th. Collins now in 6th, and the gap between Collins and Lerner is now down to 0.2 of a second, and it's drawing closer. Tattler, though, with the fastest lap of the race, once again hovering all over the tail of Marcel Chinchik. Chinchik is going to be feeling a little uneasy at this point, and you do get the vibe that we are going to be seeing, once again, Chinchik potentially losing out on the final lap. This is a carbon copy of what Kuba Brzezinski did not too long ago.
Really is. It's quite a sharp feeling of deja vu at the moment, I've got to say. Will Thomas Tattler wait, like we saw from Brzezinski? Yes, I think so. He just ducks out, but wasn't sure for a moment there, actually. It was quite close. Pribislav Lemonek, his teammate, is trying to move up the field again here as Charlie Collins trying to move past Moritz Lerner as well. It's all going on back there, and Collins has got the inside line at the Curva Grande again as well. So Moritz Lerner drops again, and now Mao's only scoring 10 points from this race. I think they'll still be okay for making it out of the bottom two, but entering that final race in 11th place is not where you want to be.
Well, losing more points is certainly not going to make you more comfortable, is it? Now Moritz Lerner tasting that bittersweet. Well, that defeat coming in now after Collins makes the overtake happen through Curva Grande into the Roger chicane, and Porsche Coanda once again trying to advance their course. Collins, a man on a mission, and he has got Erhan Yuyovski in front of him here. That's one Vitality car out of the two that sit in the top four, but Porsche Coanda could yet put two of their cars in the top four with Mitchell de Jong holding on to third. Let's take a look at this replay side by side, and there is Lerner losing out. Charlie Collins there on the inside. There we saw as well Erhan Yuyovski as well as they come out of turn two. Again, it was Collins who managed to move on ahead for the back Yuyovski in between the pair.
So yeah, that was Yuyovski going through on Moritz Lerner. It was interesting actually the way that de Jong just moved his car to the left-hand side there on the exit of turn two, just to give the slipstream to Moritz Lerner, or try to, so he could keep them side by side for longer. That would have allowed de Jong to escape in third, but actually Yuyovski was so quick off of turn two that de Jong couldn't do anything about it, and he might not be able to do anything about this either, because Erhan Yuyovski is closing in very quickly now, and he's moving to the outside line. Excuse me, this is Marcel Cinchik and Tumas Tattala. He's not waiting for the final lap. Tumas Tattala is in the lead of this race on the penultimate lap. Interesting call.
Well, he's shown his hand a lap earlier than you'd expect. He'll be hoping that maybe Cinchik brings it to him again round Serralio, but I will say this, Cinchik might be smarter than that. He might decide to wait. They come around Curva Grande, he breaks out of the aero, obviously not too concerned about making the move at this point. He's just settling himself in second place for now, and we'll wait for his chance on the final lap as they come through the Rogier. They'll then head through the Lesmo, a little twist of the wheel to find the grip. Marcel Cinchik has been here before. He lost out earlier. This time, the victim from earlier wants to, well, he wants Tattler to be the victim on this occasion.
Exactly, he does. He wants to reverse the fortunes this time round from race 4, where he was denied at the very last. He wants to take the victory here in race 7. The bottom two woes now for Team Vitality will surely be alleviated by the fact they're both in the top 5. Cinchik and Yuyovski have settled the nerves on that front. However, if they want to get in the top 4 and make a very late charge for this, they probably do need to win here. In the same way, Team Falcons will want to win, because they will want to stay away from those bottom 2 positions. Into the final corner we go. Cinchik is weaving around to get in the mirrors of Tattala here again.
Yeah, absolutely right. Coming in towards Curva Alboreto. Now, this is the time you'd expect Marcel Cinchik to strike. We're just about coming into the final lap of this race, and Cinchik's going to get right in the slipstream. He's got a long straight to get this move one and done. And number 1 will taste so sweet as the Hungarian now moves alongside the fellow Audi compatriots. Only this time it's Team Falcons v Vitality, and Cinchik puts himself in front. Leads heading in towards turn 1. Got it done before the corner, but it's not all over. Wheel to wheel with de Jong and Yuyovski.
Oh, he's got through. Johan Yuyovski's through. And Moritz Lerner trying to do the same to Charlie Collins here as well, but can't. And Porsche Coanda now 4th and 5th. They're up 1, down 1 as things stand, but they'll lose points out of that. Here goes Tattala again. This is what he wanted. This is what he saw in his mind. This is how he wanted it to play out. Oh, there's contact. They very nearly spin, but Marcel Cinchik hangs on to the place. Meanwhile, de Jong and Yuyovski are at it again.
They're wheel to wheel heading through Lesmo 1, but this time Yuyovski has got enough in the tank to hold the place. The 2 Porsche Coanda cars currently stacked 4th and 5th and in hot pursuit. Mitchell de Jong, though, the thorn in the side of what looks to be Erhan Yuyovski at this stage in 3rd, but now the front 2 pirouette away down the Serralio straight. Tattler's final chance at a race win in this team's championship phase, but Mitchell de Jong is also on the attack, heading into Ascari. Porsche Coanda looking for a podium. They're going to go wheel to wheel, heading through the Ascari, through the final part of the Ascari. Will it be Coanda? It looks like it. Maybe not. Back comes Erhan.
And here comes Charlie Collins. Does he try and make it free wide? Does he support his teammate? He'll do the sensible thing. He'll push de Jong to glory here. He'll be 3rd, and through he goes. But out front, Marcel Chinchik finally gets his win. He will feel he should have had in race 4, but now he's finally got it. He's a race winner again at the Esports World Cup, just ahead of Thomas Tattler, and a 3-wide photo finish for 3rd. I think results in Mitchell de Jong on the podium, ahead of Erhan Yoski and Charlie Collins. What a great race, and what a great end to the race. What a great result for Marcel Chinchik.
Well, absolutely sensational. I tell you what a finish that was, folks at home. Truly groundbreaking. And I must say, credit to Marcel Chinchik. He gave it everything. It was just a star performance.
There's the Team Vitality drivers congratulating themselves, and now they really do have a chance at those top 4 implications. We'll get the maths done, and we'll tell you a little bit about who's where and who needs to be where in that final race, because race 8 is coming up. It's at Spa, and it's right on the other side of this break.
Well, the penultimate race in Monza is over, and we are going to the final race of the day. We've been racing for 8 races. Well, 7 so far, but we will be racing for 8 with our final race in Spa. Arjuna alongside me, as well as Cam. Oh, I mean, Chinchik, Where do we start with this race? I mean, every single time I turn around to you guys, I go, where do we start? And again, where do we start, Arjuna, from that one?
Master of Monza again, right?
Yeah, Master of Monza.
We knew that teams had to pick their allocations for each driver very particularly, right? Maximize the speed from each particular race, and so no surprise to see Chinchik in action at Monza on both occasions, although I think it's fair to say challenged more than anyone would have expected to see. You know, obviously down into the opening corner, the Vitality Audis leading the way, but the challenge from Mitchell de Jong up the inside from 4th to 3rd, 3 wide through the opening chicane.
Unfortunately, this 3 wide moment didn't end in disaster like we've seen a few times so far tonight, but certainly he was much more under attack in this race. Let's see a little bit further back in the mid-pack. Of course, cars having to go, I think as by house, having to go over the chicane. And then, of course, it was a big run for Maurice Lerner in that mid-pack, trying to keep Mouse's hopes alive because they are getting close to that bubble.
Yeah, that's something we'll talk about plenty more in the build-up, I think, to the next race on deck. But, you know, heading out of Monza, making our way to Spa, we've seen the importance of that slipstream, right, and making moves at the right time. And this was heading on to the final lap where Erhan Yayovski, the challenge coming in from the Porsche Kawanda esports driver of Mitchell de Jong through Ascari. We know just how tight it can be to exit this corner side by side. Pushed off onto the gravel. Very, very wise head there from de Jong in many ways. And we see another look on board, but realistically, that run to the checkered flag, Yayovski holding on to 4th by 0.06 of a second over Charlie Collins. That might very much help Vitality heading into the next race.
Absolutely, and you can see just in the mirror as well, Collins getting close, that bit of a bump there, and look at the frustration as well as he realizes he just missed out on that. Solid race from Tata as well. Falcons, they are down there as well, and that was a big time to come out for a 2nd place finish.
A strong race as well for Vitality in general, obviously with Yayovski in 4th as well. It's a good time to be getting points.
Absolutely, and for them, they probably struggled a little bit more. We probably thought they would actually be up, maybe getting into that top 4 transfer spot. It looks like they are a little bit on the lower end, so they just need to confirm that. And with that win, I mean, that should be plenty of points. And also Yayovski saving that 4th place. Definitely perfect timing.
And when it comes to Vitality, right, let's not forget Jeddah and the disaster that was for them, 10th and 11th after the chaos out of turn 2. And so what a turnaround for them, right, to bring that form back to where they need it to be. And even if they're not going directly on to Sunday, it's something we've talked about a little bit. Maybe it's good to be in action tomorrow, get a bit more time with the rigs in the arena to gear up for the final of the team championship.
Exactly. We still have time to get your predictions in, though, so do please play along because we want to hear what you have to say. Make sure you go to stcplay.gg. We want to hear your predictions, so make sure you head on, you log on, and you give us your predictions. My predictions of Team Redline is doing pretty well. Yours was Vitality.
They're scraping their way in.
Yeah, Vitality are doing right. And I believe yours was Team Redline as well.
Yeah, no, I think
Glory Hunters.
I think most people in many ways thought Redline were the favorites, right? We knew coming in over the last 18 months in the world of ESL R1 just how strong they've been, and they're very much proving why they're one of the best, if not the best, in the world of sim racing.
Some great racing out there, it has to be said. The battle for the lead alone between Chinchik and Tatler was amazing. Really strong racing. Actually, Arjuna, let's get your thoughts on that. Why did we see so much close racing at a race like Monza? I know Chinchik is the king of Monza, we appreciate that, but he was under pressure.
It's just that slipstream, right? It's very hard to break away, and you know these cars are all on fixed setups, right? So there's no ability at a track like this to go and look at the idea of taking off some downforce, getting even more straight line speed, or compromising it to be fast through the corners. So that's always something that you factor in. It's also just a track that these drivers have done thousands of laps of across of all the different sims, right? And so GT3 cars, open wheelers, so much experience that they carry into this sort of a race. Compare it to Jeddah, where we're seeing racing for different reasons, right? It's because they're less familiar with it. They don't necessarily have that consistency. Here they have that consistency and they know how to make their moves.
We're on to the final race now. We're heading back to Spa. How are we feeling about the 7 races that have happened so far? Have they lived up to your expectations? We've seen some absolutely brilliant racing out there. Kevin Siggy, the Driver Championship winner from yesterday, really impressive. We've seen Team Redline really impressive just in general, getting 3 wins out of their 4, I believe.
Yeah, I think in general, the races have actually gone kind of how I expected them to go. The racing was very tight. There was a few dodgy moves, a couple of penalties coming in here and there. But for the most part, it's what you expect. And it seems to be that the qualifying is a big important factor. Spa, however, should be a little less important in that regard, potentially at least compared to a couple of the other tracks. So I think that is going to be a big talking point. And now, as this is race 8 of 8, this is the final chance for these teams to get those points. And at the end of the day, if you finish up inside the podium, that hopefully will be enough points to grab. But, you know, it's a tough one out there.
Arjuna, who have we got to look forward to in this final race?
I think we were talking about the drivers, right? Because, of course, Marcel Cinczyk and Erhan Yuyovski racing for Vitality in the previous race. That means that we're going to see Yuri Toman and Thibaut Casabon take to the track for them. Just waiting for race control to finish processing the results. Seems as those are some investigations involving Team Vitality as well. So potentially a bit more for them to try and fight. But Mouse, Falcons and Vitality, those are the 3 teams that are trying to get up to 46 points to climb above FaZe Clan. One of the 4 teams that we just mentioned will be leaving after tonight.
Because it's interesting with the Esports World Cup at the moment is Team Falcons, who have led the way. They've already won the championship so far. However, it's a completely different championship in ESL R1, isn't it? Where we're seeing Team Falcons really struggling to get into that top team and could be eliminated.
Absolutely. And FaZe Clan were another one, obviously G2 as well. They were the ones for the club championship trying to fight their way through and potentially not going to be getting too many more points. We'll have to see if they can progress their way through. But yes, Spa is where we go next. And that is obviously the opportunity. FaZe Clan, as Johnny was just mentioning, they're not in this race. So they've got all the points that they can, and they can do no more in trying to achieve that points total. So it is down to the remaining teams to try and do the best result they can.
And as we look at Spa, I'm just taking a look at the points once again and waiting to see as race control works through all of this. Remember the first race that we had at Spa yesterday in the Drivers' Championship?
Not
Oh,
really.
I do, because Max Benneker was the one that was spun up at Lacombe on
yes.
the opening lap, right? And so we saw intensity right from the drop of the green flag yesterday. This is the last opportunity for some of those teams, right? And there's no chance to leave anything lying. And so I think that run up to La Source for the first time. Remember, we have rolling starts now across all of our tracks. We started off ESL R1 in 2023 with a lot of standing starts, and sometimes, Sebastian Job included in his very first ESL R1 race, jump start, lost a chance of winning. So that's something that I think we've seen some gamesmanship on the starts. I can't wait to see what these teams are going to communicate and try to do.
As we can see, practice is underway around this beautiful circuit, around the forest, of course, that we know so incredibly well at Spa. And we have already raced here at Spa today. We've been to Japan, we went to Fuji, Daytona, Jeddah, Monza, Spa, Hockenheim, Monza again, and we finished the day in Spa. Lots to take in and lots to dissect. But at this point at the moment, the teams are going to be looking towards those points. That some have already, as we've said, got all the points they're able to get, but this is a last chance for some of the other teams. Cam, who are we looking at that really needs to score points and score them well in this?
To be honest, I would say it's probably, well, Mouse, really, because they've got, Max Benneker, he's a champion in this series. And if they were to go out, especially when it's 2 out of 12 teams, if they were to be one of those 2, that would be probably one of the biggest shocks you've had so far.
Yeah, and I think that's where there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now as well, right? He's got the weight of expectation riding on him as one of the best in the world of sim racing. And alongside Christopher Danby's, one mistake for either of them puts even more pressure onto the other driver. Team Vitality, I think the pressure after that last result somewhat reduced on them. They might already have gotten above FaZe Clan in terms of points. There is one team that we know is done, though. Virtus Pro, not in action in this final race. And or rather, they will be in action in this final race. But unless they win and get second, avoid any type of penalties, they're unfortunately looking at a trip back home after tonight.
They are indeed, and unfortunately they will have their key crushed. Whatever 2 teams are out at the end of today, unfortunately have their key crushed, and the key is what you get at the Esports World Cup, and you get to put it on a totem at the end so everyone can see that you have won. So it's a shame, it's a sad thing. They're really nice keys and I wouldn't like to see them crushed if I'm really honest. Right, so we're going to head to Spa very shortly. We were speaking about Benneker there. He is an incredibly strong driver, and this is a real chance for for him to shine, isn't it?
Yes, it's time to step up. This is where the champion inside him needs to come forward, because if he goes and wins the race, then they're going to get enough points anyway. But it's if he has one of those races again, or just like Jeddah actually a few races ago, where he gets caught up in a contact in the first sector of the lap, you go further back and then maybe some points are lost there. So it's a slight bit of a lottery, but if he goes and puts it on that front row in qualifying, then that gives him a better chance.
And I'm just looking at provisional points calculations that have come through, and so I mentioned Team Vitality, no pressure on them, confirmed. They have leapfrogged themselves above FaZe Clan as long as that result is confirmed. Team Falcons have also leapfrogged themselves above FaZe Clan with Tumas Tatlan, Parajov Lemonek having a great drive in that last round. So like you were saying, that weight on the shoulders of Mouse, I think they only really need to find about 9 points, which doesn't sound like a lot, but in a race that could be quite chaotic. That's what we're looking for.
That's the thing about Spa. You never quite know what's going to happen, especially on that first lap. Arjuna, have you been out to the arena? Have you got any tidbits for us this time?
There's a couple of babies in there. We're getting them indoctrinated quite young, apparently, into the world of sim racing.
Have we been here for that long?
Apparently.
9 months and a baby. What have we been seeing out there, then?
Definitely some fatigue starting to settle in. I think that is for sure. We're, of course, touching on around 10 p.m. Of course, some of these drivers have had some late nights in the build-up to this as well. Some voluntary, some not so voluntary. Will Chadwick was up to 2:30 in the morning chatting away last night. Parajov Lemonek even later can tell you that one. So tiredness, but excitement as well. But I can tell the stress is there as well. I wasn't there to see if FaZe is sitting and waiting to see what happens. But can you imagine being Mikkel Schmid or Will Chadwick, Enzo Benito? You're going to have to...
Azildrim.
Ulas Azildrim, thank you. They can do nothing but watch and hope that they get to fight tomorrow. They've done all they can. It's stressful.
What kind of pressure does that put a driver under? I know at this point they now don't have to perform. They've done the performance, and Ulash has had an okay tournament so far. In the last race, maybe not so much, but at one point he was fighting for a win.
Yeah, absolutely, but... Talking of pressure, I mean, these drivers, they're under a lot of pressure just in general. As a driver, you want to do well, but also with the fact that most of these drivers are full-time, they've obviously got, you know, contracts and obligations and targets for the teams. So you don't want to be that one driver that makes the mistake for your team to be knocked out. So it's definitely very stressful. And when you have that stress inside you, you're not able to perform at your best. So it's those drivers that are able to keep that down that are able to perform.
And remember, Ulash, that mistake at Jeddah, where he went to try and go for the win, spun himself and lost the chance, could that have been the deciding moment? We'll find out.
Oh, don't put that sort of pressure on Ulash, the poor guy. Well, let's find out, because we're heading to our final race of the day. We're heading back to Spa, so let's also head back to our casters. We've got Lewis McGlade and George Morgan.
Thank you so much, Claire. As always, we are now moving onwards to the final race of today to decide which two teams are going to get eliminated. I've got 3 simple words for you. Are you ready, folks at home? Let us know. I mean, he's not ready. Neither am I. But nevertheless, we're going to go racing anyway. And Lewis, let's just tell the story of what we've got in hand, because one last final chapter to decide who goes through, who goes home, and who goes again tomorrow.
Redline, they're through. That one's pretty obvious.
Thumbs up
they have over double the points of the next team. That's fine. 2 teams are tied on second position at the moment, at least according to my points pretty early on that one. Team Vitality have gone up to second as we're in qualifying. Vitality have gone up to second courtesy of that victory for Marcel Chinchik. They're joint with Williams as well. At the moment, BS Competition are in. However, they're on 76 points. Porsche Coanda are on 71. They just got received a penalty, by the way. But there are some more things being investigated in that race. I'll come over that in a second. It means that Porsche Coanda needs to score 5 or 6 points, really, to go through. That's all that Josh Rogers and Dane Warren need to do. Score 6 points, and you're basically through to Sunday, depending on what happens to other teams as well. But that's basically the gist of it, depending on so many other factors. I'll go through it through the race as well. And then with who gets knocked out, Mouse, 11.
Unbelievable. Can we, I mean, can we just fathom the fact that Mouse, I mean, especially when you associate it with names like Max Benneker, no surprises he's taking part in this race. But yeah, Christopher Dambitz as well taking part in this one too. But Porsche Coanda on the cusp of breaking in. Such an important, integral qualifying session this is, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed, it certainly is. I say Virtus Pro, they need to have a 1-2 and then have some big dramas elsewhere. Realistically, they are entering their last race in the Esports World Cup here, unfortunately. Is what it is. That's just how things have unfolded. We're looking at Marko Pejic, though, and the first sector, not too bad, Pejic. There's a couple of, about a 10th, really, off of where we'd like to see the Guild Racing driver. And, of course, as you come through campus here, this is the end of the second sector, and the split we're looking for is something about 58.7 if memory serves. As he crosses it, it's 58.9. Again, it's a couple of tenths off where we want. It's not too bad. It's probably going to be something like a 13.8, 13.9.
Yeah, coming through. Obviously, be looking then for a 35.5 of the realm in the final sector. Opening 2 sectors aren't too bad, but would like a little bit more. Obviously, Guild Esports have been on a good, rich vein of form lately. When we alluded to Pejic's grand results back at Monza not too long ago. Baldwin, of course, featuring in this too. No surprises as to why he has taken the team's only victory so far during the course of tonight at Jeddah. As now we see Pejic cross the line. What's that third sector going to look like? That's a 35.8 in that final sector. 3/10 really off where he would like to be. 2:13.855.
Yes, indeed. Max Benneker, the next one to fire his way through. And I'll tell you what, mate, this is looking like a pretty solid lap time from Max Benneker, who's been flying. Again, we're looking for a 2-minute 13.5. Something like a 13.5, 13.6 is really where they're aiming for. Benneker punches his way through the final corner. This could be a big lap for Max Benneker. For a team that is below the cut line at the moment, is a 13.613. It's pretty decent. I don't know if it'll be pole, though.
No, 2/10 quicker, though, nonetheless, than Marko Pejic. Matti Scipia with a 39.076. It's not horrendous at all by any means. 59.127, though, in that second sector is certainly not, should we say, inspired. And at this point, he's going to be looking for a decent third sector in order to push himself forward. Tussling with the likes of Marko Pejic will be on his mind. Needs a big third sector, and already the reaction says it all. Not happy whatsoever at 2:14.167. He will not join the 2:13s.
Danila Sherapelin, another one who might well struggle to get under that courtesy of... well, to be fair, I mean, I was going to say the lap time's not looking terrible. The first sector is a little bit off where you'd want. Second sector, again, not too bad. I think it might be close to Matti Scipia. I think it might be around that low 14 margin, as we'll see Danila Sherapelin work his way through the final qualifying session for Virtus Pro in the Esports World Cup, unless they pull out some absolute mega race across the line. It is going to be a 14.150, so just ahead of the Falcons team.
Yep, did manage to get ahead of Matti Scipia on that one. Daniel Tillich now up next, currently laid down a 39.1, very similar to what his teammate did in that prior lap. Second sector with a 59. 1-1-1, and now he'll come through the third sector. He'll be looking to dig deep. That second sector not looking brilliant, but like I said, very much in line with what his teammate just achieved. Let's see whether he can go higher than his teammate to move himself into third. All eyes on the prize for Tillich. Can he? No, even less than Matti Scipia.
Here comes Jiri Toman then, the team that's moved up to second in the standings. So they're guaranteed basically their pathway through into Sunday's action. What's more important now is them cutting down the margin. At this point, they'd be starting an unbelievable margin behind Team Redline. They need to step it up. First sector, not so great. Second sector's pretty decent. Let's see what Jiri Toman could do for the Vitality squad. Could be up to second place as he crosses the line. It is exactly where he goes. 2:13.727.
Yeah, fabulous lap there from Jiri Toman within 0.05 of a second, which is absolutely tremendous there from the Team Vitality driver. Joins the 2:13 ranked. Only 3 of them so far. The rest of them, the other 3, have been 2:14s. We've got Joshua Rogers, who needs a big play here. A 39.079 there in the first sector. We then have a 58.9 in that second sector. 2/10 off really where he needs to be. Third sector needs to be good for Joshua Rogers. And up for third fastest. Breaks ahead of Marko Pejic. That could be key.
Yeah, solid lap time for Joshua Rogers, but maybe a little bit away from where he was really expecting to be. Christopher Dambitz, the next one to come through. He's already seen his teammate come across the line and set that 6-1 which, by the way, would have been second in the Spa race earlier on. So I probably wasn't giving it the credit it deserved. It was a fair way behind Luke Bennett's 2-minute 13.5, though. Here comes Dambitz then across the line. Mouse driver out of the final corner. The team that's below the cut line, they do need a couple of points to get up above it. And to be fair, they are likely to do so. Dominance crosses the line and goes into 5th. I think they need 6 points or so to cross over it. I'll double check that in a sec.
Yep, just 400s faster than Cherepenin, who's now dropped down to 6. We now have Matuszewski now making his way around the final sector. First sector 39.042. That's not bad. 59.005 though in the second sector, a couple of tenths off ideally of where he would like to be, but as he now forces his way through a very uncomfortable run coming through that final curve out to bus stop. Let's see if that's hindered him even more. Coming across the line, 35.8 goes 5th fastest.
I'll correct myself. Mouse, by the way, they need 10 points really to get their way through. So basically a top 5 for Benneker and it'll be done. Here comes James Baldwin. Guild Racing, they have been absolutely fantastic today. They are challenging for a position inside the top 4. They're a little bit outside of the hunt. I will update you with the points as quick as I can once we're done with this qualifying session. Baldwin, though, setting a first sector about a 10th off where we want. Second sector a little bit away from the band as well. I think it might be around where Pajic is. Let's see what Baldwin does as he crosses the line. Is ahead of that, goes up to 3rd. That's actually pretty decent.
Yep, sticking his car higher than the Porsche Commander of Josh Rogers could be integral, but he will join that same row nonetheless. Now we have Dane Warren, the sister Porsche Commander, 39.1 in that first sector, a couple of tenths off where he would like to be, 58.9 in that second sector. Again, another couple of tenths lost. He's going to be probably slotting behind, just behind his teammate here. I think at this rate needs a big final sector. Doesn't look overly happy, it has to be said, crossing the line. Dane Warren, no, 7th fastest, the final sector betrayed him.
I was talking to Thibaut Casma. Well, I say talking to. I had a little word with Thibaut Casma before I jumped into here, and I said, "You feeling any pressure?" He looked at me and went, no. Because I think he knows. All he's got to do now is score as many points as he can to close that gap down the team Redline. They're already through to Sunday. The important work has been done for the full season champions. They work their way through the final corner. Thibaut Casma on the final driver in this qualifying session. The sectors are looking okay, but not amazing. But because of some of the larger gaps up the order, could well be around where Baldwin is. What's he going to do? Oh, it's down in 7th.
Yeah, just out of Dane Warren, but it's Max Benneker. Someone didn't tell him the message. We're not at Monza anymore. He may have won there twice yesterday. He might yet get a victory here at Spa, and an important one at that, to grant Mouse safety out of the bottom 2. It's integral they move up, and this could be the time for Benneker to strike. And what a timely manner it would be in as well.
So good. I mean, look, Benneker's always known for striking while the iron's hot. It's exactly what he did at Gamers 8 last year when he went on to become the Gamers 8 champion. Couldn't quite do it yesterday as he'd finished 2nd in the final race, of course, behind Kevin Siggy, and ended up 3rd overall in the Drivers' Championship yesterday.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. Obviously, Virtus Pro, obviously struggling. This is their last race, essentially, of the weekend. A shame, obviously, to see them bow out, and hopefully we'll see them back in the near future. But Team Falcons also need a big run today. Let's take you through the qualifying results. Max Benneker up at the very top, 2:13.613. Yuri Toman in 2nd place, joining him on the front row. James Baldwin, a stellar lap in 3rd. Josh Rogers will join him on the 2nd row. Pajic in 5th. Matuszewski 6th. Kazibon 7th. Dane Warren in 8th. Christopher Dambitz in 9th. Cherepenin in 10th place, with Scipia in 11th place, Tillich in 12th. So that is your lineup. Looking ahead now to racing action coming up very, very shortly. Guild in a very good place, though.
So I have done some number crunching. At the moment, if things finish as qualifying was, it would be Team Redline leading on 175 points. Again, this is if they finish in those positions, okay? It would be Team Redline on 175 points. 2nd place would be Team Vitality on 107. 3rd place would be Porsche Commander.
Wow.
4th,
going to be Guild.
Guild Racing
Incredible.
would be working their way through.
And they haven't had it the easiest.
Yeah, exactly. I will say, there would be a big shame for BS Competition. They'd actually be down in 6th position. 5th would be Williams. The teams going out would be Virtus Pro and FaZe Clan, because Mouse are doing enough at the moment to jump through. Of course, those results are very, very provisional because we haven't even had the race yet.
No, and Spa is a very long lap, and naturally a lot can happen with the amounts of variation this circuit carries, but we will be heading to the hills of Stavelot, to the heart of the Ardennes forest, and obviously plenty of corners for these drivers to tussle over. 7.004 kilometers in length. That translates to 4.352 miles. 19 corners around this circuit. And we'll be looking forward to seeing who can take the crown this time around. Will it be placed into the hands of experience? Will it be Maximilian Benneker to seal the deal on a 3rd race win here so far here in Riyadh? Of course, we saw him take 2 yesterday. That was at Monza. Spa, a vastly different track.
Yeah, the difference is, I think, so we have the same thing what we had back in the Hockenheim ring, where Vitality, sure, like they're basically guaranteed to go through. It's so unlikely they wouldn't. I can't even imagine I couldn't even imagine the scenario. They're so likely to go through. I mean, we'll take a look at the team standings, but it's tough.
Yeah, quick reminder, folks, as to what's on show here right now. Let's take you through the standings. Team Redline up at the top, 175 points. They are well and truly clear. Vitality, Williams, BS Plus Competition 2, 3, and 4. Apex Racing Team 5th. Porsche Commander 6th. Guild Esports in 7th. But now we're going to move forwards into the race now, folks, as the cars now round the final 2 corners. Max Benneker on the left of your screen. On the right is Yuri Toman, as now they rush down towards La Source. It's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. And I'd argue that Toman got a slightly better run. The car seemed to pick up a little bit more speed than the BMW coming in towards the first corner. But now Toman under pressure, because here comes Baldwin, who's going to look to go side by side through Rouge and Rowdy on. Baldwin thought better of it. Benneker still out in front as they now cascade upwards through now turns 2 and 3. Whoa. Coming through Rouge and Rowdy on. Baldwin with the overspeed, and he's tucking in behind his fellow Audi compatriot, though at that one's Vitality, Yuri Toman, who now opens the door on Benneker. Baldwin doing the same. Coander on the grass. Rogers nearing obscurity there on that inside. 3 wide. Coming through Lecom this time. Benneker in the heart of it all. Baldwin in the mix of it too. In comes Rogers. Baldwin succeeds. Moves into second. Toman leads.
Rogers put it all on the line. Big drama in the background for Christopher Dambitz, who's dropping down the order on the exit of Malmedy. Straight outright though. This could be big for Thibaut Casabon, who's dropping down the order. He's made contact there with Marco Pajic. Guild Racing, they're desperate to work their way through into the top 4. And I will say, having a chat with the team and stuff before, they're very confident at the moment to get inside the top 4. They are a strong team. They are showing it today that they're here to compete for the champion. They're not playing for low numbers here, as that was a big moment. Huge send though from Josh Rogers. He had a big one, of course, back in Fuji to start out the day, and why not end one with a big send?
Oh, I tell you what, it was one epic send, and Joshua Rogers, I think, at this point, has decided that he needs to pull out the extremes in order to get the extreme results, and has managed to obviously hold on to this 4th spot. But now, once again, we have a complexion that shows Benneker and Rogers, 2 arch rivals, once again colliding. Rogers mutters a few words to his engineer in the headset, obviously conversing, trying to get a little bit more information, perhaps, or just seeking assurances from his very own team as they now head through Blanchimont once again. This time, the first time, I should say, here on the start of this race. Opening lap about to come to an end. We'll soon be on lap 2. Toman out in front, very much against the grain of the form we've seen from Toman throughout the course of this championship, but has brought his best right when they need it most, of course. Vitality in a fight of their own. Chinchik won last time out. They could go back to back.
Yeah, just double checking, by the way, the positions that everyone's running in now. It would be the same 4 teams I mentioned before this race. So it's Redline, Vitality, Porsche Commander and Guild Racing. At the moment, the 4 teams that will be working their way through straight into Sunday. Mouse will be surviving, so it would be Virtus Pro and FaZe Clan at present that will be leaving the Esports World Cup, and they'll have their keys and their dreams crushed as well. But Virtus Pro want to end on a high note, as here comes Daniel Chillick to the outside of Matty Siepeler.
Yep, side by side they will go. Obviously, Falcons have had their taste of being in the drop zone. Dambitz now in the heart of this fight as well. 3 wide coming through Lecom. That becomes 2 wide, and now becomes 1 wide, as now Daniel Tillich moves into 10th. Dambitz in 11th. Scipia drops to the back, as now we ride on board this time with Joshua Rogers at the higher end of the field, still chasing down after Max Benneker. 2 tenths between the pair.
Yeah, it's so tight in all this. I'm surprised by how much Josh Rogers has been pushing it. I'm pretty sure, this is the whole thing. It's as a team, again, sure, they're in a position where they're moving through. Fair enough, that's all well and good. But remember, how many points they leave today with will make a difference on Sunday. And that's the whole thing. If they can't just rest on their laurels. They can't just sit back and go, hey, do you know what? We're actually in position to move through to Sunday here. They want to go after more points. Otherwise, Redline will effectively have won Sunday before it's even started.
Yeah, it's not just about getting into that top 4. It's about being in a strong position in that top 4, and at the same time being in a strong position position for that second chance race that we have coming up tomorrow. There is so much on the line. James Baldwin knows this more than anybody. The fact that Guild are in with an opportunity of getting through to a top 4 is truly unfathomable. This is the start, a replay here once more, as we saw the Guild Esports team getting a lovely start. Team Falcons getting caught a little bit shy through the midway pack. You can just see their vitality getting the jump. And then came this sensational moment, 4 wide near enough, as Joshua Rogers came in to join the fight. Very nearly took them all. I tell you what, people were questioning the Porsche straight line speed. It had no problems there, Lewis.
Yeah, just a lot of time. I mean, the triple slipstream there. Baldwin was almost thinking about making it 3 wide himself until he saw Josh Rogers enter the scene. And to be fair, Baldwin comes out on top and all that, so fair play. I don't think he'll be too disappointed. He's now charging back down to the rear end of Yuri Toman, who, of course, was chasing the rear end of Max Benneker in our very first ever final in ESL R1. That was all the way back in, what, February last year when we were in Katowice, of course. Benneker went on to win the first ever round of ESL R1. Yuri Toman was chasing him down at this very circuit. James Baldwin's made history around here. This was where he entered finalist mode in Munich for the spring season major. He's had a slow exit there coming through the camel curve, and I think Max Benneker might be knocking on the door, but here comes Josh Rogers as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. Benneker's bringing a train along with him. Rogers being the second half of that train. Benneker's gone through into second. Baldwin down to third. And I think, considering the circumstances, given the pace that he had going up the hill, I think he's got off lightly because Rogers was coming like a train up the inside, but he positioned the car where he needed to. It was all about the defensive effort from Baldwin coming into Lake On there.
What a superb battle here. 2 Audis, 1 BMW, 1 Porsche, all going at it here in race 8. The final race on this Friday as we take battle around the Ardennes at Spa. Out wide goes Josh Rogers. He's pushing it a little bit too hard going through the X-curve and just picking up a little bit of that gravel trap, the newer gravel trap on the exit of the corner. Of course, the 4 of these, honestly, we wouldn't be shocked if any of these 4 win. And let's be honest, Thibaut Casmon's doing a great job to close back into this, and Vitality is scoring important points here.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're up in that top 4 fight. Toman will surely solidify that right now. Benneker also assuring his own team's future in this championship. Will take them through to that second chance race tomorrow. Of course, that second chance run looking to at least give their team a chance of joining the top 4 for a chance at taking the World Cup crown as a team champion. Of course, as now they venture through towards Blanchimont once more. James Baldwin also hoping the same for Guild. He'll be looking to stamp their authority on the top 4 as well. They are currently within the window of achieving that. Josh Rogers also looking for the same for Porsche Coanda, and they too have a great chance. Kazubon for Vitality having a great race here so far. He's on the back of Joshua Rogers. He's joined the front 4 fight. It's now a 5-way fight, and he's clear of Matuszewski by nearly 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, I did see, by the way, that James Baldwin had been given a request from Race Control to give back 1 position. I believe he might have already done that, because I did say...
Might have been Benneker's...
Yeah, I think so. So it was when he went up Radion on lap 1. I did think he'd cut and then made a move afterwards, and you can't do that. If you cut Radion right here, you cannot make a move before Malmedy. I think it might be before Rivage. You're not allowed to make a move as part of the rules. Here comes Benneker, though, for the race lead.
Yeah, coming up the inside now of Yuri Toman and successfully takes the race lead back. Of course, remember, started on pole position, Max Benneker, and now takes the lead advantage back in return of Yuri Toman. James Baldwin forced to wait in behind. There he is in the top right of your screen. Twice he has raced around this circuit in the 24 hours of Spa. Most recently, this year in 2024. Unfortunately, their car did not finish. He wasn't behind the wheel of that one, but prior to that, he's also taken part in the 2022 race and is also a GT3 race winner in real life around Brands Hatch in the British GT Championship, and add that to his accolades along with his karting championships. He holds 3 national championships in karting, and adding a GT3 race win to his name. He would love to win this GT3 race though, Lewis.
Did you say 2022 British GT?
No, 2022 Spa race.
Oh, right. I was going to say, I was like, hold the phone here. I've not been in the same paddock as James Baldwin. I've been working in that paddock for 3 years, I'll have you know. Either way, I'm ready to correct you at any point, George. I'm keeping you on your tippy toes, don't worry.
2020 British GT.
It was indeed 2020. It was COVID. I distinctly remember it. Yeah. He doesn't want to race in the same paddock as I'm working. It's fine. Lucas Blakely does, so I'll take that one. It's fine. Of course, Max Benneker, though, at the moment is leading after taking over it. We're halfway through this race at Spa. There'll be 3 laps left to go, and then we're all done on this Friday. We'll be getting ready for the weekend, and what a weekend of action it is going to be here in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, Benneker still out in front, marshalling his charge well. 2 tenths then between he and Toman. remains the same as it was after Beneke managed to get the move done, heading in towards Laycom. They'll cross the line once again, this time to begin lap 5 of 7. We're creeping into the second half phase, and this is crunch time. This is where the nerves settle in. This will be just like how the final race will feel when they're tussling for the championship, because this is make or break, effectively. As far as Mouse are concerned, they want to seek assurances that they will not feature in those bottom 2 eliminees, and as it stands, they will make sure of that fact that they will progress and take part in the second chance race tomorrow. But here comes Toman.
Yeah, he's going for the switch. I was going to say he's either going for the switch or he's going to sit behind. He's waiting for the last lap now. He might have a little look here. It's more just to kind of spot his braking point. He's not going for anything here. James Baldwin's too far behind. Max Beneke will be well aware as to what he's going to do. And to be fair, Toman is he's well versed at timing his challenge, and I distinctly remember in what was a longer race at Katowice, because it was a 9-lap race when we did that final. Remember, it was Beneke leading. That was in an Audi R8, and of course we did have Yuri Toman in the R8G at that point. This was James Baldwin. He did 100%. He gave up.
He gave up that. Yeah, I think that was definitely the position that you were on about earlier on, Lewis, giving that place back in return after the stewards or race control insisted that he do that, and has obviously bowed down to their demands, and has now, by cause and effect, dropped down to 3rd in the process. Now, Vitality still in a very strong place, because Thibaut Casibon, after making the move on Joshua Rogers, is now up to 4th. So Casibon now on the move, but the main issue for him is that there's quite the gap between he and James Baldwin right now. It's approximately 1.8 seconds as it stands, so the top 3 have careered away, so we have got a 3-way fight as we're very shortly about to move onto the penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, indeed. I will. I'll run the old numbers again. Don't you? Don't whiz-was, as the cool kids would say.
Don't whiz-was.
That's it. I think Vitality might be able to sneak up an extra position or 2 by the end of this race. But right now, like I say, things are looking good for those 4 teams that I was alluding to a little bit earlier on. So I'll give you the update again. It will be Team Redline, Team Vitality, Guild Racing, and Porsche Coanda, the ones that will move through into Sunday's action at the moment. Of course, we said Virtus Pro and FaZe Clan will be the ones to be knocked out of this, which means the other 6 teams will go into competition tomorrow to fight for 2 final spots in Sunday's action. And of course, the huge amount of prize money as they vie for 140 grand to win the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, 400 grand as well on offer to, as a prize pool. As such, they'll be dished out to the top 12. Truly incredible, it has to be said, as we now watch the trio make their way up the hill once more. Beneke still out in front, Toman in 2nd, Baldwin waiting in the wings. You never know, an opportunity could strike. Guild have only had 2 podiums through the online phases, right through the Drivers and the Teams Championship. Baldwin responsible for one of them. Of course, looking back, one of those was a victory around Spa in the quarter-final in the 3rd round in the Drivers' Championship, and now showing all that promise once again, this time maybe offering them yet another podium after taking a victory back at Jeddah, as we now watch as Beneke rounds the next left at Jackie X corner. Toman following on through as well. Casibon's managed to consolidate somewhat that 4th place, but there's only 3/10 between he and Rogers.
Yeah, honestly, I'm liking seeing Guild back up, because it's one of those teams that we know how strong Guild are, especially with their drivers. When it was, when James and Marco and Ella, when they were racing for the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports team, right? We know how strong that squad is. To see them here in Guild, they've kind of missed the mark a few times. To see them come here at LAN and be the team we expect them to be, fantastic.
They've been stellar, it has to be said, and the team we were hoping they would be. Remember, they were Mercedes back in the day, as you so rightly said, and at the same time, we've got some familiar faces that have carried over from Mercedes into this Guild team. Obviously, the new face being Matt Emery, who came in to join them. Marco Page, Bono House, part of the original furniture. Max Beneke leading the way still. 4/10 is currently the advantage that he is holding on to. It's just dropped down to 3.5. Baldwin down in 3rd. Casibon in 4th, who is still holding on. But look at this. We've got some certainly some movements further back as we now watch Pajic and Dane Warren, Matuszewski and Cherepenin coming together as well, coming through the bus stop. Matuszewski holding on. It looked like there was a real quick tussle there. It looked like that the Virtus Pro Mercedes was under a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, Danilo Sharapenen going for the move. Christopher Dambitz trying to work his way up the order. He sent it down the inside of the Falcons car of Maciejewski. And Christopher Dambitz, I think, is going to have the drag race off the corner. We could have some side-by-side here up through Eau Rouge and Radion, but it will be Maciejewski who's able to hang on. I think the Virtus Pro driver of Danilo Sharapenen might have to back out here. He's leaving it alongside Matty Siepler as they're going to go side-by-side at Eau Rouge, side-by-side at the top of Radion, and the Virtus Pro driver will come through. Here's the battle for the lead, though.
Yeah, Beneker under pressure now as Toman goes on the assault. Now the Delta is coming down, and here comes Baldwin at the inside for the lead of the race. 3 wide coming in towards Lake Come, but it's Toman who has the lead. Baldwin moves into second. Beneker's forfeited 2 places in the space of 1 single corner. It won't damage them too much, but Toman has regained the lead that he lost not too long ago.
Yeah, importantly, Mouse at this position, they're still into tomorrow's action, so that stuff is still sorted. But what a drive from Yuri Toman, and again, they'll be scoring decent points here. They'll be closing down on Porsche, on Team Redline, and making sure that their gap on Sunday isn't so large. That could be a very important race victory for Yuri Toman, who, to be perfectly honest, doesn't have too many when it comes to ESL R1. He has just 6 victories, despite having taken part in 108 races at this point. His top 6 percentage is fantastic. His podium percentage is fantastic. He doesn't have that killer instinct to take victories. We're seeing that change now, unless James Baldwin is going to come through to take this victory at the bus stop.
Well, Marcel Cinchik, after taking victory at Monza in our previous race, he was the first driver to take victory since Yuri Toman managed to last claim a victory for Team Vitality at Monza as well. And that was in the semi-final in the 3rd race, or the 3rd round, I should say, in the Teams Championship. But this time he has a chance, but Baldwin is closing him down again as they move in towards bus stop. Will Baldwin go for that move? I don't think so. He's seeking assurances for Guild, and surely, though, it's all said and done. Yuri Toman coming up towards the line will take victory. Back-to-back victories for Team Vitality. The Czech has checked out, and it's a W in the column. Vitality are going through in the top 4.
What an unbelievable performance from Yuri Toman, from the Vitality team. The disappointment, really, of yesterday. Marcel Cinchik not really competing for the championship with Yuri Toman. Haniyovsky not getting through the last chance qualifier. But when they come to a team, we've always said this when it was Vitality, when it obviously was R8G last season, they are the defending teams champions in ESL R1. They won in the full season. They know how to work as a team. They're so consistent as a squad. And the fact that they have come through once again to sneak some excellent results. I mean, incredible stuff. Florian Haasper there, of course, straight over to congratulate the team. Unfortunately, BS competition will not be in that top 4, but it just shows the energy that Florian's got.
Yeah, no doubt team boss Mehdi El Fatih is going to be absolutely delighted with that performance, because, of course, it means his team will carry on. And I must say, I think the reason why we didn't see Baldwin fighting so much, he didn't want to put anything in jeopardy. Obviously, it's an important result for Guild to ensure that they go through, and it's not just that for them. Also, Mouse, part of that final fight. Beneker doing what he needed to do, lifting them off the bottom and out of the bottom 2 eliminees.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, super exciting stuff. Unfortunately, with all those results, it does mean that we'll be saying goodbye to Virtus Pro and to FaZe Clan. Unfortunately, they will no longer be taking part in the Esports World Cup. They are out. Their keys will be crushed. But what a sensational day of racing. What fantastic drive. We've had some excellent ones. I'm sure the next 2 days are going to see some high drama for sure. Redline have still proven, though, they are the favourites.
They certainly are. I mean, they've come in. I mean, I think they had double points, I think, ahead of everybody else coming into this one. But, you know, Vitality have been absolutely sensational as well. We alluded back to their previous form. This certainly hasn't necessarily been the greatest Vitality performance leading up through towards the Esports World Cup. If we take a look at the online rounds, as I so rightly say, this has been the strongest showing from Vitality in a long time. The last time we saw anything like this was probably back at Hockenheimring in the Drivers' Championship. We did see a couple of decent results in Spa-Francorchamps during the final online round of the Drivers' Championship. But if we go back as far as Daytona, in the very first round of the Teams' Championship, it's just been some journey for them. But we can now go down to the arena for an interview.
Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Morgan hates us, that's why. He's so scared of us.
We'll head down now.
No, Morgan 1, I do not hate you. I loved your casting, I love the energy. Thank you so much for the experience. And I'm right here with Telek from VPS, obviously, commiserations. You guys had an amazing run. But Telek, let's describe how the experience was overall in the Esports World Cup. How did you enjoy the event? What did you learn from this? And how do we move forward with VPS?
Yeah, it's a completely new experience for me, but you know, it's first time and just it's too difficult to fight for the first time. And to be honest, we had the pace only on LAN, but it was like pace for top 6, not for win. And we were so nervous.
You did amazing, and I'm sure that the next run is surely going to be better, but if you would please go and handle the totem now for Redsfield from Redline. Thank you so much, Tillik.
Thank you so much, Morgan. Of course, commiserations will go out to the two teams that have fallen out. Talk us through so far, Zach, the teams that we've lost then.
Yeah, so unfortunately we're going to have to say goodbye to FaZe Clan and, of course, Virtus Pro. To be fair, there's a lot to be proud of out of this week. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. I know right now it might feel like it to come all this way, only get 2 races each, and that be it. Sounds really harsh when you say it like that, but there are so many positives to take, because when you look at the strength of field that we've got, right, these are the strongest races in all of sim racing, and they made it onto the grid. That in of itself is an achievement.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. I mean, the feat of being at the Esports World Cup as well alongside the ESL R1 competition, I mean, it's an incredible stage that's been set for these drivers.
Absolutely, and when you're coming up against some of the best teams and the best drivers in the world, to expect to get inside the top 10 teams to continue in the competition is it's a hard feat, and it's unfortunate there's only 2 teams that we lose, but that's how it goes sometimes. And of course, we'll see sort of how it played out on the track as well, with how we're going to see it was decided. But of course, for both of those teams, they were not on track whilst they got eliminated from the competition. Here was back to the start, up towards Lecom, very tight 3-wide. Max Beneke, he couldn't risk to be taken out of this battle, but he really wanted to hold on to that.
Neither could James Baldwin, in all fairness. Guild were scraping through by the skin of their teeth, and you can see going up to the Camel King, the slipstream just so powerful. Really brave from Rogers to make it 3 wide there, considering Coanda as well had their chances of progressing through on the line. All 3 drivers had so much at stake, and yet we're not backing down whatsoever.
And it was one of those ones where someone had to back out in the end. It was Rogers on the inside, fortunately. But then, of course, the battles did not stop there. We saw the aero push being used to great effect there, was Beneke getting back up into that second place as well, just showing you how important the slipstream and the aero games are around here.
Yeah, it really is. Going into Lecom and just the bravery around the outside, not really much that Baldwin could do. This is where we saw a change for the lead. And again, the slipstream on the Camel Straight, similar to Daytona, it's all about positioning yourself and setting up that easy move.
Absolutely, and let's see how the battles continue. It seems to be Lecom was where most of the action was, just due to the long straight out of La Source. This was Baldwin trying to make it 3 wide. Once again, the risk was there, but he actually just backed out of it. He realized that was not the time to do so. Had to actually sort of check up a little bit. That hindered his momentum as he went up towards Lecom. But once again, just showing you how Guild will push themselves forward and really trying to get that top 4 position so they don't have to race tomorrow.
Like I said, I'm really impressed as to just how brave each and every single one of these drivers are, but securing their place in. Mao's, of course, the story of the day, because what a surprise it would have been had we lost them to FaZe Clan. All they had to do was score 9 points over the duration of those 7 laps. They had 2 drivers to go and do it. They managed to deliver, but the pressure is on their shoulders. It's an easy feat, but that small little hurdle can very quickly become a mountain if you let the pressure get to you.
Yeah, just remember back to Jeddah with Beneke facing the wrong way at one point.
Beneke's a really interesting one to focus on, because obviously you got pole position heading into the final race of the day. 8 races we've had that have taken us to this point where 2 teams have obviously will leave the competition now. But he didn't win, which I thought was really interesting. Just at the end, it was Toman and Baldwin who managed to just edge him out a little bit. Do you think the nerves kind of got to him? Because at one point we were on I think Mal's getting 37, 38 points, and then obviously the drop down really affected that.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a situation as well where maybe the engineer told him in his ear that that was enough to get into third position in the end. He probably said that was enough and not to risk it. The same for Baldwin. I think he could have done a big send on Toman if it was required, but because it wasn't, he probably decided that the risk versus reward wasn't quite on for that one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the reward is that obviously when we get to Sunday, the points are scaled, and relative to Redline, you want as many points as possible to give you the best chance going into finalist mode. But at the end of the day, if it's only going to be a swing of 3 points where it could potentially, knock you out of that immediate transfer into the final, obviously, they'd still be in the competition. They'd just have to fight for it tomorrow, top their group, and that's a whole nother palaver that they'd have to deal with. Instead, they just get easy passage. They don't even have to show up tomorrow. They can just have a nice chill day at the hotel, which I'm sure they're all going to be very grateful for, and then show up on Sunday and deliver, as opposed to having that extra stress, that extra risk, for the sake of lifting off, putting your ego aside and taking a second place.
Yeah, there will be a bit of a break for some of the drivers tomorrow, which I think will be quite needed because, as we know, they were in the rigs quite late on the first night. Last night we were here, obviously, racing for the Drivers' Championship until quite late as well, and then we're back today, and local time, we're looking at about 10:15. So it's, again, quite a late night for the drivers. It's definitely something they could do with a break.
Absolutely, and looking at the schedule, how it's going to work for Saturday into Sunday as well. It's going to be a late-ish night again tomorrow night, and then it's going to be an earlier start on Sunday. Yeah. So the fatigue is going to set in, and for those 4 teams that avoided the driving tomorrow, I think that's going to be a big factor with how they drive on Sunday.
But the lack of seat time tomorrow, do you reckon that's going to have an effect into Sunday?
Potentially, because obviously the rigs are being used, so they won't be able to practice as such in that regard. So potentially, but I think by now they've all done so many races, they should be comfortable enough.
There's not much you're going to learn tomorrow that you don't already know, sort of thing, yeah. It's just going to be interesting when we show up as to who's going to arrive, because Team Redline, obviously clear favourites. When the points get scaled, they're going to have a very clear advantage. Of course, it's 240 points on Sunday to enter finalist mode. They only need 1 driver to cross the line in first once they are in finalist mode to then win the competition. And they have got 4 very capable drivers, all of which can win a race, all of which, apart from Riyadh, have won a race today. I mean, it's a no-brainer, really. Redline are going to do it unless something completely drastic happens. I don't think it's going to be a matter of if, it's a matter of when they pull it off on Sunday.
Okay, I think it's time to look at our MVP of the day. Yesterday it was Kevin Siggy after winning the Driver Championship, and today it is Oliveira. Okay,
absolutely. And
do we agree with that?
Yeah, I do. Of course, this is the positions gained from your qualifying place. So it's not necessarily about the absolute best race driver in terms of finishing position, but let's obviously see how he got there. One of the ones that stood out was, I think it was the very first race of the day, or maybe the second one, back towards the start. He was able to get up and get that win, and this was one of them in Spa. He took some massive risks to get up there, and this is what's really pulled BS through as well. Actually, we were expecting maybe BS to be on the lower end, but they're right up there towards the top spots.
Yeah, they're in 6th place come the end of today, and this is what Kaiki did. So confident coming into Spa in terms of his pace, messed up the qualifying, but didn't say that as a negative. Just thought, okay, how many places can I gain? Absolutely sent it, managed to get his way through 4 cars in 4 corners. Into Daytona, of course, carrying a lot of risk, but in the end, getting underneath through turn number 1, getting the power down. Again, a slightly poorer qualifying, but making up for it immediately in the race. Then, very cleverly took a back foot going into Daytona to then take the win. In at Spa, took a lot of risk as well.
Yeah, I think the Daytona one was big. Getting that win, I believe just his 2nd win in the series, and he was able to be pushed to the line by Collins to overtake Ziggy on that occasion. So he positioned himself perfectly in the races, and he's one of these drivers who may not get those race wins, as we said, just a couple to his name, but he's always able to pick out that performance, and that's why, compared to about a year ago when obviously he was driving for Furia, that was a big signing from BS to get a driver like that. This is the one almost hitting the back of his teammate, and then able to get past both the phase cars, who are now no longer in the competition.
That's what Benica tried to do yesterday, but didn't. And Kaika has just absolutely sent it, launched it around the outside, nearly had the Porsche going through, but then set it up really nicely from Almady, got underneath him, little bit of a correction from the Porsche, through he goes, absolutely fantastic. Oliveira is such a star. He's won, of course, today, and I don't think it's going to be the last time we see him do it this competition.
Big words, big words. Potentially he can get another one to his name, and he's really sort of BS's standout driver. He came up to the plate today.
I was going to say, just talking about that Daytona race, he was up against some big names as well. We had Kevin Siggy that he was alongside. He also had Ellis Jr. as well. It wasn't like it was an easy, I'm not saying any of them are easy to beat, but I'm saying that was the Drivers' Champion he was up against.
Oh, absolutely. And he went past him to the finish line. Yeah. So he's got the speed in that car. He's got the chassis as well. We know we've spoken about the BMW has been a very strong chassis, but also there's some strong teams in that, such as Redline, of course, Beneka as well. So the fact that he can keep up with them, I think, just shows what pace he's got.
At the end of the day, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. You can give a team a very strong car in the form of the BMW, and they can still not perform. Right, we saw Mouse, they're in the BMW. They nearly got knocked out today, right? Just because you have a strong car doesn't mean you're guaranteed strong results. You still have to come out and deliver. Oliveira, of course, massively helped by Charlie Collins on that run to the line. But at the end of the day, it benefited Oliveira, it benefited Collins, and it did put Redline on the back foot, which again, when, like we were saying yesterday at the Drivers' Championship, you get into finalist mode, you're a favourite, you have a target on your back. And I think every team out there is doing the best they can to sort of just bring Redline back into touching distance.
Who do you think's your standout driver of the day? I mean, I've just thrown this on you, so quick thinking. You get a bit of time to think, Cam, but I've thrown it on Zach immediately.
It's horrible.
Okay, give me a couple of people that have impressed you throughout the day then. Let's not do the top one. Who's been a good driver to look out for?
I can tell you for definite it's not William Chadwick. I can tell you for sure that I mean, James Baldwin has really impressed me today. That win at Jeddah, and of course his level of bravery and competition at Spa really stood out to me. I have to give it to Sebastian Job. I mean, we touched on yesterday his struggles, and obviously it might be a cliche thing to say, giving it to Redline driver, but we spoke about how he might be at a low yesterday, a low point after 4 wins, having those chances in finalist mode, arguably, you know, throwing away what could have been a Drivers' Championship for him. And then he bounced back today, and he delivered for a Redline, he delivered for the team, and he got that win along with a couple of podiums to go with it. Really impressed me the way that he just flicked a switch and bounced back straight to the Job that we know.
Yeah, but you did see, sorry Cam, you did speak to him actually, didn't you, before we came into the race day. You briefly spoke to him last night just as we were leaving, but then this morning you said he kind of had reset a little bit. Just talk us through a little bit of that.
It was in passing, literally just as we were running to the shuttle, I saw him, I was like, gave him sort of a handshake and just sort of said, you know, how did you sleep? How are you getting on? And he said, I'm good, I'm ready to go. I've slept well, I'm ready. And coming in today, that's what he needed, right? Sometimes you do just need time away from the rig and a reset. That's what he did, and he smashed it today.
For yourself?
Yes, I was just checking back at the results, and actually 2 drivers who stand out to me are both James Baldwin and Marcel Chinchik. Yeah. Chinchik winning both his races that he had, both at Monza, and then Baldwin getting a first and a second place as well. And that has led us to this result.
That has indeed. It means that Team Redline head into, they won't be racing tomorrow, but they will be leading the way by 175 points. They need to get to 270 and then I believe win a race to be able to take the title. But as you can see, FaZe and Virtuous are out, 6 points and 45 points. So disappointing for those guys. Explain who's going to be racing tomorrow.
Absolutely. So it is position 5 to 10 will be going tomorrow. So 6 teams of Williams, BS, Apex, G2, Mouse and Falcons. They'll be going again for the final 2 spots to have 6 teams on Sunday. So the top 4, they are already through. But look at the gaps on the cut margins. So there's only 3 points between Guild and Williams, and only 6 points between Falcons and FaZe. So that shows you just how few positions it is really between those, well, basically who have to drive again and those who are out of the competition.
It is incredibly close, isn't it, Zach? I mean, obviously we're seeing Team Redline are running away a little bit in terms of points, but when you get a bit further down, when you get to 3rd down, I mean, 3rd to about 7th or 8th is pretty close.
Yeah, we've had so many different teams win a race. I mean, the first 4 races were won by 4 different teams in the form of Redline, BS, Guild, and of course G2 as well with Brzezinski. So the level of competition is really high. We've touched on it. It's the Esports World Cup. Of course, the level of competition is very high. Each and every single one of these drivers have a reason to be here. They all deserve to be here. They've all proven themselves in their history of sim racing, and they're all here to prove why they are the best. Nothing else. They're not here to make up numbers. They're here to win. They all have the capability to win. It is just a case of, are the circumstances right? Is your mental game right? Can you deal with the pressure? And so far, we've had a very select few that have been able to rise to the occasion and just about make that extra effort to be better.
Well, let's have a look at this is chosen by you guys, actually, the Kyria Play of the Day. let's have a look at what you guys picked, because I'm excited to find out. Cam, do you want to take it away?
Absolutely. So this was way back, first race of the day. Huge battle, of course, between Rogers and Job as they worked their way through the Sector 3 here at the Fuji circuit. It was an amazing battle, huge slide as well from Job as he tried to work his way. But it's just the fact that it went on for so many corners, and then Rogers was able to confirm that position. And this was also at a time where Rogers and Job, they're both trying to prove themselves a little bit from the day before, where they maybe didn't come up to scratch. And then they gave us that wonderful battle at the start of the day. So yeah, just amazing to see two champions go like that.
Do you think that the LAN environment has changed some of the way that the drivers are reacting, the way that they are racing? Do you think that's that? Because I guess they've got the screen in front of them, they're in the rig, but then there are people wandering around, there's camera people, there's all sorts, you know, that can kind of confuse you a little bit. If some drivers maybe not been in this environment before, that it might have caught them off guard?
Fundamentally, they are doing the exact same thing. They're sat in a rig, they're looking at a screen, and they're driving a pretend race car. It's exactly the same sort of muscle inputs that they do in their safe space at home. But that's exactly that. It's a safe space. They're by themselves. They're with their friends. They're in a warm environment with no harsh lights. They're able to settle in. Everything is exactly to their liking. They come into a LAN event with, you know, people that they might not know, a huge crowd of people. Obviously, the commentators coming through the PA. That's
We'll come back to you just in a second, Zach. We've just had a slight issue with your microphone, but if you want to continue, Cam, on what was going on.
Yes, so the point being is that whilst it is the same,
yes,
it's not the same.
Yeah, yeah.
And also the fact that when it comes to something that matters, I think that comes into your head, although in some ways it's actually a benefit, because you have your teammates literally right next to you. You have your team managers. You have all the personnel right there. You see them. They're all clapping each other's hands and kissing. Mehdi was kissing Yuri Toman there on the head as well. You can't get that when you're at home. So I think in some ways it's beneficial. In some ways it's a negative as well. But the good old phrase in sim racing, it's the same for everyone.
Yeah.
The platform's there. You just have to come and step and not make mistakes.
The social side of it, though, Zach, is probably quite nice. The fact you can all cheer together and it's, you know, you've got team managers there. You've got everybody there. You know, that's a really nice group situation.
Because you have to remember that a lot of these drivers hail from all different places around the world. So it's not very often that they actually get to meet. I know the Williams Esports guys, they did a 24-hour karting race a couple of weeks ago at Teesside in the UK. And for some of them, that was the first time.
Was that the yoga that they did?
No, that was a karting race.
Oh, okay. They did some yoga as well. It could have been Williams.
Loads of bonding experiences.
Yeah.
And for some of them, that was the first time they've ever seen each other. They speak to each other for years, build up friendships, and yet never ever see each other. I mean, it was about 2 years that I'd known you before we'd even seen each other for the first time. So it's really nice to finally sort of shake their hand, have a laugh with them, have a meal, and just enjoy the experience. Because at the end of the day, if you're not enjoying it, then why are you here?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Are you enjoying yourself?
Absolutely. I would much prefer to be on this side of the arena.
You wouldn't like to do that sort of setup?
Okay, maybe, because I do have that competitive edge in me.
Okay.
And obviously, you know, used to drive
Changed
a bit myself.
very quickly there, did you hear?
So if I got the opportunity, maybe. But it is a lot nicer not having that pressure in the same way that those drivers have to focus on. And just talking about pressure, I mean, I was looking down at the points. So Oziljem, if you remember back to that race in Jeddah, he went down the inside, made the contact with James Baldwin, who was going for the race lead.
Yeah.
He lost from basically second to sixth place.
Do it.
He lost 12 points, which would have been enough for them to qualify and Falcons to be out. So obviously that's just one moment out of the 8 races.
Yes.
But when you think about it, that was a big moment, and potentially looking back, he'll try and learn from that.
Yeah, Arjuna mentioned that could have been the deciding moment, and unfortunately, but I'm sure, you know, there's so many deciding points and so many moments and so many situations that could change throughout a race. So I'm not sure he's going to be happy that you mentioned that.
I just had to point it out there, you know.
We will be getting to the team crushing of the key very shortly, so do make sure you stay with us. Zach, would you like to be in that sort of environment, in a LAN environment?
I have been before. He was commentating on it actually quite nicely. Yeah, the longest mouth name. It was the Rocket Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK.
Oh, you remembered that well.
A bit of a mouthful, and it was a lot of pressure. We were in motion rigs, really huge stuff, and it was surreal. Really had a lot of pressure.
Okay, I think it's time to head down and watch the key being crushed. So, Cam?
Yeah, this is a bit of a devastating moment there. Of course, we have Jeffrey Riveld putting in the key of Virtus Pro into the machine. And I don't know if Jeffrey's going to be enjoying this or not, but they're giving him the pedal control there.
Sort of looks like he's enjoying it.
Have the press push down on the key. And unfortunately, that is the end of that one. It won't be going up onto the totem as in a congratulatory way. And unfortunately, that is a Virtus Pro out of the competition.
It's a cool way of doing it, isn't it, Zach? I mean, it's brutal, but it is savage. And to have Team Redline doing it as well, to be a final, like, nail in the coffin. But they knew it was going to happen. They knew that this was part of the ceremony. And there we go. That is a crushed key. He doesn't look particularly happy to have crushed it, does he?
He's smiling.
It would be so harsh to be for that to be the other way around, but then that is of course the part of the competition, and it's a cool thing actually that we've got in for this year, because when you have a significant item like that, it adds meaning to it. So that is someone's dreams quite literally being crushed.
Yeah, the totem idea, participants are being given this special key, which we're seeing one being crushed now at the start of the competition, and the winner then uses the key, and if they win, they can put it into a special totem, and it goes down in history unless you get it crushed. I wonder if you get them back afterwards. I wonder if you get the crushed one back.
I wonder if they make them watch.
It's just getting even
in the
more
most
brutal.
sadistic way possible.
I mean, it is on television, so
That
I'm
is
sure
true.
they're making them watch it.
We have both extremes here in sim racing. We saw the scenes of, ironically, Jeffrey's teammate Ziggy last night holding up his key in his trophy, but unfortunately it doesn't go like that for everyone.
No, unfortunately we have lost two teams in FaZe and Virtus. We will be back tomorrow though, so let's have a look at what the schedule is like tomorrow, where we've got more teams competing to get into the final. We'll start at around 4:10 local time, same as today, and we go to Fiji, Daytona, Jeddah, Monza, Spa, Hockenheim, Monza again, then Spa, and that is to get into the second qualifying session, and hopefully to then be part of the final, which is happening on Sunday, and we will see a team crowned champion. How are we feeling about tomorrow?
Bring it on.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's going to be a tough one for those drivers. We're going to, of course, lose a couple more teams, but then that builds up to Championship Sunday, so it's going to be another great couple of days of racing.
It is indeed. Do make sure you join us. Thank you so much for joining us today, and commiserations to the two teams we've lost. We will go racing again tomorrow. Make sure you join us wherever you're watching right here.
go.